Thank you, said Betty. You are young and extremely handsome, you will have an enormous fortune, and you have evidently had your own way all your life. A girl, such as you are, may either make a magnificent marriage or a ridiculous and humiliating one. Neither American young women, nor English young men, are as disinterested as they were some years ago. Each has begun to learn what the other has to give. I think that is true, commented Betty. In some cases, there is a good deal to be exchanged on both sides. You have a great deal to give, and should get exchange worth accepting. A beggared estate and a tainted title are not good enough. That is businesslike, Betty made comment again. Sir Nigel laughed quietly. The fact is, I hope you won't misunderstand my saying it, you do not strike me as being unbusinesslike yourself. I am not, answered Betty. I thought not, rather narrowing his eyes as he watched her, because he believed that she must involuntarily show her hand if he irritated her sufficiently. You do not impress me as being one of the girls who make unsuccessful marriages. You are a modern New York beauty, not an early Victorian sentimentalist. He did not despair of results from his process of irritation. To gently but steadily convey to a beautiful and spirited young creature that no man could approach her without ulterior motive was rather a good idea. If one could make it clear, with a casual air of sensibly taking it for granted, that the natural power of youth, wit, and beauty were rendered impotent by a greatness of fortune, whose proportions obliterated all else. If one simply argued from the premise that young love was no affair of hers, since she must always be regarded as a gilded chattel whose cost was writ large in plain figures, what girl, with blood in her veins, could endure it long without wincing? This girl had undue, and as he regarded such matters, unseemly control over her temper and her nerves, but she had blood enough in her veins, and presently she would say or do something which would give him a lead. When you marry, he began. She lifted her head delicately, but ended the sentence for him with eyes which were actually not unsmiling. When I marry, I shall ask something in exchange for what I have to give. If the exchange is to be equal, you must ask a great deal, he answered. That is why you must be protected from such fellows as Mount Dunstan. If it becomes necessary, perhaps I shall be able to protect myself, she said. Ah, regretfully, I am afraid I have annoyed you, and that you need protection more than you suspect. If she were flesh and blood, she could scarcely resist resenting the implication contained in this. But resist it she did, and with a cool little smile which stirred him to sudden, if irritated, admiration. She paused a second, and used the touch of gentle regret herself. You have wounded my vanity, by intimating that my admirers do not love me for myself alone. He paused also, and narrowing his eyes again, looked straight between her lashes. They ought to love you for yourself alone, he said in a low voice. You are a deucedly attractive girl. Oh, Betty, Rosie had pleaded, don't make him angry, don't make him angry. So Betty lifted her shoulders slightly without comment. Shall we go back to the house now? She said. Rosalie will naturally be anxious to hear that what has been done in your absence has met with your approval. In what manner his approval was expressed to Rosalie, Betty did not hear this morning at least. Externally cool though she had appeared, the process had not been without its results, and she felt that she would prefer to be alone. I must write some letters to catch the next steamer, she said, as she went upstairs. When she entered her room, she went to her writing table and sat down, with pen and paper before her. She drew the paper towards her and took up the pen, but the next moment she laid it down and gave a slight push to the paper. As she did so, she realized that her hand trembled. I must not let myself form the habit of falling into rages, or I shall not be able to keep still some day, when I ought to do it, she whispered. I am in a fury, and for a moment she covered her face. She was a strong girl, but a girl, notwithstanding her powers. What she suddenly saw was that, as if by one movement of some powerful unseen hand, Rosie, who had been the center of all things, had been swept out of her thought. Her anger at the injustice done to Rosie had been as nothing before the fire which had flamed in her at the insult flung at the other, and all that was undue and unbalanced. One might as well look the thing straightly in the face. Her old child hatred of Nigel Anstruthers had sprung up again in tenfold strength. There was, it was true, something abominable about him, something which made his words more abominable than they would have been if another man had uttered them. But though it was inevitable that his method should rouse one, where those of one's own blood were concerned, it was not enough to fill one with raging flame when his malignity was dealing with those who were almost strangers. Mount Dunstan was almost a stranger. She had met Lord Westholt oftener. Would she have felt the same hot beat of the blood if Lord Westholt had been concerned? No, she answered herself frankly, she would not. Chapter 32. A Great Ball. A certain great ball, given yearly at Dunham Castle, was one of the most notable social features of the county. It took place when the house was full of its most interestingly distinguished guests, and though other balls might be given at other times, this one was marked by a degree of greater state. On several occasions, the chief guests had been great personages indeed, and to be bidden to meet them implied a selection flattering in itself. One's invitation must convey by inference that one was either brilliant, beautiful, or admirable, if not important. Nigel Anstruthers had never appeared at what the uninvited were wont, with derisive smiles, to call the Great Panjandrum Function, which was an ironic designation not employed by such persons as received cards bidding them to the festivity. Stornham Court was not popular in the county. No one had yearned for the society of the Dowager Lady Anstruthers, even in her youth, and a not too well-favored young man with an ill-favored temper, noticeably on the lookout for grievances, is not an addition to one's circle. At 19, Nigel had discovered the older Lord Mount Dunstan and his son Tenham to be congenial acquaintances, and had been so often absent from home that his neighbors would have found social intercourse with him difficult, even if desirable. Accordingly, when the county paper recorded the splendors of the Great Panjandrum Function, which it by no means mentioned by that name, the list of among those present had not so far contained the name of Sir Nigel Anstruthers. So, on a morning a few days after his return, the master of Stornham turned over a card of invitation and read it several times before speaking. "I suppose you know what this means," he said at last to Rosalie, who was alone with him. "It means that we are invited to Dunham Castle for the ball, doesn't it?" Her husband tossed the card aside on the table. "It means that Betty will be invited to every house where there is a son who must be disposed of profitably. She is invited because she is beautiful and clever. She would be invited if she had no money at all," said Rosie daringly. She was actually growing daring, she thought sometimes. It would not have been possible to say anything like this a few months ago. "Don't make silly mistakes," said Nigel. "There are a good many handsome girls who receive comparatively little attention, but the hounds of war are let loose when one of your swollen American fortunes appears. The obviousness of it virtuously makes me sick. It's as vulgar as New York." What befell next brought to Sir Nigel a shock of curious enlightenment, but no one was more amazed than Rosie herself. She felt, when she heard her own voice, as if she must be rather mad. "I would rather," she said quite distinctly, "that you did not speak to me of New York in that way." "What?" said Anstruthers, staring at her with contempt which was derision. "It is my home," she answered. "It is not proper that I should hear it spoken of slightingly." "Your home, it has not taken the slightest notice of you for 12 years. Your people dropped you as if you were a hot potato. They have taken me up again." Still in amazement at her own boldness, but somehow learning something as she went on. He walked over to her side and stood before her. "Look here, Rosalie," he said. "You have been taking lessons from your sister. She is a beauty and young and you are not. People will stand things from her they will not take from you. I would stand some things myself because it rather amuses a man to see a fine girl peacocking. It's merely ridiculous in you, and I won't stand it, not a bit of it." It was not specially fortunate for him that the door opened as he was speaking, and Betty came in with her own invitation in her hand. He was quick enough, however, to turn to greet her with a shrug of his shoulders. "I am being favored with a little scene by my wife," he explained. "She is capable of getting up excellent little scenes, but I dare say she does not show you that side of her temper." Betty took a comfortable chintz-covered, easy chair. Her expression was evasively speculative. "Was it a scene I interrupted?" she said. "Then I must not go away and leave you to finish it. You were saying that you would not stand something. What does a man do when he will not stand a thing? It always sounds so final and appalling, as if he were threatening horrible things such as perhaps were a resource in feudal times. What is the resource in these dull days of law and order and policemen? Is this American chaff?" He was disagreeably conscious that he was not wholly successful in his effort to be lofty. The frankness of Betty's smile was quite without prejudice. "Dear me, no," she said. It is only the unpicturesque result of an unfeminine knowledge of the law, and I was thinking how one is limited, and yet how things are simplified after all. Simplified, disgustedly. Yes, really. You see, if Rosie were violent, she could not beat you, even if she were strong enough, because you could ring the bell and give her into custody. And you could not beat her because the same unpleasant thing would happen to you. Policemen do rob things of color, don't they? And besides, when one remembers that mere vulgar law insists that no one can be forced to live with another person who is brutal or loathsome, that's simple, isn't it? You could go away from Rosie, with sweet clearness, at any moment you wished, as far away as you liked. You seem to forget, still feeling that convincing loftiness was not easy, that when a man leaves his wife, or she deserts him, it is she who is likely to be called upon to bear the onus of public opinion. Would she be called upon to bear it under all circumstances? Damned clever woman as you are, you know that she would, as well as I know it. He made an abrupt gesture with his hand. You know that what I say is true. Women who take to their heels are deucedly unpopular in England. I have not been long in England, but I have been struck by the prevalence of a sort of constitutional British sense of fair play among the people who really count. The Dunholms, for instance, have it markedly. In America, it is the men who force women to take to their heels who are deucedly unpopular. The American sense of fair play is their most English quality. It was brought over in ships by the first colonists, like the pieces of fine solid old furniture one even now sees, here and there, in houses in Virginia. But the fact remains, said Nigel with an unpleasant laugh, the fact remains, my dear girl. The fact that does remain, said Betty, not unpleasantly at all, and still with her gentle air of mere unprejudiced speculation, is that if a man or woman is properly ill-treated, properly, not in any amateurish way, they reach the point of not caring in the least, nothing matters, but that they must get away from the horror of the unbearable thing. Never to see or hear of it again is heaven enough to make anything else a thing to smile at. But one could settle the other point by experimenting. Suppose you run away from Rosie, and then we can see if she is cut by the county. His laugh was unpleasant again. So long as you are with her, she will not be cut. There are a number of penniless young men of family in this, as well as the adjoining counties. Do you think Mount Dunstan would cut her? She looked down at the carpet thoughtfully a moment, and then lifted her eyes. I do not think so, she answered, but I will ask him. He was startled by a sudden feeling that she might be capable of it. Oh, come now, he said. That goes beyond a joke. You will not do any such absurd thing. One does not want one's domestic difficulties discussed by one's neighbors. Betty opened coolly surprised eyes. I did not understand it was a personal matter, she remarked. Where do the domestic difficulties come in? He stared at her a few seconds with the look she did not like, which was less likable at the moment, because it combined itself with other things. Hang it, he muttered. I wish I could keep my temper as you can keep yours, and he turned on his heel and left the room. Rosie had not spoken. She had sat with her hands in her lap, looking out of the window. She had at first had a moment of terror. She had indeed once uttered in her soul the abject cry, Don't make him angry, Betty, oh, don't. And suddenly it had been stilled and she had listened. This was because she realized that Nigel himself was listening. That made her see what she had not dared to allow herself to see before. These trite things were true. There were laws to protect one. If Betty had not been dealing with mere truths, Nigel would have stopped her. He had been supercilious, but he could not contradict her. Betty, she said, when her sister came to her, you said that to show me things as well as to show them to him. I knew you did and listened to every word. It was good for me to hear you. Clear-cut, unadorned facts are like bullets, said Betty. They reach home if one's aim is good. The shiftiest people cannot evade them. Hannah. A certain thing became evident to Betty during the time which elapsed between the arrival of the invitations and the great ball. Despite an obvious intention to assume an amiable pose for the time being, Sir Nigel could not conceal a not quite unexplainable antipathy to one individual. This individual was Mount Dunstan, whom it did not seem easy for him to leave alone. He seemed to recur to him as a subject, without any special reason, and this somewhat puzzled Betty until she heard from Rosalie of his intimacy with Lord Tenham, which, in a measure, explained it. The whole truth was that the lout, as he had been called, had indulged in frank speech in his rare intercourse with his brother and his friends, and had once interfered with hot young fury in a matter in which the pair had specially wished to avoid all interference. His open scorn of their methods of entertaining themselves they had felt to be disgusting impudence, which would have been deservedly punished with a horsewhip, if the youngster had not been a big-muscled, clumsy oaf, with a dangerous eye. Upon this footing their acquaintance had stood in past years, and to decide, as Sir Nigel had decided, that the oaf in question had begun to make his bid for splendid fortune under the roof of Stornham Court itself was a thing not to be regarded calmly. It was more than he could stand, and the folly of temper, which was forever his undoing, betrayed him into mistakes more than once. This girl, with her beauty and her wealth, he chose to regard as a sort of property rightfully his own. She was his sister-in-law, at least. She was living under his roof. He had more or less the power to encourage or discourage such aspirants as appeared. Upon the whole, there was something soothing to one's vanity in appearing before the world as the person at present responsible for her. It gave a man a certain dignity of position, and his chief girding at fate had always risen from the fact that he had not had dignity of position. He would not be held cheap in this matter, at least, but sometimes, as he looked at the girl he turned hot and sick, as it was driven home to him that he was no longer young, that he had never been good-looking, and that he had cut the ground from under his feet 12 years ago, when he had married Rosalie. If he could have waited, if he could have done several other things, perhaps the clever acting of a part, and his power of domination might have given him a chance. Even that blackguard of a Mount Dunstan had a better one now. He was young, at least, and free, and a big strong beast. He was forced, with bitter reluctance, to admit that he himself was not even particularly strong. Of late he had felt it hideously. So he detested Mount Dunstan the more for increasing reasons, as he thought the matter over. It would seem, perhaps, but a subtle pleasure to the normal mind, but to him there was pleasure, support, aggrandizement, in referring to the ill case of the Mount Dunstan estate, in relating illustrative anecdotes, in dwelling upon the hopelessness of the outlook, and the notable unpopularity of the man himself. A confiding young lady from the States was required, he said on one occasion, but it would be necessary that she should be a young person of much simplicity, who would not be alarmed or chilled by the obvious. No one would realize this more clearly than Mount Dunstan himself. He said it coldly and casually, as if it were the simplest matter of fact. If the fellow had been making himself agreeable to Betty, it was as well that certain points should be, as it were inadvertently, brought before her. Miss Vanderpool was really rather fine, people said to each other afterwards, when she entered the ballroom at Dunholm Castle with her brother-in-law. She bore herself as composedly as if she had been escorted by the most admirable and dignified of conservative relatives, instead of by a man who was more definitely disliked and disapproved of than any other man in the county whom decent people were likely to meet. Yet, she was far too clever a girl not to realize the situation clearly, they said to each other. She had arrived in England to find her sister a neglected wreck, her fortune squandered, and her existence stripped bare of even such things as one felt to be the mere decencies. There was but one thing to be deduced from the facts which had stared her in the face, but of her deductions she had said nothing whatever, which was, of course, remarkable in a young person. It may be mentioned that perhaps there had been those who would not have been reluctant to hear what she must have had to say, and who had even possibly given her a delicate lead. But the lead had never been taken. One lady had even remarked that, on her part, she felt that a too great reserve verged upon secretiveness, which was not a desirable girlish quality. Of course, the situation had been so much discussed that people were naturally on the lookout for the arrival of the Stornham party, as it was known that Sir Nigel had returned home, and would be likely to present himself with his wife and sister-in-law. There was not a dowager present who did not know how and where he had reprehensibly spent the last months. It served him quite right that the Spanish dancing person had coolly left him in the lurch for a younger and more attractive, as well as a richer man. If it were not for Miss Vanderpool, one need not pretend that one knew nothing about the affair. In fact, if it had not been for Miss Vanderpool, he would not have received an invitation, and poor Lady Anstruthers would be sitting at home, still the forlorn little frump and invalid she had so wonderfully ceased to be since her sister had taken her in hand. She was absolutely growing even pretty and young, and her clothes were really beautiful. The whole thing was amazing. Betty, as well as Rosalie and Nigel, knew that many people turned undisguisedly to look at them, even to watch them as they came into the splendid ballroom. It was a splendid ballroom and a stately one, and Lord Dunholm and Lord Westholt shared a certain thought when they met her, which was that hers was distinctly the proud young brilliance of presence, which figured most perfectly against its background. Much as people wanted to look at Sir Nigel, their eyes were drawn from him to Miss Vanderpoel. After all, it was she who made him an object of interest. One wanted to know what she would do with him, how she would carry him off. How much did she know of the distaste people felt for him, since she would not talk or encourage talk? The Dunholms could not have invited her and her sister, and have ignored him. But did she not guess that they would have ignored him if they could? And was there not natural embarrassment in feeling forced to appear in pomp, as it were, under his escort? But no embarrassment was perceptible. Her manner committed her to no recognition of a shadow of a flaw in the character of her companion. It even carried a certain conviction with it, and the lookers-on felt the impossibility of suggesting any such flaw by their own manner. For this evening, at least, the man must actually be treated as if he were an entirely unobjectionable person. It appeared as if that was what the girl wanted and intended should happen. This was what Nigel himself had begun to perceive, but he did not put it pleasantly. Deucedly clever girl as she was, he said to himself, she saw that it would be more agreeable to have no nonsense talked and no ruffling of tempers. He had always been able to convey to people that the ruffling of his temper was a thing to be avoided, and perhaps she had already been sharp enough to realize this was a fact to be counted with. She was sharp enough, he said to himself, to see anything. The function was a superb one. The house was superb, the rooms of entertainment were in every proportion perfect, and were quite renowned for the beauty of the space they offered. The people themselves were, through centuries of dignified living, so placed that intercourse with their kind was an easy and delightful thing. They need never doubt either their own effect or the effect of their hospitalities. Sir Nigel saw about him all the people who held enviable place in the county. Some of them he had never known, some of them had long ceased to recall his existence. There were those among them who lifted lorgnettes or stuck monocles into their eyes as he passed, asking each other in politely subdued tones who the man was who seemed to be in attendance on Miss Vanderpoel. Nigel knew this and girded at it internally, while he made the most of his suave smile. The distinguished personage who was the chief guest was to be seen at the upper end of the room talking to a tall man with broad shoulders, who was plainly interesting him for the moment. As the Stornham party passed on, this person, making his bow, retired, and as he turned towards them, Sir Nigel recognizing him, the agreeable smile was for the moment lost. How in the name of heaven did Mount Dunstan come here? Broke from him with involuntary heat. Would it be rash to conclude, said Betty, as she returned the bow of a very grand old lady in black velvet and an imposing tiara, that he came in response to invitation. The very grand old lady seemed pleased to see her, and with a royal little sign, called her to her side. As Betty Vanderpoel was a great success with the Mrs. Weldons and old Dobies of village life, she was also a success among grand old ladies. When she stood before them, there was a delicate submission in her air, which was suggestive of obedience to the dignity of their years and state. Strongly conservative, and rather feudal old persons were much pleased by this. In the present irreverent iconoclasm of modern times, it was most agreeable to talk to a handsome creature who was as beautifully attentive as if she had been a specially perfect young lady-in-waiting. This one even patted Betty's hand a little when she took it. She was a great county potentate, who was known as Lady Allanby of Dole, her house being one of the most ancient and interesting in England. "I am glad to see you here tonight," she said. "You are looking very nice, but you cannot help that." Betty asked permission to present her sister and brother-in-law. Lady Allanby was polite to both of them, but she gave Nigel a rather sharp glance through her gold pince-nez as she greeted him. "Janie and Mary," she said to the two girls nearest her, "I dare say you will kindly change your chairs and let Lady Anstruthers and Miss Vanderpoel sit next to me." The ladies Jane and Mary Lithcom, who had been ordered about by her from their infancy, obeyed with polite smiles. They were not particularly pretty girls, and were of the indigent noble. Jane, who had almost over-large blue eyes, sighed as she reseated herself a few chairs lower down. "It does seem beastly unfair," she said in a low voice to her sister, "that a girl such as that should be so awfully good-looking. She ought to have a turned-up nose." "Thank you," said Mary. "I have a turned-up nose myself, and I've got nothing to balance it." "Oh, I didn't mean a nice turned-up nose like yours," said Jane. "I meant an ugly one. Of course Lady Allanby wants her for Tommy." And her manner was not resigned. What she, or anyone else for that matter, disdainfully, Could want with Tommy, I don't know, replied Mary. I do, answered Jane obstinately. I played cricket with him when I was 8, and I've liked him ever since. It is awful, in a smothered outburst, what girls like us have to suffer. Lady Mary turned to look at her curiously. Jane, she said, are you suffering about Tommy? Yes, I am. Oh, what a question to ask in a ballroom. Do you want me to burst out crying? No, sharply, look at the prince. Stare at that fat woman curtsying to him. Stare and then wink your eyes. Lady Allanby was talking about Mount Dunstan. Lord Dunhome has given us a lead. He is an old friend of mine, and he has been talking to me about it. It appears that he has been looking into things seriously. Modern as he is, he rather tilts at injustices in a quiet way. He has satisfactorily convinced himself that Lord Mount Dunstan has been suffering for the sins of the fathers, which must be annoying. Is Lord Dunhome quite sure of that? Put in Sir Nigel, with a suggestively civil air. Old Lady Allanby gave him an unencouraging look. Quite, she said. He would be likely to be before he took any steps. Ah, remarked Nigel. I knew Lord Tenham, you see. Lady Allanby's look was more unencouraging still. She quietly and openly put up her glass and stared. There were times when she had not the remotest objection to being rude to certain people. I am sorry to hear that, she observed. There never was any room for mistake about Tenham. He is not usually mentioned. I do not think this man would be usually mentioned, if everything were known, said Nigel. Then an appalling thing happened. Lady Allanby gazed at him a few seconds and made no reply whatever. She dropped her glass and turned again to talk to Betty. It was as if she had turned her back on him, and Sir Nigel, still wearing an amiable exterior, used internally some bad language. But I was a fool to speak of Tenham, he thought. A great fool. A little later Miss Vanderpool made her curtsy to the exalted guest, and was commented upon again by those who looked on. It was not at all unnatural that one should find one's eyes following a girl who, representing a sort of royal power, should have the good fortune of possessing such looks and bearing. Remembering his child bête noire of the long legs and square, audacious little face, Nigel Anstruthers found himself restraining a slight grin as he looked on at her dancing. Partners flocked about her like bees, and Lady Allanby of Dole, and other very grand old or middle-aged ladies, all found the evening more interesting because they could watch her. She is full of spirit, said Lady Allanby, and she enjoys herself as a girl should. It is a pleasure to look at her. I like a girl who gets a magnificent color and stars in her eyes when she dances. It looks healthy and young. It was Tommy Miss Vanderpool was dancing with when her ladyship said this. Tommy was her grandson, and a young man of greater rank than fortune. He was a nice, frank, heavy youth, who loved a simple county life spent in tramping about with guns, and in friendly hobnobbing with the neighbors, and eating great afternoon teas with people whose jokes were easy to understand, and who were ready to laugh if you tried a joke. Yourself, he liked girls, and especially he liked Jane Lithcom, but that was a weakness his grandmother did not at all encourage, and as he danced with Betty Vanderpool, he looked over her shoulder more than once at a pair of big, unhappy blue eyes, whose owner sat against the wall. Betty Vanderpool herself was not thinking of Tommy. In fact, during this brilliant evening she faced still further developments of her own strange case. Certain new things were happening to her. When she had entered the ballroom she had known at once who the man was who stood before the royal guest. She had known before he bowed low and withdrew. And her recognition had brought with it a shock of joy. For a few moments her throat felt hot and pulsing. It was true, the things which concerned him concerned her. All that happened to him suddenly became her affair, as if in some way they were of the same blood. Nigel's slighting of him had infuriated her. That Lord Dunhome had offered him friendship and hospitality was a thing which seemed done to herself, and filled her with gratitude and affection. That he should be at this place, on this special occasion, swept away dark things from his path. It was as if it were stated without words that a conservative man of the world, who knew things as they were, having means of reaching truths, vouched for him, and placed his dignity and firmness at his side. And there was the gladness at the sight of him. It was an overpoweringly strong thing. She had never known anything like it. She had not seen him since Nigel's return, and here he was, and she knew that her life quickened in her because they were together in the same room. He had come to them and said a few courteous words, but he had soon gone away. At first she wondered if it was because of Nigel, who at the time was making himself rather ostentatiously amiable to her. Afterwards she saw him dancing, talking, being presented to people. being, with a tactful easiness, taken care of by his host and hostess and Lord Westholt. She was struck by the graceful magic with which this tactful ease surrounded him without any obviousness. The Dunholms had given a lead, as Lady Allanby had said, and the rest were following it and ignoring intervals with reposeful readiness. It was wonderfully well done. Apparently there had been no past at all. All began with this large young man who, despite his Viking type, really looked particularly well in evening dress. Lady Allanby held him by her chair for some time, openly enjoying her talk with him and calling up Tommy that they might make friends. After a while, Betty said to herself he would come and ask for a dance. But he did not come, and she danced with one man after another. Westholt came to her several times and had more dances than one. Why did the other not come? Several times they whirled past each other, and when it occurred they looked, both feeling it an accident, into each other's eyes. The strong and strange thing, that which moves on its way as do birth and death, and the rising and setting of the sun, had begun to move in them. It was no new and rare thing, but an ancient and common one, as common and ancient as death and birth themselves, and part of the law as they are, as it comes to royal persons to whom one makes obeisance at their mere passing by, as it comes to scullery maids in royal kitchens, and grooms in royal stables, as it comes to ladies-in-waiting and the women who serve them, so it had come to these two who had been drawn near to each other from the opposite sides of the earth, and each started at the touch of it, and withdrew a pace in bewilderment and some fear. I wish, Mount Dunstan was feeling throughout the evening, that her eyes had some fault in their expression, that they drew one less, that they drew me less. I am losing my head. It would be better, Betty thought, if I did not wish so much that he would come and ask me to dance with him, that he would not keep away so. He is keeping away for a reason. Why is he doing it? The music swung on in lovely measures, and the dancers swung with it. Sir Nigel walked dutifully through the Lancers once with his wife, and once with his beautiful sister-in-law. Lady Anstruthers, in her new bloom, had not lacked partners, who discovered that she was a childishly light creature who danced extremely well. Everyone was kind to her, and the very grand old ladies, who admired Betty, were absolutely benign in their manner. Betty's partners paid ingenuous court to her, and Sir Nigel found he had not been mistaken in his estimate of the dignity his position of escort and male relation gave to him. Rosie, standing for a moment looking out on the brilliancy and state about her, meeting Betty's eyes, laughed quiveringly. "I am in a dream," she said. "You have awakened from a dream," Betty answered. From the opposite side of the room someone was coming towards them, and seeing him, Rosie smiled in welcome. "I am sure Lord Mount Dunstan is coming to ask you to dance with him," she said. "Why have you not danced with him before, Betty?" "He has not asked me," Betty answered. "That is the only reason." Lord Dunholm and Lord Westholt called at the Mount a few days after they met him at Stornham, Rosalie explained in an undertone. "They wanted to know him. Then it seems they found they liked each other. Lady Dunholm has been telling me about it. She says Lord Dunholm thanks you because you said something illuminating. That was the word she used, illuminating. I believe you are always illuminating, Betty." Mount Dunstan was certainly coming to them. How broad his shoulders looked in his close-fitting black coat. How well built his whole strong body was, and how steadily he held his eyes. Here and there one sees a man or woman who is, through some trick of fate, by nature a compelling thing unconsciously demanding that one should submit to some domineering attraction. One does not call it domineering, but it is so. This special creature is charged unfairly with more than his or her single share of force. Betty Vanderpoel thought this out as this other one came to her. He did not use the ballroom formula when he spoke to her. He said in rather a low voice, "Will you dance with me?" "Yes," she answered. Lord Dunholm and his wife agreed afterwards that so noticeable a pair had never before danced together in their ballroom. Certainly, no pair had ever been watched with quite the same interested curiosity. Some onlookers thought it singular that they should dance together at all. Some pleased themselves by reflecting on the fact that no other two could have represented with such picturesqueness the opposite poles of fate and circumstance. No one attempted to deny that they were an extraordinarily striking-looking couple, and that one's eyes followed them in spite of one's self. Taken together, they produce an effect that is somehow rather amazing, old Lady Allanby commented. "He is a magnificently built man, you know, and she is a magnificently built girl. Everybody should look like that." My impression would be that Adam and Eve did, but for the fact that neither of them had any particular character. That affair of the apple was so silly. Eve has always struck me as being the kind of woman who, if she lived today, would run up stupid bills at her dressmakers and be afraid to tell her husband. That wonderful black head of Miss Vanderpoel's looks very nice poised near Mount Dunstan's dark red one. I am glad to be dancing with him, Betty was thinking. I am glad to be near him. Will you dance this with me to the very end? Asked Mount Dunstan, to the very late note. Yes, answered Betty. He had spoken in a low but level voice, the kind of voice whose tone places a man and woman alone together, and wholly apart from all others by whomsoever they are surrounded. There had been no preliminary speech, and no explanation of the request followed. The music was a perfect thing, the brilliant, lofty ballroom, the beauty of color and sound about them, the jewels and fair faces, the warm breath of flowers in the air, the very sense of royal presence and its accompanying state and ceremony, seemed merely a naturally arranged background for the strange consciousness each held close and silently, knowing nothing of the mind of the other. This was what was passing through the man's mind. This is the thing which most men experience several times during their lives. It would be reason enough for all the great deeds and all the crimes one hears of. It is an enormous kind of anguish and a fearful kind of joy. It is scarcely to be borne, and yet, at this moment, I could kill myself and her at the thought of losing it. If I had begun earlier, would it have been easier? No, it would not. With me it is bound to go hard. At 20 I should probably not have been able to keep myself from shouting it aloud, and I should not have known that it was only the working of the law. Only, good God, what a fool I am. It is because it is only the law that I cannot escape, and must go on to the end, grinding my teeth together because I cannot speak. Oh, her smooth young cheek. Oh, the deep shadows of her lashes. And while we sway round and round together, I hold her slim strong body in the hollow of my arm. It was, quite possibly, as he thought this that Nigel Anstruthers, following him with his eyes as he passed, began to frown. He had been watching the pair as others had, he had seen what others saw, and now he had an idea that he saw something more, and it was something which did not please him. The instinct of the male bestirred itself, the curious instinct of resentment against another man, any other man. And in this case, Mount Dunstan was not any other man, but one for whom his antipathy was personal. I won't have that, he said to himself. I won't have it. Hannah. The music rose and swelled, and then sank into soft breathing, as they moved in harmony together, gliding and swirling as they threaded their way among other couples who swirled and glided also, some of them light and smiling, some exchanging low-toned speech, perhaps saying words which, unheard by others, touched on deep things. The exalted guest fell into momentary silence as he looked on, being a man much attracted by physical fineness and temperamental power and charm. A girl like that would bring a great deal to a man, and to the country he belonged to. A great race might be founded on such superbness of physique and health and beauty. Combined with abnormal resources, certainly no more could be asked. He expressed something of the kind to Lord Dunholm, who stood near him in attendance. To herself Betty was saying, "That was a strange thing he asked me. It is curious that we say so little. I should never know much about him. I have no intelligence where he is concerned, only a strong, stupid feeling which is not like a feeling of my own. I am no longer Betty Vanderpoel, and I wish to go on dancing with him, on and on to the last note," as he said. She felt a little hot wave run over her cheek uncomfortably, and the next instant the big arm tightened its clasp of her, for just 1 second, not more than one. She did not know that he himself had seen the sudden ripple of red color, and that the equally sudden contraction of the arm had been as unexpected to him and as involuntary as the quick wave itself. It had horrified and made him angry. He looked the next instant entirely stiff and cold. He did not know it happened, Betty resolved. "The music is going to stop," said Mount Dunstan. "I know the waltz. We can get once round the room again before the final chord. It was to be the last note, the very last, but he said it quite rigidly, and Betty laughed. "Quite the last," she answered. The music hastened a little, and their gliding whirl became more rapid. A little faster still, a running sweep of notes, a big, terminating harmony, and the thing was over. "Thank you," said Mount Dunstan. "One will have it to remember," and his tone was slightly sardonic. "Yes," Betty acquiesced politely. "Oh, not you, only I have never waltzed before." Betty turned to look at him curiously. "Under circumstances such as these," he explained. "I learned to dance at a particularly hideous boys' school in France. I abhorred it, and the trend of my life has made it quite easy for me to keep my 12-year-old vow that I would never dance after I left the place, unless I wanted to do it, and that, especially, nothing should make me waltz until certain agreeable conditions were fulfilled. Waltzing I approved of out of hideous schools. I was a pig-headed, objectionable child. I detested myself even then. Betty's composure returned to her. I am trusting, she remarked, that I may secretly regard myself as one of the agreeable conditions to be fulfilled. Do not dispel my hopes roughly. I will not, he answered. You are in fact several of them. One breathes with much greater freedom, she responded. This sort of cool nonsense was safe. It dispelled feelings of tenseness and carried them to the place where Sir Nigel and Lady Anstruthers awaited them. A slight stir was beginning to be felt throughout the ballroom. The royal guest was retiring, and soon the rest began to melt away. The Anstruthers, who had a long return drive before them, were among those who went first. When Lady Anstruthers and her sister returned from the cloakroom, they found Sir Nigel standing near Mount Dunstan, who was going also, and talking to him in an amiably detached manner. Mount Dunstan himself did not look amiable or seem to be saying much, but Sir Nigel showed no signs of being disturbed. Now that you have ceased to forswear the world, he said as his wife approached, I hope we shall see you at Stornham. Your visits must not cease because we cannot offer you G. Selden any longer. He had his own reasons for giving the invitation, several of them, and there was a satisfaction in letting the fellow know, casually, that he was not in the ridiculous position of being unaware of what had occurred during his absence, that there had been visits, and also the objectionable episode of the American bounder. That the episode had been objectionable, he knew he had adroitly conveyed by mere tone and manner. Mount Dunstan thanked him in the usual formula, and then spoke to Betty. G. Selden left us tremulous and fevered with ecstatic anticipation. He carried your kind letter to Mr. Vanderpoel next to his heart. His brain seemed to whirl at the thought of what the boys would say when he arrived with it in New York. You have materialized the dream of his life. I have interested my father, Betty answered, with a brilliant smile. He liked the romance of the Reuben S. Vanderpoel who rewarded the savor of his life by unbounded orders for the Delkoff. As their carriage drove away, Sir Nigel bent forward to look out of the window, and having done it, laughed a little. Mount Dunstan does not play the game well, he remarked. It was annoying that neither Betty nor his wife inquired what the game in question might be, and that his temperament forced him into explaining without encouragement. He should have stood motionless with folded arms, or something of the sort, and watched her equipage until it was out of sight. And he did not, said Betty. He turned on his heel as soon as the door was shut. People ought not to do such things, was her simple comment, to which it seemed useless to reply. Chapter 33. For Lady Jane. There is no one thing on earth of such interest as the study of the laws of temperament, which impel, support, or entrap into folly and danger the being they rule. As a child, not old enough to give a definite name to the thing she watched and pondered on, in child fashion, Bettina Vanderpoel had thought much on this subject. As she had grown older, she had never been ignorant of the workings of her own temperament, and she had looked on for years at the laws which had wrought in her father's being, the laws of strength, executive capacity, and that pleasure in great schemes, which is roused less by a desire for gain than for a strongly felt necessity for action resulting in success. She mentally followed other people on their way, sometimes asking herself how far the individual was to be praised or blamed for his treading of the path he seemed to choose. And now, there was given her the opportunity to study the workings of the nature of Nigel Anstruthers, which was a curious thing. He was not an individual to be envied. Never was man more tormented by lack of power to control his special devil, at the right moment of time, and therefore, never was there one so inevitably his own frustration. This Betty saw after the passing of but a few days, and wondered how far he was conscious or unconscious of the thing. At times it appeared to her that he was in a state of unrest, that he was as a man wavering between lines of action, swayed at one moment by one thought, at another by an idea quite different, and that he was harried because he could not hold his own with himself. This was true. The ball at Dunholm Castle had been enlightening and had wrought some changes in his points of view. Also other factors had influenced him. In the first place, the changed atmosphere of Stornham, the fitness and luxury of his surroundings, the new dignity given to his position by the altered aspect of things, rendered external amiability more easy. To ride about the country on a good horse, or drive in a smart phaeton or suitable carriage, and to find that people who a year ago had passed him with the merest recognition, saluted him with polite intention, was, to a certain degree, stimulating to a vanity which had been long ill-fed. The power which produced these results should, of course, have been in his own hands. His money-making father-in-law should have seen that it was his affair to provide for that. But since he had not done so, it was rather entertaining that it should be, for the present, in the hands of this extraordinarily good-looking girl. He had begun by merely thinking of her in this manner, as this extraordinarily good-looking girl, and had not, for a moment, hesitated before the edifying idea of its not being impossible to arrange a lively flirtation with her. She was at an age when, in his opinion, girlhood was poised for flight with adventure, and his tastes had not led him in the direction of youth which was fastidious. His Riviera episode had left his vanity blistered and requiring some soothing application. His life had worked evil with him, and he had fallen ill on the hands of a woman who had treated him as a shattered, useless thing whose day was done, and with whom strength and bloom could not be burdened. He had kept his illness a hidden secret. On his return to Stornham, his one desire having been to forget, even to disbelieve in it, but dreams of its suggestion sometimes awakened him at night with shudders and cold sweat. He was hideously afraid of death and pain, and he had had monstrous pain, and while he had lain battling with it, upon his bed in the villa on the Mediterranean, he had been able to hear, in the garden outside, the low voices and laughter of the Spanish dancer and the healthy, strong young fool who was her new adorer. When he had found himself face to face with Betty in the avenue, after the first leap of annoyance, which had suddenly died down into perversely interested curiosity, he could have laughed outright at the novelty and odd unexpectedness of the situation. The ill-mannered, impudently staring, little New York beast had developed into this. Hang it! No man could guess what the embryo female creature might result in. His mere shakiness of physical condition added strength to her attraction. She was like a young goddess of health and life and fire. The very spring of her firm foot upon the moss beneath it was a stimulating thing to a man whose nerves sprung secret fears upon him. There were sparks between the sweep of her lashes, but she managed to carry herself with the air of being as cool as a cucumber, which gave spice to the effort to upset her. If she did not prove suitably amenable, there would be piquancy in getting the better of her, in stirring up unpleasant little things, which would make it easier for her to go away than remain on the spot, if one should end by choosing to get rid of her. But, for the moment, he had no desire to get rid of her. He wanted to see what she intended to do to see the thing out. In fact, it amused him to hear that Mount Dunstan was on her track. There exists for persons of a certain type a pleasure full-fed by the mere sense of having got even with an opponent. Throughout his life, he had made a point of getting even with those who had irritatingly crossed his path or much disliked him. The working out of small or large plans to achieve this end had formed one of his most agreeable recreations. He had long owed Mount Dunstan a debt, which he had always meant to pay. He had not intended to forget the episode of the nice little village girl with whom Tenham and himself had been getting along so enormously well, when the raging young ass had found them out, and made an absurdly exaggerated scene, even going so far as threatening to smash the pair of them, marching off to the father and mother, and setting the vicar on, and then scratching together. God knows how money enough to pack the lot off to America, where they had since done well. Why should a man forgive another who had made him look like a schoolboy and a fool? So, to find Mount Dunstan rushing down a steep hill into this thing was edifying. You cannot take much out of a man if you never encounter him. If you meet him, you are provided by heaven with opportunities. You can find out what he feels most sharply, and what he will suffer most by being deprived of. His impression was that there was a good deal to be got out of Mount Dunstan. He was an obstinate, haughty devil, and just the fellow to conceal, with a fury of pride, a score of tender places in his hide. At the ball he had seen that the girl's effect had been of a kind which even money and good looks uncombined with another thing might not have produced. And she had the other thing, whatsoever it might be. He observed the way in which the Dunholms met and greeted her, he marked the glance of the royal personage, and his manner, when after her presentation he conversed with and detained her. He saw the turning of heads and exchange of remarks as she moved through the rooms. Most especially, he took in the bearing of the very grand old ladies, led by Lady Allanby of Dole. Barriers had thrown themselves down. These portentous, rigorous old pussycats admired her, even liked her. Upon my word, he said to himself. She has a way with her, you know. She is a combination of Ethel Newcomb and Becky Sharp, but she is more level-headed than either of them. There's a touch of Trix Esmond, too. The sense of the success which followed her, and the gradually growing excitement of looking on at her light whirls of dance, the carnation of her cheek, and the laughter and pleasure she drew about her, had affected him in a way by which he was secretly a little exhilarated. He was conscious of a rash desire to force his way through these laughing, vaunting young idiots, juggle or snatch their dances away from them, and seize on the girl himself. He had not for so long a time been impelled by such agreeable folly that he had sometimes felt the stab of the thought that he was past it. That it should rise in him again made him feel young. There was nothing which so irritated him against Mount Dunstan as his own rebelling recognition of the man's youth, the strength of his fine body, his high-held head and clear eye. These things and others it was which swayed him, as was plain to Betty in the time which followed, to many changes of mood. "Are you sorry for a man who is ill and depressed?" he asked one day, "or do you despise him?" "I am sorry." "Then be sorry for me." He had come out of the house to her, as she sat on the lawn, under a broad, level-branched tree, and had thrown himself upon a rug with his hands clasped behind his head. "Are you ill?" "When I was on the Riviera I had a fall." He lied simply. "I strained some muscle or other, and it has left me rather lame. Sometimes I have a good deal of pain." "I am very sorry," said Betty. "Very." A woman who can be made sorry it is rarely impossible to manage. To dwell with pathetic patience on your grievances, if she is weak and unintelligent, to deplore, with honest regret, your faults and blunders, if she is strong, are not bad ideas. He looked at her reflectively. "Yes, you are capable of being sorry," he decided. For a few moments of silence, his eyes rested upon the view spread before him. To give the expression of dignified reflection was not a bad idea either. "Do you know," he said at length, "that you produce an extraordinary effect upon me, Betty?" She was occupying herself by adding a few stitches to one of Rosie's ancient strips of embroidery, and as she answered, she laid it flat upon her knee to consider its effect. "Good or bad?" she inquired with delicate abstraction. He turned his face towards her again, this time quickly. "Both," he answered, "both." His tone held the flash of a heat which he felt should have startled her slightly, but apparently it did not. "I do not like both," with composed lightness. "If you had said that you felt yourself develop angelic qualities when you were near me, I should feel flattered and swell with pride. But both leaves me unsatisfied. It interferes with the happy little conceit that one is an all-pervading beneficent power. One likes to contemplate a large picture of oneself, not plain, but colored, as a wholesale reformer." "I see, thank you," stiffly and flushing. "You do not believe me." Her effect upon him was such that, for the moment, he found himself choosing to believe that he was in earnest. His desire to impress her with his mood had actually led to this result. She ought to have been rather moved, a little fluttered, perhaps, at hearing that she disturbed his equilibrium. "You set yourself against me, as a child, Betty," he said. "And you set yourself against me now. You will not give me fair play. You might give me fair play." He dropped his voice at the last sentence, and knew it was well done. A touch of hopelessness is not often lost on a woman. "What would you consider fair play?" she inquired. "It would be fair to listen to me without prejudice, to let me explain how it has happened that I have appeared to you a blackguard, I have no doubt you would call it, and a fool." He threw out his hand in an impatient gesture, impatient of himself. His fate, the tricks of bad fortune which it implied, had made of him a more erring mortal than he would have been if left to himself, and treated decently. "Do not put it so strongly," with conservative politeness. "I don't refuse to admit that I am handicapped by a devil of a temperament. That is an inherited thing." "Ah," said Betty, "one of the temperaments one reads about, for which no one is to be blamed but one's deceased relatives. After all, that is comparatively easy to deal with. One can just go on doing what one wants to do, and then condemn one's grandparents severely." A repellent quality in her, which had also the trick of transforming itself into an exasperating attraction, was that she deprived him of the luxury he had been most tenacious of throughout his existence. If the injustice of fate has failed to bestow upon a man fortune, good looks or brilliance, his exercise of the power to disturb, to enrage those who dare not resent, to wound and take the nonsense out of those about him, will, at all events, preclude the possibility of his being passed over as a factor not to be considered. If to charm and bestow gives the sense of power, to thwart and humiliate may be found not wholly unsatisfying. But in her case, the inadequacy of the usual methods had forced itself upon him. It was as if the dart being aimed at her, she caught it in her hand in its flight, broke off its point, and threw it lightly aside without comment. Most women cannot resist the temptation to answer a speech containing a sting or a reproach. It was part of her abnormality that she could let such things go by in a detached silence, which did not express even the germ of comment or opinion upon them. This, he said, was the result of her beastly sense of security, which, in its turn, was the result of the atmosphere of wealth she had breathed since her birth. There had been no obstacle which could not be removed for her, no law of limitation had laid its rein on her neck. She had not been taught by her existence the importance of propitiating opinion. Under such conditions, how was fear to be learned? She had not learned it. But for the devil in the blue between her lashes, he realized that he should have broken loose long ago. "I suppose I deserved that for making a stupid appeal to sympathy," he remarked. "I will not do it again." If she had been the woman who can be gently goaded into reply, she would have made answer to this. But she allowed the observation to pass, giving it free flight into space, where it lost itself after the annoying manner of its kind. "Have you any objection to telling me why you decided to come to England this year?" he inquired, with a casual air, after the pause which she did not fill in. The bluntness of the question did not seem to disturb her. She was not sorry, in fact, that he had asked it. She let her work lie upon her knee, and leaned back in her low garden chair, her hands resting upon its wicker arms. She turned on him a clear, unprejudiced gaze. "I came to see Rosie. I have always been very fond of her. I did not believe that she had forgotten how much we had loved her, or how much she had loved us. I knew that if I could see her again, I should understand why she had seemed to forget us. And when you saw her, you, of course, decided that I had behaved, to quote my own words, like a blackguard and a fool. It is, of course, very rude to say you have behaved like a fool, but if you'll excuse my saying so, that is what has impressed me very much. Don't you know, with a moderation which singularly drove itself home, that if you had been kind to her and had made her happy, you could have had anything you wished for without trouble." This was one of the unadorned facts which are like bullets. Disgustedly, he found himself veering towards an outlook which forced him to admit that there was probably truth in what she said, and he knew he heard more truth as she went on. "She would have wanted only what you wanted, and she would not have asked much in return. She would not have asked as much as I should. What you did was not businesslike." She paused a moment to give thought to it. "You paid too high a price for the luxury of indulging the inherited temperament. Your luxury was not to control it, but it was a bad investment." The figure of speech is rather commercial, coldly. It is curious that most things are, as a rule. There is always the parallel of profit and loss whether one sees it or not. The profits are happiness and friendship, enjoyment of life and approbation. If the inherited temperament supplies one with all one wants of such things, it cannot be called a loss, of course. "You think, however, that mine has not brought me much." "I do not know, it is you who know." "Well, viciously, there has been a sort of luxury in it, in lashing out with one's heels, and smashing things, and in knowing that people prefer to keep clear." She lifted her shoulders a little. "Then perhaps it has paid." "No," suddenly and fiercely, "damn it, it has not." And she actually made no reply to that. "What do you mean to do?" he questioned as bluntly as before. He knew she would understand what he meant. "Not much, to see that Rosie is not unhappy anymore. We can prevent that. She was out of repair as the house was. She is being rebuilt and decorated. She knows that she will be taken care of." "I know her better than you do," with a laugh. "She will not go away. She is too frightened of the row it would make of what I should say. I should have plenty to say. I can make her shake in her shoes." Betty let her eyes rest full upon him, and he saw that she was softly summing him up, quite without prejudice, merely in interested speculation upon the workings of type. "You are letting the inherited temperament run away with you at this moment," she reflected aloud, her quiet scrutiny almost abstracted. It was foolish to say that. He had known it was foolish 2 seconds after the words had left his lips. But a temper which has been allowed to leap hedges, unchecked throughout life, is in peril of forming a habit of taking them even at such times as a leap may land its owner in a ditch. This last was what her interested eyes were obviously saying. It suited him best at the moment to try to laugh. "Don't look at me like that," he threw off, "as if you were calculating that 2 and 2 make 4. No prejudice of mine can induce them to make 5 or 6, or 3.5, she said. No prejudice of mine or of yours. The 2 and 2 she was calculating with were the likelihoods and unlikelihoods of the inherited temperament, and the practical powers she could absolutely count on if difficulty arose with regard to Rosie. He guessed at this, and began to make calculations himself. But there was no further conversation for them, as they were obliged to rise to their feet to receive visitors. Lady Allanby of Dole and Sir Thomas, her grandson, were being brought out of the house to them by Rosalie. He went forward to meet them, his manner that of the graceful host. Lady Allanby, having been welcomed by him and led to the most comfortable, tree-shaded chair, found his bearing so elegantly chastened that she gazed at him with private curiosity. To her far-seeing and highly experienced old mind, it seemed the bearing of a man who was up to something. What special thing did he chance to be up to? His glance certainly lurked after Miss Vanderpool oddly. Was he falling in unholy love with the girl, under his stupid little wife's very nose? She could not, however, give her undivided attention to him, as she wished to keep her eye on her grandson. And outrageously enough it happened that just as tea was brought out, and Tommy was beginning to cheer up and quite come out a little under the spur of the activities of handing bread and butter and cress sandwiches, who should appear but the 2 Lithcom girls, escorted by their aunt, Mrs. Manners, with whom they lived. As they were orphans without money, if the Manners, who were rather well off, had not taken them in, they would have had to go to the workhouse, or into genteel amateur shops, as they were not clever enough for governesses. Mary, with her turned-up nose, looked just about as usual, but Jane had a new frock on which was exactly the color of the big, appealing eyes, with their trick of following people about. She looked a little pale and pathetic, which somehow gave her a specious air of being pretty, which she really was not at all. The swaying young thinness of those very slight girls, whose soft summer muslins make them look like delicate bags, tied in the middle with fluttering ribbons, has almost invariably a foolish attraction for burly young men whose characters are chiefly marked by lack of forethought. And Lady Allanby saw Tommy's robust young body give a sort of jerk, as the party of 3 was brought across the grass. After it he pulled himself together hastily, and looked stiff and pink, shaking hands as if his elbow joint was out of order, being at once too loose and too rigid. He began to be clumsy with the bread and butter, and ceasing his talk with Miss Vanderpool, fell into silence. Why should he go on talking, he thought. Miss Vanderpool was a cracking, handsome girl, but she was too clever for him, and he had to think of all sorts of new things to say when he talked to her. Well, a fellow could never imagine himself stretched out on the grass, puffing happily away at a pipe, with a girl like that sitting near him, smiling, the hot turf smelling almost like hay, the hot blue sky curving overhead, and both the girl and himself perfectly happy, chock full of joy, though neither of them were saying anything at all. You could imagine it with some girls. You did imagine it when you wakened early on a summer morning, and lay in luxurious stillness listening to the birds singing like mad. Lady Jane was a nicely behaved girl, and she tried to keep her following blue eyes fixed on the grass, or on Lady Anstruthers or Miss Vanderpool, but there was something like a string, which sometimes pulled them in another direction, and once when this had happened, quite against her will, she was terrified to find Lady Allanby's glass lifted and fixed upon her. As Lady Allanby's opinion of Mrs. Manners was but a poor one, and as Mrs. Manners was stricken dumb by her combined dislike and awe of Lady Allanby, a slight stiffness might have settled upon the gathering if Betty had not made an effort. She applied herself to Lady Allanby and Mrs. Manners at once, and ended by making them talk to each other. When they left the tea table under the trees to look at the gardens, she walked between them, playing upon the primeval horticultural passions which dominate the existence of all respectable and normal country ladies, until the gulf between them was temporarily bridged. This being achieved, she adroitly passed them over to Lady Anstruthers, who, Nigel observed with some curiosity, accepted the casual responsibility without manifest discomfiture. To the aching Tommy, the manner in which, a few minutes later, he found himself standing alone with Jane Lithcom in a path of clipped laurels was almost bewilderingly simple. At the end of the laurel walk was a pretty peep of the country, and Miss Vanderpool had brought him to see it. Nigel Anstruthers had been loitering behind with Jane and Mary. As Miss Vanderpool turned with him into the path, she stooped and picked a blossom from a clump of speedwell growing at the foot of a bit of wall. "Lady Jane's eyes are just the color of this flower," she said. Yes, they are, he answered, glancing down at the lovely little blue thing as she held it in her hand. And then, with a thump of the heart, most people do not think she is pretty, but I, quite desperately, I do. His mood had become rash. So do I, Betty Vanderpool answered. Then the others joined them, and Miss Vanderpool paused to talk a little. And when they went on, she was with Mary and Nigel Anstruthers, and he was with Jane, walking slowly, and somehow the others melted away, turning in a perfectly natural manner into a side path. Their own slow pace became slower. In fact, in a few moments, they were standing quite still between the green walls. Jane turned a little aside and picked off some small leaves, nervously. He saw the muslin on her chest lift quiveringly. "Oh, little Jane," he said in a big, shaky whisper. The following eyes incontinently brimmed over. Some shining drops fell on the softness of the blue muslin. "Oh, Tommy, giving up, it's no use talking at all. You mustn't think anything," he falteringly commanded, drawing nearer, because it was impossible not to do it. What he really meant, though he did not know how decorously to say it, was that she must not think that he could be moved by any tall beauty, towards the splendor of whose possessions his revered grandmother might be driving him. "I am not thinking anything," cried Jane in answer. "But she is everything and I am nothing. Just look at her and then look at me, Tommy." "I'll look at you as long as you'll let me," gulped Tommy, and he was boy enough and man enough to put a hand on each of her shoulders and drown his longing in her brimming eyes. Hannah. Mary and Miss Vanderpool were talking with a curious intimacy in another part of the garden, where they were together alone, Sir Nigel having been reattached to Lady Allanby. "You have known Sir Thomas a long time," Betty had just said. "Since we were children. Jane reminded me at the Dunholms' ball that she had played cricket with him when she was 8. "They have always liked each other," Miss Vanderpool suggested. Mary looked up at her, and the meeting of their eyes was frank to revelation. But for the clear girlish liking for herself she saw in Betty Vanderpool's, Mary would have known her next speech to be of imbecile bluntness. She had heard that Americans often had a queer, delightful understanding of unconventional things. This splendid girl was understanding her. "Oh, you see," she broke out, "you left them together on purpose." "Yes, I did." And there was a comprehension so deep in her look that Mary knew it was deeper than her own, and somehow founded on some subtler feeling than her own. "When two people want so much, care so much to be together," Miss Vanderpool added quite slowly, even as if the words rather forced themselves from her, "it seems as if the whole world ought to help them, everything in the world, the very wind and rain and sun and stars. Oh, things have no right to keep them apart." Mary stared at her, moved and fascinated. She scarcely knew that she caught at her hand. "I have never been in the state that Jane is," she poured forth. "And I can't understand how she can be such a fool, but we care about each other more than most girls do, perhaps because we have had no people. And it's the kind of thing there is no use talking against, it seems. It's killing the youngness in her. If it ends miserably, it will be as if she had had an illness, and got up from it a faded, done-for spinster with a stretch of hideous years to live. Her blue eyes will look like boiled gooseberries, because she will have cried all the color out of them. Oh, you understand, I see you do." Before she had finished, both Miss Vanderpool's hands were holding hers. I do," she said, and she did, as a year ago she had not known she could. "Is it Lady Allanby?" she ventured. "Yes, Tommy will be helplessly poor if she does not leave him her money, and she won't if he makes her angry. She is very determined. She will leave it to an awful cousin if she gets in a rage, and Tommy is not clever. He could never earn his living. Neither could Jane. They could never marry. You can't defy relatives and marry on nothing unless you are a character in a book." "Has she liked Lady Jane in the past?" Miss Vanderpool asked, as if she was, mentally, rapidly going over the ground, that she might quite comprehend everything. "Yes, she used to make rather a pet of her. She didn't like me. She was taken by Jane's meek, attentive, obedient ways. Jane was born a sweet little affectionate worm. Lady Allanby can't hate her, even now. She just pushes her out of her path." "Because," said Betty Vanderpool. Mary prefaced her answer with a brief, half-embarrassed laugh. "Because of you. Because she thinks. I don't see how she can believe he has much of a chance. I don't think she does, but she will never forgive him if he doesn't make a try at finding out whether he has one or not." "It is very businesslike," Betty made observation. Mary laughed. "We talk of American business outlook," she said, "but very few of us English people are dreamy idealists. We are of a coolness and a daring, when we are dealing with questions of this sort, I don't think you can know the thing you have brought here. You descend on a dull country place with your money and your looks, and you simply stay and amuse yourself by doing extraordinary things, as if there was no London waiting for you. Everyone knows this won't last. Next season you will be presented and have a huge success. You will be whirled about in a vortex, and people will sit on the edge and cast big strong lines, baited with the most glittering things they can get together. You won't be able to get away. Lady Allanby knows there would be no chance for Tommy then. It would be too idiotic to expect it. He must make his try now. Their eyes met again, and Miss Vanderpool looked neither shocked nor angry, but an odd small shadow swept across her face. Mary, of course, did not know that she was thinking of the thing she had realized so often, that it was not easy to detach one's self from the fact that one was Reuben S. Vanderpool's daughter. As a result of it, here one was indecently and unwillingly disturbing the lives of innocent, unassuming lovers. And so long as Sir Thomas has not tried, and found out, Lady Jane will be made unhappy. If he were to let you escape without trying, he would not be forgiven. His grandmother has had her own way all her life. But suppose, after I went away, someone else came. Mary shook her head. People like you don't happen in one neighborhood twice in a lifetime. I am 26, and you are the first I have seen. And he will only be safe if. Mary Liscombe nodded. Yes, if, she answered. It's silly and frightful, but it is true. Miss Vanderpool looked down on the grass a few moments, and then seemed to arrive at a decision. He likes you, you can make him understand things, she inquired. Yes. Then go and tell him that if he will come here and ask me a direct question, I will give him a direct answer, which will satisfy Lady Allanby. Lady Mary caught her breath. Do you know, you are the most wonderful girl I ever saw, she exclaimed, but if you only knew what I feel about Janie, and tears rushed into her eyes. I feel just the same thing about my sister, said Miss Vanderpool. I think Rosie and Lady Jane are rather alike. When Tommy tramped across the grass towards her, he was turning red and white by turns, and looking somewhat like a young man who was being marched up to a cannon's mouth. It struck him that it was an American kind of thing he was called upon to do, and he was not an American, but British from the top of his closely cropped head to the rather thick soles of his boots. He was, in truth, overwhelmed by his sense of his inadequacy to the demands of the brilliantly conceived, but unheard-of situation. Joy and terror swept over his being in waves. The tall, proud, wood-nymph look of her as she stood under a tree waiting for him would have struck his courage dead on the spot and caused him to turn and flee in anguish if she had not made a little move towards him, with a heavenly, everyday humanness in her eyes. The way she managed it was an amazing thing. He could never have managed it at all himself. She came forward and gave him her hand, and really it was her hand which held his own comparatively steady. It is for Lady Jane, she said. That prevents it from being ridiculous or improper. It is for Lady Jane. Her eyes, with a soft-touched laugh, are the color of the blue speedwell I showed you. It is the color of baby's eyes, and hers look as theirs do, as if they asked everybody not to hurt them. He actually fell upon his knee, and bending his head over her hand, kissed it half a dozen times with adoration. Good Lord, how she saw and knew. If Jane were not Jane, and you were not you, the words rushed from him, it would be the most outrageous, the most impudent thing a man ever had the cheek to do. But it is not. She did not draw her hand away, and oh, the girlish kindness of her smiling, supporting look. You came to ask me if you would marry me, Miss Vanderpool, his head bending over her hand again. I beg your pardon, oh Lord, I do. I thank you for the compliment you pay me, she answered. I like you very much, Sir Thomas, and I like you just now more than ever, but I could not marry you. I should not make you happy, and I should not be happy myself. The truth is, thinking a moment, each of us really belongs to a different kind of person, and each of knows the fact. God bless you, he said. I think you know everything in the world a woman can know and remain an angel. It was an outburst of eloquence, and she took it in the prettiest way, with the prettiest laugh, which had in it no touch of mockery or disbelief in him. What I have said is quite final. If Lady Allanby should inquire, she said, adding rather quickly, someone is coming. It pleased her to see that he did not hurry to his feet clumsily, but even stood upright, with a shade of boyish dignity, and did not release her hand before he had bent his head low over it again. Sir Nigel was bringing with him Lady Allanby, Mrs. Manners, and his wife, and when Betty met his eyes, she knew at once that he had not made his way to this particular garden without intention. He had discovered that she was with Tommy, and it had entertained him to break in upon them. "I did not intend to interrupt Sir Thomas at his devotions," he remarked to her after dinner. "Accept my apologies." "It did not matter in the least, thank you," said Betty. "I am glad to be able to say, Thomas, that you did not look an entire fool when you got up from your knees, as we came into the rose garden." Thus Lady Allanby, as their carriage turned out of Stornham village. "I'm glad myself," Tommy answered. "What were you doing there? Even if you were asking her to marry you, it was not necessary to go that far. We are not in the 17th century. Then Tommy flushed. "I did not intend to do it, I could not help it. She was so nice about everything. That girl is an angel, I told her so." "Very right and proper spirit to approach her in," answered the old woman, watching him keenly. "Was she angel enough to say she would marry you?" Tommy, for some occult reason, had the courage to stare back into his grandmother's eyes, quite as if he were a man, and not a hobbledehoy, expecting to be bullied. "She does not want me," he answered. "And I knew she wouldn't. Why should she? I did what you ordered me to do, and she answered me as I knew she would. She might have snubbed me, but she has such a way with her, such a way of saying things and understanding, well, I found myself on one knee, kissing her hand, as if I was being presented at court." Old Lady Allanby looked out on the passing landscape. "Well, you did your best," she summed the matter up at last, "if you went down on your knees involuntarily. If you had done it on purpose, it would have been unpardonable." Chapter 34. Red Godwins. Stornham Court had taken its proper position in the county, as a place which was equal to social exchange in the matter of entertainment. Sir Nigel and Lady Anstruthers had given a garden party, according to the decrees of the law obtaining in country neighbourhoods. The curiosity to behold Miss Vanderpoel, and the change which had been worked in the well-known desolation and disrepair, precluded the possibility of the refusal of any invitations sent, the recipient being in his or her right mind, and sound in wind and limb. That astonishing things had been accomplished, and that the party was a successful affair, could not but be accepted as truths. Garden parties had been heard of, were a trifle repetitional and even dull, but at this one there was real music and real dancing, and clever entertainments were given at intervals in a green-embowered little theatre, erected for the occasion. These were agreeable additions to mere food and conversation, which were capable of palling. To the garden party, the Anstruthers did not confine themselves. There were dinner parties at Stornham, and they also were successful functions. The guests were of those who make for the success of such entertainments. "I called upon Mount Dunstan this afternoon," Sir Nigel said one evening before the first of these dinners. "He might expect it, as one is asking him to dine. I wish him to be asked. The Dunholms have taken him up so tremendously that no festivity seems complete without him." He had been invited to the garden party, and had appeared, but Betty had seen little of him. It is easy to see little of a guest at an out-of-door festivity. In assisting Rosalie to attend to her visitors she had been much occupied, but she had known that she might have seen more of him, if he had intended that it should be so. He did not, for reasons of his own, intend that it should be so, and this she became aware of. So she walked, played in the bowling green, danced and talked with Westholt, Tommy Allanby and others. "He does not want to talk to me. He will not if he can avoid it," was what she said to herself. She saw that he rather sought out Mary Lithcom, who was not accustomed to receiving special attention. The two walked together, danced together, and in adjoining chairs watched the performance in the embowered theatre. Lady Mary enjoyed her companion very much, but she wondered why he had attached himself to her. Betty Vanderpoel asked herself what they talked to each other about, and did not suspect the truth, which was that they talked a good deal of herself. "Have you seen much of Miss Vanderpoel?" Lady Mary had begun by asking. "I have seen her a good deal, as no doubt you have." Lady Mary's plain face expressed a somewhat touched reflectiveness. "Do you know," she said, "that the garden parties have been a different thing this whole summer, just because one always knew one would see her at them." A short laugh from Mount Dunstan. "Jane and I have gone to every garden party within 20 miles, ever since we left the schoolroom, and we are very tired of them. But this year we have quite cheered up. When we are dressing to go to something dull, we say to each other, 'Well, at any rate, Miss Vanderpoel will be there, and we shall see what she has on and how her things are made, and that's something besides the fun of watching people make up to her, and hearing them talk about the men who want to marry her, and wonder which one she will take. She will not take anyone in this place, the nice turned-up nose slightly suggesting a derisive sniff. Who is there who is suitable? Mount Dunstan laughed shortly again. How do you know I am not an aspirant myself? He said. He had a mirthless sense of enjoyment in his own brazenness. Only he himself knew how brazen the speech was. Lady Mary looked at him with entire composure. I am quite sure you are not an aspirant for anybody, and I happen to know that you dislike moneyed international marriages. You are so obviously British that, even if I had not been told that, I should know it was true. Miss Vanderpoel herself knows it is true. Does she? Lady Alanby spoke of it to Sir Nigel, and I heard Sir Nigel tell her. Exactly the kind of unnecessary thing he would be likely to repeat. He cast the subject aside as if it were a worthless superfluity and went on. When you say there is no one suitable, you surely forget Lord Westholt. Yes, it's true I forgot him for the moment. But, with a laugh, one rather feels as if she would require a royal duke or something of that sort. You think she expects that kind of thing, rather indifferently. She doesn't think of the subject. She simply thinks of other things, of Lady Anstruthers and Udded, of the work at Stornham and the village life, which gives her new emotions and interest. She also thinks about being nice to people. She is nicer than any girl I know. You feel, however, she has a right to expect it, still without more than a casual air of interest. Well, what do you feel yourself? Said Lady Mary. Women who look like that, even when they are not millionairesses, usually marry whom they choose. I do not believe that the two beautiful Miss Gunnings rolled into one would have made anything as undeniable as she is. One has seen portraits of them. Look at her as she stands there talking to Tommy and Lord Dunholm. Internally Mount Dunstan was saying, I am looking at her, thank you, and setting his teeth a little. But Lady Mary was launched upon a subject which swept her along with it, and she, so to speak, ground the thing in. Look at the turn of her head. Look at her mouth and chin, and her eyes with the lashes sweeping over them when she looks down. You must have noticed the effect when she lifts them suddenly to look at you. It's so odd and lovely that it almost makes you jump, ended Mount Dunstan dryly. She did not laugh, and in fact, her expression became rather sympathetically serious. Ah, she said, I believe you feel a sort of rebellion against the unfairness of the way things are dealt out. It does seem unfair, of course. It would be perfectly disgraceful if she were different. I had moments of almost hating her until one day not long ago she did something so bewitchingly kind and understanding of other people's feelings that I gave up. It was clever, too, with a laugh, clever and daring. If she were a young man she would make a dashing soldier. She did not give him the details of the story, but went on to say in effect what she had said to Betty herself of the inevitable incidentalness of her stay in the country. If she had not evidently come to Stornham this year with a purpose, she would have spent the season in London and done the usual thing. Americans were generally presented promptly if they had any position, sometimes when they had not. Lady Alanby had heard that the fact that she was with her sister had awakened curiosity, and people were talking about her. Lady Alanby said, in that dry way of hers, that the arrival of an unmarried American fortune in England was becoming rather like the visit of an unmarried royalty. People ask each other what it means, and begin to arrange for it. So far, only the women have come, but Lady Alanby says that is because the men have had no time to do anything but stay at home and make the fortunes. She believes that in another generation there will be a male leisure class, and then it will swoop down too, and marry people. She was very sharp and amusing about it. She said it would help them to rid themselves of a plethora of wealth and keep them from bursting. She was an amiable, if unsentimental person, Mary Lithcom, and was, quite without ill nature, expressing the consensus of public opinion. These young women came to the country with something practical to exchange in these days, and as there were men who had certain equivalents to offer, so also there were men who had none, and whom decency should cause to stand aside. Mount Dunstan knew that when she had said, Who is there who is suitable? Any shadow of a thought of himself as being in the running had not crossed her mind. And this was not only for the reasons she had had the ready composure to name, but for one less conquerable. Later, having left Mary Lithcom, he decided to take a turn by himself. He had done his duty as a masculine guest. He had conversed with young women and old ones, had danced, visited gardens and greenhouses, and taken his part in all things. Also he had, in fact, reached a point when a few minutes of solitude seemed a good thing. He found himself turning into the clipped laurel walk, where Tommy Allanby had stood with Jane Lithcom, and he went to the end of it and stood looking out on the view. "Look at the turn of her head," Lady Mary had said. "Look at her mouth and chin." And he had been looking at them the whole afternoon, not because he had intended to do so, but because it was not possible to prevent himself from doing it. This was one of the ironies of fate. Orthodox doctrine might suggest that it was to teach him that his past rebellion had been undue. Orthodox doctrine was ever ready with these soothing little explanations. He had raged and sulked at destiny, and now he had been given something to rage for. No one knows anything about it until it takes him by the throat, he was thinking, and until it happens to a man he has no right to complain. I was not starving before. I was not hungering and thirsting in sight of food and water. I suppose one of the most awful things in the world is to feel this and know it is no use. He was not in the condition to reason calmly enough to see that there might be one chance in 1,000 that it was of use. At such times, the most intelligent of men and women lose balance and mental perspicacity. A certain degree of unreasoning madness possesses them. They see too much and too little. There were, it was true, 1,000 chances against him, but there was one for him, the chance that selection might be on his side. He had not that balance of thought left which might have suggested to him that he was a man young and powerful, and filled with an immense passion which might count for something. All he saw was that he was notably in the position of the men whom he had privately disdained when they helped themselves by marriage. Such marriages he had held were insults to the manhood of any man and the womanhood of any woman. In such unions neither party could respect himself or his companion. They must always in secret doubt each other, fret at themselves, feel distaste for the whole thing. Even if a man loved such a woman, and the feeling was mutual, to whom would it occur to believe it, to see that they were not gross and contemptible? To no one. Would it have occurred to himself that such an extenuating circumstance was possible? Certainly it would not. Pig-headed pride and obstinacy it might be, but he could not yet face even the mere thought of it, even if his whole position had not been grotesque. Because, after all, it was grotesque that he should even argue with himself, she before his eyes and the eyes of all others, the most desirable of women, people dinning it in one's ears that she was surrounded by besiegers who waited for her to hold out her scepter, and he, well, what was he? Not that his mental attitude was that of a meek and humble lover who felt himself unworthy and prostrated himself before her shrine with prayers. He was, on the contrary, a stout and obstinate Briton finding his stubbornly held beliefs made as naught by a certain obsession, an intolerable longing which wakened with him in the morning, which sank into troubled sleep with him at night, the longing to see her, to speak to her, to stand near her, to breathe the air of her. And possessed by this, full of the overpowering strength of it, was a man likely to go to a woman and say, "Give your life and desirableness to me, and incidentally support me, feed me, clothe me, keep the roof over my head as if I were an impotent beggar." "No, by God," he said, "if she thinks of me at all it shall be as a man. No, by God, I will not sink to that." Hannah. A moving touch of color caught his eye. It was the rose of a parasol seen above the laurel hedge, as someone turned into the walk. He knew the color of it and expected to see other parasols and hear voices. But there was no sound, and unaccompanied, the wonderful rose thing moved towards him. "The usual things are happening to me," was his thought as it advanced. "I am hot and cold, and just now my heart leaped like a rabbit. It would be wise to walk off, but I shall not do it. I shall stay here, because I am no longer a reasoning being. I suppose that a horse who refuses to back out of his stall when his stable is on fire feels something of the same thing." When she saw him, she made an involuntary-looking pause, and then, recovering herself, came forward. "I seem to have come in search of you," she said. "You ought to be showing someone the view really, and so ought I." "Shall we show it to each other?" was his reply. "Yes," and she sat down on the stone seat which had been placed for the comfort of view lovers. "I am a little tired, just enough to feel that to slink away for a moment alone would be agreeable. It is slinking to leave Rosalie to battle with half the county, but I shall only stay a few minutes." She sat still and gazed at the beautiful land spread before her, but there was no stillness in her mind, neither was there stillness in his. He did not look at the view, but at her, and he was asking himself what he should be saying to her if he were such a man as Westholt. Though he had boldness enough, he knew that no man, even though he is free to speak the best and most passionate thoughts of his soul, could be sure that he would gain what he desired. The good fortune of Westholt, or of any other, could but give him one man's fair chance. But having that chance, he knew he should not relinquish it soon. There swept back into his mind the story of the marriage of his ancestor, Red Godwin, and he laughed low in spite of himself. Miss Vanderpool looked up at him quickly. "Please tell me about it, if it is very amusing," she said. "I wonder if it will amuse you," was his answer. "Do you like savage romance?" "Very much." It might seem a propos de reine, but he did not care in the least. He wanted to hear what she would say. "An ancestor of mine, a certain Red Godwin, was a barbarian immensely to my taste. He became enamored of rumors of the beauty of the daughter and heiress of his bitterest enemy. In his day, when one wanted a thing, one rode forth with axe and spear to fight for it." "A simple and alluring method," commented Betty. "What was her name?" She leaned in light ease against the stone back of her seat. The rose light cast by her parasol faintly flushed her. The silence of their retreat seemed accentuated by its background of music from the gardens. They smiled a second bravely into each other's eyes, then their glances became entangled, as they had done for a moment when they had stood together in Mount Dunstan Park. For one moment, each had been held prisoner then, now it was for longer. Alleys of the sea-blue eyes. Betty tried to release herself, but could not. "Sometimes the sea is gray," she said. His own eyes were still in hers. Hers were the color of the sea on a day when the sun shines on it, and there are large fleece-white clouds floating in the blue above. They sparkled and were often like bluebells under water. "Bluebells under water sounds entrancing," said Betty. He caught his breath slightly. "They were entrancing," he said. "That was evidently the devil of it saving your presence." "I have never objected to the devil," said Betty. "He is an energetic, hard-working creature and paints himself an honest black. Please tell me the rest." "Red Godwin went forth, and after a bloody fight took his enemy's castle. If we still lived in like simple, honest times, I should take Dunholm Castle in the same way. He also took Alleys of the Eyes and bore her away captive." From such incidents developed the germs of the desire for female suffrage, Miss Vanderpool observed gently. The interest of the story lies in the fact that apparently the savage was either epicure or sentimentalist, or both. He did not treat the lady ill. He shut her in a tower chamber overlooking his courtyard, and after allowing her 3 days to weep, he began his barbarian wooing. Arraying himself in splendor, he ordered her to appear before him. He sat upon the dais in his banquet hall, his retainers gathered about him, a great feast spread. In archaic English, we are told that the board groaned beneath the weight of golden trenchers and flagons. Minstrels played and sang, while he displayed all his splendor. "They do it yet," said Miss Vanderpool, "in London and New York and other places." The next day, attended by his followers, he took her with him to ride over his lands. When she returned to her tower chamber, she had learned how powerful and great a chieftain he was. She lay softly, and was attended by many maidens, but she had no entertainment but to look out upon the great green court. There he arranged games and trials of strength and skill, and she saw him bigger, stronger, and more splendid than any other man. He did not even lift his eyes to her window. He also sent her daily a rich gift. How long did this go on? 3 months. At the end of that time, he commanded her presence again in his banquet hall. He told her the gates were opened, the drawbridge down, and an escort waiting to take her back to her father's lands, if she would. What did she do? She looked at him long and long. She turned proudly away, in the sea-blue eyes were heavy and stormy tears, which seeing. Ah, he saw them, from Miss Vanderpool. Yes, and seizing her in his arms caught her to his breast, calling for a priest to make them one within the hour. I am quoting the chronicle. I was 15 when I read it first. It is spirited, said Betty, and Red Godwin was almost modern in his methods. While professing composure and lightness of mood, the spell which works between two creatures of opposite sex, when in such case wrought in them and made them feel awkward and stiff. When each is held apart from the other by fate, or will, or circumstance, the spell is a stupefying thing, deadening even the clearness of sight and wit. I must slink back now, Betty said, rising. Will you slink back with me to give me countenance? I have greatly liked Red Godwin. So it occurred that, when Nigel Anstruthers saw them again, it was as they crossed the lawn together, and people looked up from ices and cups of tea to follow their slow progress with questioning or approving eyes. Chapter 35. The tidal wave. There was only one man to speak to, and it being the nature of the beast, so he harshly put it to himself. To be absolutely impelled to speech at such times, Mount Dunstan laid bare his breast to him, tearing aside all the coverings pride would have folded about him. The man was, of course, Penzance, and the laying bare was done the evening after the story of Red Godwin had been told in the Laurel Walk. They had driven home together in a profound silence, the elder man as deep in thought as the younger one. Penzance was thinking that there was a calmness in having reached 60, and in knowing that the pain and hunger of earlier years would not tear one again. And yet, he himself was not untorn by that which shook the man for whom his affection had grown year by year. It was evidently very bad indeed. He wondered if he would speak of it, and wished he would, not because he himself had much to say in answer, but because he knew that speech would be better than hard silence. "Stay with me tonight," Mount Dunstan said, as they drove through the avenue to the house. "I want you to dine with me and sit and talk late. I am not sleeping well." They often dined together, and the vicar not infrequently slept at the Mount for mere companionship's sake. Sometimes they read, sometimes went over accounts, planned economies, and balanced expenditures. A chamber still called the chaplain's room was always kept in readiness. It had been used in long past days, when a household chaplain had sat below the salt and left his patron's table before the sweets were served. They dined together this night almost as silently as they had driven homeward, and after the meal they went and sat alone in the library. The huge room was never more than dimly lighted, and the far-off corners seemed more darkling than usual in the insufficient illumination of the far from brilliant lamps. Mount Dunstan, after standing upon the hearth for a few minutes smoking a pipe, which would have compared ill with old Dobie's Sunday splendor, left his coffee cup upon the mantel and began to tramp up and down, out of the dim light into the shadows, back out of the shadows into the poor light. "You know," he said, "what I think about most things, you know what I feel." "I think I do." "You know what I feel about Englishmen who brand themselves as half-men and marked merchandise by selling themselves and their houses and their blood to foreign women who can buy them. You know how savage I have been at the mere thought of it. And how I have sworn." "Yes, I know what you have sworn," said Mr. Penzance. It struck him that Mount Dunstan shook, and tossed his head, rather like a bull about to charge an enemy. "You know how I have felt myself perfectly within my rights when I blackguarded such men, and sneered at such women, taking it for granted that each was merchandise of his or her kind and beneath contempt. I am not a foul-mouthed man, but I have used gross words and rough ones to describe them." "I have heard you." Mount Dunstan threw back his head with a big, harsh laugh. He came out of the shadow and stood still. "Well," he said, "I am in love, as much in love as any lunatic ever was with the daughter of Reuben S. Vanderpoel. There you are and there I am." "It has seemed to me," Penzance answered, "that it was almost inevitable. My condition is such that it seems to me that it would be inevitable in the case of any man. When I see another man look at her, my blood races through my veins with an awful fear and a wicked heat. That will show you the point I have reached." He walked over to the mantelpiece and laid his pipe down with a hand Penzance saw was unsteady. In turning over the pages of the volume of life, he said, "I have come upon the book of Revelations." "That is true," Penzance said. "Until one has come upon it one is an inchoate fool," Mount Dunstan went on. "And afterwards one is, for a time at least, a sort of madman raving to one's self, either in or out of a straitjacket, as the case may be. I am wearing the jacket, worse luck. Do you know anything of the state of a man who cannot utter the most ordinary words to a woman without being conscious that he is making mad love to her? This afternoon, I found myself telling Miss Vanderpoel the story of Red Godwin and Alice of the sea blue eyes. I did not make a single statement having any connection with myself, but throughout I was calling on her to think of herself and of me as of those two. I saw her in my own arms, with the tears of Alice on her lashes. I was making mad love, though she was unconscious of my doing it." "How do you know she was unconscious?" remarked Mr. Penzance. "You are a very strong man." Mount Dunstan's short laugh was even a little awful, because it meant so much. He let his forehead drop a moment onto his arms as they rested on the mantelpiece. "Oh my God," he said, but the next instant his head lifted itself. "It is the mystery of the world, this thing, a tidal wave gathering itself mountain high and crashing down upon one's helplessness might be as easily defied. It is supposed to disperse, I believe. That has been said so often that there must be truth in it. In 20 or 30 or 40 years, one is told one will have got over it. But one must live through the years, one must live through them, and the chief feature of one's madness is that one is convinced that they will last forever. Go on, said Mr. Penzance, because he had paused and stood biting his lip. Say all that you feel inclined to say. It is the best thing you can do. I have never gone through this myself, but I have seen and known the amazingness of it for many years. I have seen it come and go. Can you imagine, Mount Dunstan said, that the most damnable thought of all, when a man is passing through it, is the possibility of its going, anything else rather than the knowledge that years could change or death could end it. Eternity seems only to offer space for it. One knows, but one does not believe. It does something to one's brain. No scientist, howsoever profound, has ever discovered what, the vicar mused aloud. The Book of Revelations has shown to me how magnificent life might be. Mount Dunstan clenched and unclenched his hands, his eyes flashing. Magnificent, that is the word. To go to her on equal ground, to take her hands and speak one's passion as one would, as her eyes answered. Oh, one would know, to bring her home to this place, having made it as it once was, to live with her here, to be with her as the sun rose and set and the seasons changed, with the joy of life filling each of them. She is the joy of life, the very heart of it. You see where I am, you see. Yes, Penzance answered. He saw and bowed his head, and Mount Dunstan knew he wished him to continue. Sometimes of late, it has been too much for me, and I have given free rein to my fancy, knowing that there could never be more than fancy. I was doing it this afternoon as I watched her move about among the people, and Mary Lithcom began to talk about her. He smiled a grim smile. Perhaps it was an intervention of the gods to drag me down from my impious heights. She was quite unconscious that she was driving home facts like nails, the facts that every man who wanted money wanted Reuben S. Vanderpoel's daughter, and that the young lady, not being dull, was not unaware of the obvious truth, and that men with prizes to offer were ready to offer them in a proper manner. Also that she was only a brilliant bird of passage, who, in a few months, would be caught in the dazzling net of the great world, and that even Lord Westholt and Dunham Castle were not quite what she might expect. Lady Mary was sincerely interested. She drove it home in her ardor. She told me to look at her mouth and chin and eyelashes, and to make note of what she stood for in a crowd of ordinary people. I could have laughed aloud with rage and self-mockery. Mr. Penzance was resting his forehead on his hand, his elbow on his chair's arm. This is profound unhappiness, he said. It is profound unhappiness. Mount Dunstan answered by a brusque gesture. But it will pass away, went on Penzance, and not as you fear it must, in answer to another gesture, fiercely impatient. Not that way. Some day or night you will stand here together, and you will tell her all you have told me. I know it will be so. What? Mount Dunstan cried out. But the words had been spoken with such absolute conviction that he felt himself become pale. It was with the same conviction that Penzance went on. I have spent my quiet life in thinking of the forces for which we find no explanation, of the causes of which we only see the effects. Long ago, in looking at you in one of my pondering moments, I said to myself that you were of the primeval force which cannot lose its way, which sweeps a clear pathway for itself as it moves, and which cannot be held back. I said to you just now that because you are a strong man you cannot be sure that a woman you are, even in spite of yourself, making mad love to, is unconscious that you are doing it. You do not know what your strength lies in. I do not, the woman does not, but we must all feel it, whether we comprehend it or no. You said of this fine creature some time since that she was life, and you have just said again something of the same kind. It is quite true. She is life and the joy of it. You are two strong forces, and you are drawing together. He rose from his chair, and going to Mount Dunstan put his hand on his shoulder, his fine old face singularly rapt and glowing. She is drawing you and you are drawing her, and each is too strong to release the other. I believe that to be true. Both bodies and souls do it. They are not separate things. They move on their way as the stars do, they move on their way. As he spoke, Mount Dunstan's eyes looked into his fixedly. Then they turned aside and looked down upon the mantel against which he was leaning. He aimlessly picked up his pipe and laid it down again. He was paler than before, but he said no single word. You think your reasons for holding aloof from her are the reasons of a man. Mr. Penzance's voice sounded to him remote. They are the reasons of a man's pride, but that is not the strongest thing in the world. It only imagines it is. You think that you cannot go to her as a luckier man could. You think nothing shall force you to speak. Ask yourself why. It is because you believe that to show your heart would be to place yourself in the humiliating position of a man who might seem to her and to the world to be a base fellow. An impudent, pushing, base fellow, thrust in Mount Dunstan fiercely. One of a vulgar lot, a thing fancying even its beggary worth buying. What has a man, whose very name is hung with tattered ugliness, to offer? Penzance's hand was still on his shoulder, and his look at him was long. His very pride, he said at last, his very obstinacy and haughty, stubborn determination, those broken because the other feeling is the stronger and overcomes him utterly. A flush leaped to Mount Dunstan's forehead. He set both elbows on the mantel and let his forehead fall on his clenched fists, and the savage Briton rose in him. "No," he said passionately, "by God, no." "You say that," said the older man, "because you have not yet reached the end of your tether. Unhappy as you are not unhappy enough. Of the two, you love yourself the more, your pride and your stubbornness." Yes, between his teeth, I suppose I retain yet a sort of respect and affection for my pride. May God leave it to me. Penzance felt himself curiously exalted. He knew himself unreasoningly passing through an oddly unpractical, uplifted moment, in whose impelling he singularly believed. "You are drawing her and she is drawing you," he said. "Perhaps you drew each other across seas. You will stand here together and you will tell her of this, on this very spot." Mount Dunstan changed his position and laughed roughly, as if to rouse himself. He threw out his arm in a big, uneasy gesture, taking in the room. "Oh, come," he said, "you talk like a seer. Look about you. Look, I am to bring her here. If it is the primeval thing she will not care, why should she? She bring a life like hers to this. Or perhaps you mean that her own wealth might make her surroundings becoming, that a man would endure that. If it is the primeval thing, you would not care. You would have forgotten that you two had ever lived an hour apart." He spoke with a deep, moved gravity, almost as if he were speaking of the first Titan building of the earth. Mount Dunstan, staring at his delicate, insistent, elderly face, tried to laugh again, and failed because the effort seemed actually irreverent. It was a singular hypnotic moment, indeed. He himself was hypnotized. A flashlight of new vision blazed before him and left him dumb. He took up his pipe hurriedly, and with still unsteady fingers began to refill it. When it was filled, he lighted it, and then without a word of answer left the hearth and began to tramp up and down the room again, out of the dim light into the shadows, back out of the shadows, and into the dim light again, his brow working and his teeth holding hard his amber mouthpiece. The morning awakening of a normal, healthy human creature should be a joyous thing. After the soul's long hours of release from the burden of the body, its long hours spent, one can only say in awe at the mystery of it, away, away, in flight perhaps on broad, tireless wings, beating softly in fair, far skies, breathing pure life, to be brought back to renew the strength of each dawning day. After these hours of quiescence of limb and nerve and brain, the morning life returning should unseal for the body clear eyes of peace at least. In time to come this will be so, when the soul's wings are stronger, the body more attuned to infinite law, and the race a greater power. But as yet it often seems as though the winged thing came back a lagging and reluctant rebel against its fate, and the chain which draws it back a prisoner to its toil. It had seemed so often to Mount Dunstan, oftener than not. Youth should not know such awakening, he was well aware, but he had known it sometimes even when he had been a child, and since his return from his ill-starred struggle in America, the dull and reluctant facing of the day had become a habit. Yet on the morning after his talk with his friend, the curious, uplifted, unpractical talk which had seemed to hypnotize him, he knew when he opened his eyes to the light that he had awakened as a man should awake, with an unreasoning sense of pleasure in the life and health of his own body, as he stretched mighty limbs, strong after the night's rest, and feeling that there was work to be done. It was all unreasoning. There was no more to be done than on those other days which he had wakened to with bitterness, because they seemed useless and empty of any worth. But this morning the mere light of the sun was of use, the rustle of the small breeze in the leaves, the soft floating past of the white clouds, the mere fact that the great blind-faced, stately house was his own, that he could tramp far over lands which were his heritage, unfed though they might be, and that the very rustics who would pass him in the lanes were, so to speak, his own people, that he had name, life, even the common thing of hunger for his morning food, it was all of use. An alluring picture, of a certain deep, clear bathing pool in the park rose before him. It had not called to him for many a day, and now he saw its dark blueness gleam between flags and green rushes in its encircling thickness of shrubs and trees. He sprang from his bed, and in a few minutes was striding across the grass of the park, his towels over his arm, his head thrown back as he drank in the freshness of the morning-scented air. It was scented with dew and grass and the breath of waking trees and growing things. Early twitters and thrills were to be heard here and there, insisting on morning joyfulness. Rabbits frisked about among the fine-grassed hummocks of their warren, and as he passed, scuttled back into their holes, with a whisking of short white tails, at which he laughed with friendly amusement. Cropping stags lifted their antlered heads, and fawns with dappled sides and immense lustrous eyes gazed at him without actual fear, even while they sidled closer to their mothers. A skylark springing suddenly from the grass a few yards from his feet made him stop short once and stand looking upward and listening. Who could pass by a skylark at 5 o'clock on a summer's morning, the little heavenly light heart circling and wheeling, showering down diamonds, showering down pearls, from its tiny pulsating, trilling throat? Do you know why they sing like that? It is because all but the joy of things has been kept hidden from them. They knew nothing but life and flight and mating and the gold of the sun. So they sing. That she had once said. He listened until the jeweled rain seemed to have fallen into his soul. Then he went on his way smiling as he knew he had never smiled in his life before. He knew it because he realized that he had never before felt the same vigorous, light normality of spirit, the same sense of being as other men. It was as though something had swept a great clear space about him, and having room for air, he breathed deep and was glad of the commonest gifts of being. The bathing pool had been the greatest pleasure of his uncared-for boyhood. No one knew which long-passed-away Mount Dunstan had made it. The oldest villager had told him that it had always been there, even in his father's time. Since he himself had known it, he had seen that it was kept at its best. Its dark blue depths reflected in their pellucid clearness the water plants growing at its edge and the enclosing shrubs and trees. The turf bordering it was velvet thick and green, and a few flagsteps led down to the water. Birds came there to drink and bathe and preen and dress their feathers. He knew there were often nests in the bushes, sometimes the nests of nightingales, who filled the soft darkness or moonlight of early June with the wonderfulness of nesting song. Sometimes a straying fawn poked in a tender nose, and after drinking delicately stole away, as if it knew itself a trespasser. To undress and plunge headlong into the dark sapphire water was a rapturous thing. He swam swiftly and slowly by turns. He floated, looking upward at heaven's blue, listening to birds' song and inhaling all the fragrance of the early day. Strength grew in him, and life pulsed as the water lapped his limbs. He found himself thinking with pleasure of a long walk he intended to take to see a farmer he must talk to about his hop gardens. He found himself thinking with pleasure of other things, as simple and common to everyday life. Such things as he ordinarily faced merely because he must, since he could not afford an experienced bailiff. He was his own bailiff, his own steward merely, he had often thought, an unsuccessful farmer of half-starved lands. But this morning neither he nor they seemed so starved, and for no reason, there was a future of some sort. He emerged from his pool glowing, the turf feeling like velvet beneath his feet, a fine light in his eyes. Yes, he said, throwing out his arms in a lordly stretch of physical well-being, it might be a magnificent thing, mere strong living. This is magnificent. Chapter 36. By the roadside everywhere. His breakfast and the talk over it with Penzance seemed good things. It suddenly had become worth while to discuss the approaching hop harvest and the yearly influx of the hop pickers from London. Yesterday, the subject had appeared discouraging enough. The great hop gardens of the estate had been in times past its most prolific source of agricultural revenue, and the boast and wonder of the hop-growing county. The neglect and scant food of the lean years had cost them their reputation. Each season they had needed smaller bands of hoppers, and their standard had been lowered. It had been his habit to think of them gloomily, as of hopeless and irretrievable loss. Because this morning, for a remote reason, the pulse of life beat strong in him, he was taking a new view. Might not study of the subject, constant attention, and the application of all available resource to one end produce appreciable results? The idea presented itself in the form of a thing worth thinking of. It would provide an outlook and give one work to do. He put it to his companion. To have a roof over one's head, a sound body and work to do is not so bad. Such things form the whole of G. Selden's cheerful aim. His spirit is a light within me. I will walk over and talk to Bolter. Bolter was a farmer whose struggle to make ends meet was almost too much for him. Holdings whose owners, either through neglect or lack of money, have failed to do their duty as landlords in the matter of repairs of farmhouses, outbuildings, fences, and other things, gradually fall into poor hands. Resourceful and prosperous farmers do not care to hold lands under unprosperous landlords. There were farms lying vacant on the Mount Dunstan estate. There were others whose tenants were uncertain rent-payers or slipshod workers or dishonest in small ways. Waste or sale of the fertilizer which should have been given to the soil as its due. Neglect in the case of things whose decay meant depreciation of property and expense to the landlord were dishonesties. But Mount Dunstan knew that if he turned out Thorn and Fiddle, whom no watching could wholly frustrate in their tricks, Undermount Farm and Oakfield Rise would stand empty for many a year. But for his poverty Bolter would have been a good tenant enough. He was in trouble now because, though his hops promised well, he faced difficulties in the matter of pickers. Last year he had not been able to pay satisfactory prices in return for labor, and as a result the prospect of securing good workers was an unpromising one. The hordes of men, women, and children who flock year after year to the hop-growing districts know each other. They learn also which may be called the good neighborhoods and which the bad, the gardens whose holders are considered satisfactory as masters, and those who are undesirable. They know by experience or report where the best huts are provided, where tents are supplied, and where one must get along as one can. Generally, the regular flocks are under a captain, who gathers his followers each season, manages them, and looks after their interests and their employers. In some cases, the same captain brings his regiment to the same gardens year after year, and ends by counting himself as of the soil, and almost of the family of his employer. Each hard, thick-fogged winter, they fight through in their East End courts and streets. They look forward to the open-air weeks, spent between long, narrow green groves of tall garlanded poles, whose wreathings hang thick with fresh and pungent-scented hop clusters. Children play often in dingy rooms and alleys, and talk to each other of days when the sun shone hot and birds were singing and flowers smelling sweet in the hedgerows, of others when the rain streamed down and made mud of the soft earth. And yet there was pleasure in the gypsying life, and high cheer in the fire of sticks built in the field by some bold spirit, who hung over it a tin kettle to boil for tea. They never forgot the gentry they had caught sight of riding or driving by on the road, the parson who came to talk, and the occasional groups of ladies from the great house, who came into the gardens to walk about and look at the bins and ask queer questions in their gentry-sounding voices. They never knew anything, and they always seemed to be entertained. Sometimes there were enterprising, laughing ones, who asked to be shown how to strip the hops into the bins, and after being shown played at the work for a little while, taking off their gloves and showing white fingers with rings on. They always looked as if they had just been washed, and as if all of their clothes were fresh from the tub, and when anyone stood near them, it was observable that they smelt nice. Generally, they gave pennies to the children before they left the garden, and sometimes shillings to the women. The hop-picking was, in fact, a wonderful blend of work and holiday combined. Mount Dunstan had liked the hopping from his first memories of it. He could recall his sensations of welcoming a renewal of interesting things, when, season after season, he had begun to mark the early stragglers on the road. The stragglers were not of the class gathered under captains. They were derelicts, tramps who spent their summers on the highways and their winters in such workhouses as would take them in. Tinkers, who differ from the tramps only because sometimes they owned a rickety cart full of strange household goods and drunken tenth-hand perambulators piled with dirty bundles and babies, these last propelled by robust or worn-out, slatternly women who sat by the small roadside fire stirring the battered pot or tending the battered kettle, when resting time had come and food must be cooked. Gypsies there were who had cooking fires also, and hobbled horses cropping the grass. Now and then appeared a grand one, who was rumored to be a lee and therefore royal, and who came and lived regally in a gaily painted caravan. During the late summer weeks, one began to see slouching figures tramping along the high road at intervals. These were men who were old, men who were middle-aged, and some who were young, all of them more or less dust-grimed, weather-beaten, or ragged. Occasionally one was to be seen in heavy beery slumber under the hedgerow, or lying on the grass smoking lazily, or with painful thrift cobbling up a hole in a garment. Such as these were drifting in early that they might be on the ground when pickers were wanted. They were the forerunners of the regular army. On his walk to West Ways, the farm Bolter lived on, Mount Dunstan passed 2 or 3 of these strays. They were the usual flotsam and jetsam, but on the roadside near a hop garden, he came upon a group of an aspect so unusual that it attracted his attention. Its unusualness consisted in its air of exceeding bustling cheerfulness. It was a domestic group of the most luckless type, and ragged, dirty, and worn by an evidently long tramp, might well have been expected to look forlorn, discouraged, and out of spirits. A slouching father of 5 children, one plainly but a few weeks old, and slung in a dirty shawl at its mother's breast. An unhealthy-looking slattern mother, 2 ancient perambulators, one piled with dingy bundles and cooking utensils, the 7-year-old eldest girl unpacking things, and keeping an eye at the same time on the 2 youngest, who were neither of them old enough to be steady on their feet, the 6-year-old gleefully aiding the slouching father to build the wayside fire. The mother sat upon the grass nursing her baby and staring about her, with an expression at once stupefied and illuminated by some temporary bliss. Even the slouching father was grinning, as if good luck had befallen him, and the 2 youngest were tumbling about with squeals of good cheer. This was not the humor in which such a group usually dropped wearily on the grass at the wayside to eat its meager and uninviting meal and rest its dragging limbs. As he drew near, Mount Dunstan saw that at the woman's side there stood a basket full of food and a can full of milk. Ordinarily he would have passed on, but perhaps because of the human glow the morning had brought him, he stopped and spoke. "Have you come for the hopping?" he asked. The man touched his forehead, apparently not conscious that the grin was yet on his face. "Yes, sir," he answered. "How far have you walked?" "A good 50 miles since we started, sir. It took us a good bit. We was pretty done up when we stopped here, but we've 'ad a wonderful piece of good luck." And his grin broadened immensely. "I am glad to hear that," said Mount Dunstan. The good luck was plainly of a nature to have excited them greatly. Chance good luck did not happen to people like themselves. They were in the state of mind which in their class can only be relieved by talk. The woman broke in, her weak mouth and chin quite unsteady. "Seems like it can't be true, sir," she said. "I'd only just come out of the Union after this one," signifying the new baby at her breast. "I wasn't fit to drag along day after day. We 'ad to stop ere 'cause I was near fainting away." She looked fair white when she sat down, put in the man, like she was goin' off. "And that very minute," said the woman, "a young lady came by on 'orseback, and the minute she sees me she stops her 'orse and gets down." "I never seen nothing like the quick way she done it," said the husband. "Sharp, like she was a soldier under order, down and give the bridle to the groom and comes over. And kneels down, the woman took him up, right by me and says, 'What's the matter? What can I do?' And finds out in 2 minutes and sends to the farm for some brandy and all this basketful of stuff, jerking her head towards the treasure at her side, and gives I.M., with another jerk towards her mate, money enough to 'elp us along till I'm fair on my feet. That quick it was, that quick," passing her hand over her forehead, as if it wasn't for the basket, with a nervous, half-hysteric giggle. "I wouldn't believe but what it was a dream, I wouldn't." "She was a very kind young lady," said Mount Dunstan, "and you were in luck." He gave a few coppers to the children and strode on his way. The glow was hot in his heart, and he held his head high. "She has gone by," he said. "She has gone by." He knew he should find her at West Ways Farm, and he did so. Slim and straight as a young birch tree, and elate with her ride in the morning air, she stood silhouetted in her black habit against the ancient whitewashed brick porch as she talked to Bolter. "I have been drinking a glass of milk and asking questions about hops," she said, giving him her hand bare of glove. "Until this year I have never seen a hop garden or a hop picker." After the exchange of a few words Bolter respectfully melted away, and left them together. "It was such a wonderful day that I wanted to be out under the sky for a long time, to ride a long way," she explained. "I have been looking at hop gardens as I rode. I have watched them all the summer, from the time when there was only a little thing with 2 or 3 pale green leaves looking imploringly all the way up to the top of each immensely tall hop pole, from its place in the earth at the bottom of it, as if it was saying over and over again under its breath, 'Can I get up there? Can I get up? Can I do it in time? Can I do it in time?' Yes, that was what they were saying, the little bold things. I have watched them ever since, putting out tendrils and taking hold of the poles and pulling and climbing like little acrobats, and curling round and unfolding leaves and more leaves, until at last they threw them out as if they were beginning to boast that they could climb up into the blue of the sky if the summer were long enough. And now, look at them. Her hand waved towards the great gardens. Forests of them, cool green pathways and avenues with leaf canopies over them. You have seen it all, he said. You do see things, don't you? A few hundred yards down the road I passed something you had seen. I knew it was you who had seen it, though the poor wretches had not heard your name. She hesitated a moment, then stooped down and took up in her hand a bit of pebbled earth from the pathway. There was storm in the blue of her eyes as she held it out for him to look at as it lay on the bare rose flesh of her palm. See, she said, see, it is like that what we give, it is like that. And she tossed the earth away. It does not seem like that to those others. No, thank God, it does not. But to oneself it is the mere luxury of self-indulgence, and the realization of it sometimes tempts one to be even a trifle morbid. Don't you see? A sudden thrill in her voice startled him. They are on the roadside everywhere all over the world. Yes, all over the world. Once when I was a child of 10, I read a magazine article about the suffering millions and the monstrously rich, who were obviously to blame for every starved sob and cry. It almost drove me out of my childish senses. I went to my father and threw myself into his arms in a violent fit of crying. I clung to him and sobbed out, "Let us give it all away. Let us give it all away and be like other people." What did he say? He said we could never be quite like other people. We had a certain load to carry along the highway. It was the thing the whole world wanted, and which we ourselves wanted as much as the rest, and we could not sanely throw it away. It was my first lesson in political economy, and I abhorred it. I was a passionate child and beat furiously against the stone walls enclosing present suffering. It was horrible to know that they could not be torn down. I cried out, "When I see anyone who is miserable by the roadside, I shall stop and give him everything he wants, everything." I was 10 years old and thought it could be done. But you stop by the roadside even now. Yes, that one can do. You are two strong creatures and you draw each other, Penzance had said. Perhaps you drew each other across seas, who knows? Coming to West Ways on a chance errand he had, as it were, found her awaiting him on the threshold. On her part she had certainly not anticipated seeing him there, but, when one rides far afield in the sun, there are roads towards which one turns as if answering a summoning call, and as her horse had obeyed a certain touch of the rein at a certain point, her cheek had felt momentarily hot. Until later, when the picking had fairly begun, the kilns would not be at work, but there was some interest even now in going over the ground for the first time. I have never been inside an oast house, she said. Bolter is going to show me his and explain technicalities. May I come with you? He asked. There was a change in him. Something had lighted in his eyes since the day before when he had told her his story of Red Godwin. She wondered what it was. They went together over the place, escorted by Bolter. They looked into the great circular ovens, on whose floors the hops would be laid for drying. They mounted ladder-like steps to the upper room where, when dried, the same hops would lie in soft, light piles, until pushed with wooden shovels into the long pokes, to be pressed and packed into a solid marketable mass. Bolter was allowed to explain the technicalities, but it was plain that Mount Dunstan was familiar with all of them, and it was he who, with a sentence here and there, gave her the color of things. When it is being done there is nearly always outside a touch of the sharp sweetness of early autumn. He said, the sun slanting through the little window falls on the pale yellow heaps, and there is a pungent scent of hops in the air which is rather intoxicating. I am coming later to see the entire process, she answered. It was a mere matter of seeing common things together and exchanging common speech concerning them, but each was so strongly conscious of the other that no sentence could seem wholly impersonal. There are times when the whole world is personal to a mood whose intensity seems a reason for all things. Words are of small moment when the mere sound of a voice makes an unreasonable joy. There was that touch of sharp autumn sweetness in the air yesterday morning, she said. And the chaplets of briony berries that look as if they had been thrown over the hedges are beginning to change to scarlet here and there. The wild rose haws are reddening, and so are the clusters of berries on the thorn trees and bushes. There are millions of them, Mount Dunstan said, and in a few weeks' time they will look like bunches of crimson coral. When the sun shines on them, they will be wonderful to see. What was there in such speeches as these to draw any two nearer and nearer to each other as they walked side by side, to fill the morning air with an intensity of life, to seem to cause the world to drop away and become as nothing. As they had been isolated during their waltz in the crowded ballroom at Dunholm Castle, So they were isolated now. When they stood in the narrow green groves of the hop garden, talking simply of the placing of the bins and the stripping and measuring of the vines, there might have been no human thing within 100 miles, within 1,000. For the first time his height and strength conveyed to her an impression of physical beauty. His walk and bearing gave her pleasure. When he turned his red-brown eyes upon her suddenly, she was conscious that she liked their color, their shape, the power of the look in them. On his part, he for the 20th time found himself newly moved by the dower nature had bestowed on her. Had the world ever held before a woman creature so much to be longed for? Abnormal wealth, New York and Fifth Avenue notwithstanding, a man could only think of folding arms round her and whispering in her lovely ear, follies, oaths, prayers, gratitude. And yet as they went about together there was growing in Betty Vanderpoel's mind a certain realization. It grew in spite of the recognition of the change in him, the new thing lighted in his eyes. Whatsoever he felt, if he felt anything, he would never allow himself speech. How could he? In his place she could not speak herself, because he was the strong thing which drew her thoughts. He would not come to any woman only to cast at her feet a burden which, in the nature of things, she must take up. And suddenly she comprehended that the mere obstinate Briton in him, even apart from greater things, had an immense attraction for her. As she liked now the red-brown color of his eyes and saw beauty in his rugged features, so she liked his British stubbornness and the pride which would not be beat. It is the unconquerable thing which leads them in their battles and makes them bear any horror rather than give in. They have taken half the world with it. They are like bulldogs and lions, she thought. And I am glorying in it. Do you know, said Mount Dunstan, that sometimes you suddenly fling out the most magnificent flag of color, as if some splendid flame of thought had sent up a blaze. I hope it is not a habit, she answered. When one has a splendid flare of thought one should be modest about it. What was there worth recording in the whole hour they spent together? Outwardly there had only been a chance meeting and a mere passing by. But each left something with the other and each learned something, and the record made was deep. At last she was on her horse again, on the road outside the white gate. This morning has been so much to the good, he said. I had thought that perhaps we might scarcely meet again this year. I shall become absorbed in hops and you will no doubt go away. You will make visits or go to the Riviera or to New York for the winter. I do not know yet, but at least I shall stay to watch the thorn trees load themselves with coral. To herself she was saying, he means to keep away, I shall not see him. As she rode off Mount Dunstan stood for a few moments, not moving from his place. At a short distance from the farmhouse gate a side lane opened upon the highway, and as she cantered in its direction, a horseman turned in from it. A man who was young and well-dressed, and who sat well a spirited animal. He came out upon the road almost face to face with Miss Vanderpoel, and from where he stood, Mount Dunstan could see his delighted smile as he lifted his hat in salute. It was Lord Westholt, and what more natural than that, after an exchange of greetings, the two should ride together on their way. For nearly 3 miles, their homeward road would be the same. But in a breath's space Mount Dunstan realized a certain truth, a simple, elemental thing. All the exaltation of the morning swooped and fell as a bird seems to swoop and fall through space. It was all over and done with, and he understood it. His normal awakening in the morning, the physical and mental elation of the first clear hours, the spring of his foot as he had trod the road, had all had but one meaning. In some occult way the hypnotic talk of the night before had formed itself into a reality, fantastic and unreasoning as it had been. Some insistent inner consciousness had seized upon and believed it in spite of him, and had set all his waking being in tune to it. That was the explanation of his undue spirits and hope. If Penzance had spoken a truth he would have had a natural, sane right to feel all this and more. But the truth was that he, in his guise, was one of those who are on the roadside everywhere all over the world. Poetically figurative as the thing sounded, it was prosaic fact. So, still hearing the distant sounds of the hoofs beating in cheerful diminuendo on the roadway, he turned about and went back to talk to Bolter. Chapter 37. Closed corridors. To spend one's days perforce in an enormous house alone is a thing likely to play unholy tricks with a man's mind and lead it to gloomy workings. To know the existence of 100 or so of closed doors shut on the darkness of unoccupied rooms, to be conscious of flights of unmounted stairs, of stretches of untrodden corridors, of unending walls, from which the pictured eyes of long dead men and women stare, as if seeing things which human eyes behold not, is an eerie and unwholesome thing. Mount Dunstan slept in a large four-post bed in a chamber in which he might have died, or been murdered a score of times, without being able to communicate with the remote servants' quarters below stairs, where lay the one man and one woman who attended him. When he came late to his room, and prepared for sleep by the light of two flickering candles, the silence of the dead in tombs was about him. But it was only a more profound and insistent thing than the silence of the day, because it was the silence of the night, which is a presence. He used to tell himself with secret smiles at the fact that at certain times the fantasy was half believable, that there were things which walked about softly at night, things which did not want to be dead. He himself had picked them out from among the pictures in the gallery, pretty, light, petulant women, adventurous-eyed, full-blooded, eager men. His theory was that they hated their stone coffins, and fought their way back through the gray mists to try to talk and make love, and to be seen of warm things which were alive. But it was not to be done, because they had no bodies and no voices, and when they beat upon closed doors they would not open. Still they came back. And sometimes there was a rustle and a sweep through the air in a passage, or a creak, or a sense of waiting which was almost a sound. Perhaps some of them have gone when they have been as I am, he had said one black night, when he had sat in his room staring at the floor. If a man was dragged out when he had not lived a day, he would come back. I should come back if God. A man could not be dragged away like this. And to sit alone and think of it was an awful and a lonely thing. But loneliness was nothing new, only that in these months his had strangely intensified itself. This, though he was not aware of it, was because the soul and body which were the completing parts of him were within reach, and without it. When he went down to breakfast, he sat singly at his table, round which 20 people might have laughed and talked. Between the dining room and the library he spent his days when he was not out of doors. Since he could not afford servants, the many other rooms must be kept closed. It was a ghastly and melancholy thing to make, as he must sometimes, a sort of precautionary visit to the state apartments. He was the last Mount Dunstan, and he would never see them opened again for use, but so long as he lived under the roof he might by prevision check, in a measure, the too rapid encroachments of decay. To have a leak stopped here, a nail driven or a support put there, seemed decent things to do. "Whom am I doing it for?" he said to Mr. Penzance. "I am doing it for myself because I cannot help it. The place seems to me like some gorgeous old warrior come to the end of his days. It has stood the war of things for century after century, the war of things. It is going now. I am all that is left to it. It is all I have, so I patch it up when I can afford it with a crutch or a splint and a bandage." Late in the afternoon of the day on which Miss Vanderpool rode away from West Ways with Lord Westholt, a stealthy and darkly purple cloud rose, lifting its ominous bulk against a chrysoprase and pink horizon. It was the kind of cloud which speaks of but one thing to those who watch clouds, or even casually consider them. So Lady Anstruthers felt some surprise when she saw Sir Nigel mount his horse before the stone steps, and ride away, as it were, into the very heart of the coming storm. "Nigel will be caught in the rain," she said to her sister. "I wonder why he goes out now. It would be better to wait until tomorrow." But Sir Nigel did not think so. He had calculated matters with some nicety. He was not exactly on such terms with Mount Dunstan as would make a casual call seem an entirely natural thing, and he wished to drop in upon him for a casual call, and in an unpremeditated manner. He meant to reach the Mount about the time the storm broke, under which circumstance nothing could bear more lightly an air of being unpremeditated than to take refuge in a chance passing. Mount Dunstan was in the library. He had sat smoking his pipe while he watched the purple cloud roll up and spread itself, blotting out the chrysoprase and pink and blue, and when the branches of the trees began to toss about he had looked on with pleasure as the rush of big raindrops came down and pelted things. It was a fine storm, and there were some imposing claps of thunder and jagged flashes of lightning. As one splendid rattle shook the air he was surprised to hear a summons at the great hall door. Who on earth could be turning up at this time? His man Reeve announced the arrival a few moments later, and it was Sir Nigel Anstruthers. He had, he explained, been riding through the village when the deluge descended, and it had occurred to him to turn in at the park gates and ask a temporary shelter. Mount Dunstan received him with sufficient courtesy. His appearance was not a thing to rejoice over, but it could be endured. Whiskey and soda and a smoke would serve to pass the hour, if the storm lasted so long. Conversation was not the easiest thing in the world under the circumstances, but Sir Nigel led the way steadily after he had taken his seat and accepted the hospitalities offered. What a place it was, this! He had been struck for the 100th time with the impressiveness of the mass of it, the sweep of the park, and the splendid grouping of the timber as he had ridden up the avenue. There was no other place like it in the county. Was there another like it in England? Not in its case, I hope, Mount Dunstan said. There were a few seconds of silence. The rain poured down in splashing sheets and was swept in rattling gusts against the window panes. What the place needs is an heiress, Anstruthers observed in the tone of a practical man. I believe I have heard that your views of things are such that she should preferably not be an American. Mount Dunstan did not smile, though he slightly showed his teeth. When I am driven to the wall, he answered, I may not be fastidious as to nationality. Nigel Anstruther's manner was not a bad one. He chose that tone of casual openness which, while it does not wholly commit itself, may be regarded as suggestive of the amiable half-confidence of speeches made as man to man. My own opportunity of studying the genus American heiress within my own gates is a first-class one. I find that it knows what it wants, and that its intention is to get it. A short laugh broke from him as he flicked the ash from his cigar on to the small bronze receptacle at his elbow. It is not many years since it would have been difficult for a girl to be frank enough to say, when I marry I shall ask something in exchange for what I have to give. There are not many who have as much to give, said Mount Dunstan coolly. True, with a slight shrug. You are thinking that men are glad enough to take a girl like that, even one who has not a shape like Diana's and eyes like the sea. Yes, by George, softly, and narrowing his lids, she is a handsome creature. Mount Dunstan did not attempt to refute the statement, and Anstruthers laughed low again. It is an asset she knows the value of quite clearly. That is the interesting part of it. She has inherited the far-seeing commercial mind. She does not object to admitting it. She educated herself in delightful cold blood that she might be prepared for the largest prize appearing upon the horizon. She held things in view when she was a child at school, and obviously attacked her French, German, and Italian conjugations with a 12-year-old eye on the future. Mount Dunstan, leaning back carelessly in his chair, laughed as it seemed with him. Internally he was saying that the man was a liar who might always be trusted to lie, but he knew with shamed fury that the lies were doing something to his soul, rolling dark vapors over it, stinging him, dragging away props, and making him feel they had been foolish things to lean on. This can always be done with a man in love who has slight foundation for hope. For some mysterious and occult reason civilization has elected to treat the strange and great passion as if it were an unholy and indecent thing, whose dominion over him proper social training prevents any man from admitting openly. In passing through its cruelest phases, he must bear himself as if he were immune, and this being the custom, he may be called upon to endure much without the relief of striking out with manly blows. An enemy guessing his case and possessing the infernal gift whose joy is to dishearten and do hurt with courteous despitefulness, may plant a poisoned arrow here and there with neatness and fine touch, while his bound victim can, with decency, neither start, nor utter brave howls, nor guard himself, but must sit still and listen, hospitably supplying smoke and drink, and being careful not to make an ass of himself. Therefore Mount Dunstan pushed the cigars nearer to his visitor and waved his hand hospitably towards the whiskey and soda. There was no reason, in fact, why Anstruthers, or anyone indeed but Penzance, should suspect that he had become somewhat mad in secret. The man's talk was marked merely by the lightly disparaging malice, which was rarely to be missed from any speech of his which touched on others. Yet it might have been a thing arranged beforehand, to suggest adroitly either lies or truth, which would make a man see every sickeningly good reason for feeling that in this contest he did not count for a man at all. It has all been pretty obvious, said Sir Nigel. There is a sort of cynicism in the openness of the siege. My impression is that almost every youngster who has met her has taken a shot. Tommy Allanby scrambling up from his knees in one of the rose gardens was a satisfying sight. His much-talked-of passion for Jane Lithcom was temporarily in abeyance. The rain swirled in a torrent against the window, and casually glancing outside at the tossing gardens, he went on. She is enjoying herself. Why not? She has the spirit of the huntress. I don't think she talks nonsense about friendship to the captives of her bow and spear. She knows she can always get what she wants. A girl like that must have an arrogance of mind. And she is not a young saint. She is one of the women born with the look in her eyes. I own I should not like to be in the place of any primeval poor brute who really went mad over her and counted her millions as so much dirt. Mount Dunstan answered with a shrug of his big shoulders. Apparently, he would seem as remote from the reason of today as the men who lived on the land when Hengist and Horsa came, or when Caesar landed at Deal. He would seem as remote to her, with a shrug also. I should not like to contend that his point of view would not interest her or that she would particularly discourage him. Her eyes would call him, without malice or intention, no doubt, but your early Briton Seorl or Earl would be as well understood by her. Your New York beauty who has lived in the marketplace knows principally the prices of things. He was not ill-pleased with himself. He was putting it well and getting rather even with her. If this fellow with his shut mouth had a sore spot hidden anywhere he was giving him to think, and he would find himself thinking, while whatsoever he thought, he would be obliged to continue to keep his ugly mouth shut. The great idea was to say things without saying them, to set your hearer's mind to saying them for you. What strikes one most is a sort of commercial brilliance in her, taking up his thread again after a smilingly reflective pause. It quite exhilarates one by its novelty. There's spice in it. We English have not a look in when we are dealing with Americans, and yet France calls us a nation of shopkeepers. My impression is that their women take little inventories of every house they enter, of every man they meet. I heard her once speaking to my wife about this place, as if she had lived in it. She spoke of the closed windows and the state of the gardens, of broken fountains and fallen arches. She evidently deplored the deterioration of things which represented capital. She has inventoried Dunhome, no doubt. That will give Westholt a chance. But she will do nothing until after her next year's season in London, that I'd swear. I look forward to next year. It will be worth watching. She has been training my wife. A sister who has married an Englishman and has at least spent some years of her life in England has a certain established air. When she is presented, one knows she will be a sensation. After that, he hesitated a moment, smiling not too pleasantly. After that, said Mount Dunstan, the deluge. Exactly, the deluge which usually sweeps girls off their feet, but it will not sweep her off hers. She will stand quite firm in the flood and lose sight of nothing of importance which floats past. Mount Dunstan took him up. He was sick of hearing the fellow's voice. There will be a good many things, he said. There will be great personages and small ones, pomps and vanities, glittering things and heavy ones. When she sees what she wants, said Anstruthers, she will hold out her hand, knowing it will come to her. The things which drown will not disturb her. I once made the blunder of suggesting that she might need protection against the importunate, as if she had been an English girl. It was an idiotic thing to do. Because Mount Dunstan for the moment had lost his head, Anstruthers had maddeningly paused. She answered that if it became necessary she might perhaps be able to protect herself. She was as cool and frank as a boy. No airpins about it, merely consciousness of being able to put things in their right places, made a mere male relative feel like a fool. When are things in their right places? To his credit be it spoken, Mount Dunstan managed to say it as if in the mere putting together of idle words. What man likes to be reminded of his right place? No man wants to be put in his right place. There is always another place which seems more desirable. She knows if we others do not. I suppose my right place is at Stornham, conducting myself as the brother-in-law of a fair American should. I suppose yours is here, shut up among your closed corridors and locked doors. There must be a lot of them in a house like this. Don't you sometimes feel it too large for you? Always, answered Mount Dunstan. The fact that he added nothing else and met a rapid side glance with unmoving red-brown eyes gazing out from under rugged brows perhaps irritated Anstruthers. He had been rather enjoying himself, but he had not enjoyed himself enough. There was no denying that his plaything had not openly flinched. Plainly he was not good at flinching. Anstruthers wondered how far a man might go. He tried again. She likes the place, though she has a natural disdain for its condition. That is practical American. Things which are going to pieces because money is not spent upon them, mere money, of which all the people who count for anything have so much, are inevitably rather disdained. They are out of it, but she likes the estate. As he watched Mount Dunstan he felt sure he had got it at last, the right thing. If you were a duke with 50,000 a year, with a distinctly nasty, amicably humorous faint laugh, she would, by the Lord I believe, she would take it over and you with it. Mount Dunstan got up. In his rough walking tweeds he looked overbig, and heavy and perilous. For 2 seconds Nigel Anstruthers would not have been surprised if he had without warning slapped his face, or knocked him over, or whirled him out of his chair and kicked him. He would not have liked it, but for 2 seconds it would have been no surprise. In fact, he instinctively braced his not too firm muscles, but nothing of the sort occurred. During the 2 seconds, perhaps 3. Mount Dunstan stood still and looked down at him. The brief space at an end, he walked over to the hearth and stood with his back to the big fireplace. "You don't like her," he said, and his manner was that of a man dealing with a matter of fact. "Why do you talk about her?" He had got away again, quite away. An ugly flush shot over Anstruther's face. There was one more thing to say, whether it was idiotic to say it or not. Things can always be denied afterwards, should denial appear necessary, and for the moment his special devil possessed him. "I do not like her," and his mouth twisted. "Do I not? I am not an old woman, I am a man like others, I chance to like her too much." There was a short silence. Mount Dunstan broke it. Then, he remarked, "You had better emigrate to some country with a climate which suits you. I should say that England, for the present, does not." "I shall stay where I am," answered Anstruthers with a slight hoarseness of voice which made it necessary for him to clear his throat. "I shall stay where she is. I will have that satisfaction at least. She does not mind. I am only a rackety, middle-aged brother-in-law, and she can take care of herself. As I told you, she has the spirit of the huntress." "Look here," said Mount Dunstan, quite without haste, and with an iron civility. "I am going to take the liberty of suggesting something. If this thing is true, it would be as well not to talk about it." "As well for me, or for her," and there was a serene significance in the query. Mount Dunstan thought a few seconds. "I confess," he said slowly, and he planted his fine blow between the eyes well and with directness. "I confess that it would not have occurred to me to ask you to do anything or refrain from doing it for her sake." "Thank you, perhaps you are right. One learns that one must protect oneself. I shall not talk, neither will you, I know that. I was a fool to let it out. The storm is over. I must ride home." He rose from his seat and stood smiling. It would smash up things nicely if the new beauty's appearance in the great world were preceded by chatter of the unseemly affection of some adorer of ill repute. Unfairly enough, it is always the woman who is hurt. "Unless," said Mount Dunstan civilly, "there should arise the poor, primeval brute, in his Neolithic wrath, to seize on the man to blame, and break every bone and sinew in his damned body." "The newspapers would enjoy that more than she would," answered Sir Nigel. "She does not like the newspapers. They are too ready to disparage the multimillionaire and cackle about members of his family." The unhidden hatred which still professed to hide itself in the depths of their pupils, as they regarded each other, had its birth in a passion as elemental as the quakings of the earth, or the rage of 2 lions in a desert, lashing their flanks in the blazing sun. It was well that at this moment they should part ways. Sir Nigel's horse being brought, he went on the way which was his. "It was a mistake to say what I did," he said before going. "I ought to have held my tongue, but I am under the same roof with her. At any rate, that is a privilege no other man shares with me." He rode off smartly, his horse's hoofs splashing in the rain pools left in the avenue after the storm. He was not so sure after all that he had made a mistake, and for the moment, he was not in the mood to care whether he had made one or not. His agreeable smile showed itself as he thought of the obstinate, proud brute he had left behind, sitting alone among his shut doors and closed corridors. They had not shaken hands either at meeting or parting. Queer thing it was, the kind of enmity a man could feel for another when he was upset by a woman. It was amusing enough that it should be she who was upsetting him after all these years. Impudent little Betty, with the ferocious manner. Chapter 38. At Shandy's. On a late summer evening in New York, the atmosphere surrounding a certain corner table at Shandy's cheap restaurant in 14th Street was stirred by a sense of excitement. The corner table in question was the favorite meeting place of a group of young men of the Selden type who usually took possession of it at dinner time, having decided that Shandy's supplied more decent food for 50 cents, or even for 25, than was to be found at other places of its order. Shandy's was about all right, they said to each other, and patronized it accordingly, 3 or 4 of them generally dining together, with a friendly and adroit manipulation of portions and half-portions, which enabled them to add variety to their bill of fare. The street outside was lighted. The tide of passers-by was less full and more leisurely in its movements than it was during the seething, working hours of daylight, but the electric cars swung past each other with whiz and clang of bell almost unceasingly, their sound being swelled, at short intervals, by the roar and rumbling rattle of the trains dashing by on the elevated railroad. This, however, to the frequenters of Shandy's, was the usual accompaniment of everyday New York life, and was regarded as a rather cheerful sort of thing. This evening the four claimants of the favorite corner table had met together earlier than usual. Jem Belter, who hammered a typewriter at Schwab's brewery, Tom Weatherby, who was in a downtown office, Bert Johnson, who was out for the Delkoff, and Nick Baumgart, who having for some time beaten certain streets as assistant salesman for the same illustrious machine, had been recently elevated to a territory of his own, and was therefore in high spirits. "Say," he said, "let's give him a fine dinner, we can make it between us. Beefsteak and mushrooms and potatoes hashed brown, he likes them. Good old GS, I shall be right glad to see him. Hope foreign travel has not given him the swell head. Don't believe it's hurt him a bit, his letter didn't sound like it. Little Georgie ain't a fool," said Jem Belter. Tom Weatherby was looking over the letter referred to. It had been written to the four conjointly, towards the termination of Selden's visit to Mr. Penzance. The young man was not an ardent or fluent correspondent, but Tom Weatherby was chuckling as he read the epistle. "Say, boys," he said, "this big thing he's keeping back to tell us when he sees us is all right, but what takes me is old George paying a visit to a parson. He ain't no Young Men's Christian Association." Bert Johnson leaned forward and looked at the address on the letter paper. "Mount Dunstan Vicarage," he read aloud. "That looks pretty swell, doesn't it?" With a laugh. "Say, fellows, you know Jepson at the office, the chap that prides himself on reading such a lot. He said it reminded him of the names of places in English novels. That Johnny's the biggest snob you ever set your tooth into. When I told him about the lord fellow that owns the castle, and that George seemed to have seen him, he nearly fell over himself. Never had any use for George before, but just you watch him make up to him when he sees him next." People were dropping in and taking seats at the tables. They were all of one class: young men who lived in hall bedrooms, young women who worked in shops or offices, a couple here and there, who, living far uptown, had come to Shandy's to dinner, that they might go to cheap seats in some theater afterwards. In the latter case, the girls wore their best hats, had bright eyes, and cheeks lightly flushed by their sense of festivity. 2 or 3 were very pretty in their thin summer dresses and flowered or feathered headgear, tilted at picturesque angles over their thick hair. When each one entered the eyes of the young men at the corner table followed her with curiosity and interest, but the glances at her escort were always of a disparaging nature. "There's a beaut," said Nick Baumgarten. "Get on to that pink stuff on her hat, will you? She done it because it's just the color of her cheeks." They all looked, and the girl was aware of it, and began to laugh and talk coquettishly to the young man who was her companion. "I wonder where she got Clarence," said Jem Belter in sarcastic allusion to her escort. "The things those lookers have fastened onto them gets me." "If it was one of us now," said Bert Johnson, upon which they broke into simultaneous good-natured laughter. "It's queer, isn't it?" young Baumgarten put in. "How a fellow always feels sore when he sees another fellow with a peach like that. It's just straight human nature, I guess." The door swung open to admit a newcomer, at the sight of whom Jem Belter exclaimed joyously, "Good old Georgie, here he is, fellows, get on to his glad rags." Glad rags is supposed to buoyantly describe such attire, as, by its freshness or elegance of style, is rendered a suitable adornment for festive occasions or loftier leisure moments. Glad rags may mean evening dress, when a young gentleman's wardrobe can aspire to splendor so marked, but it also applies to one's best and latest purchased garb, in contradistinction to the less ornamental habiliments worn every day and designated as office clothes. Selden's economies had not enabled him to give himself into the hands of a Bond Street tailor, but a careful study of cut and material, as spread before the eye in elegant, colored illustrations in the windows of respectable shops in less ambitious quarters, had resulted in the purchase of a well-made suit of smart English cut. He had a nice young figure, and looked extremely neat and tremendously new and clean, so much so, indeed, that several persons glanced at him a little admiringly as he was met halfway to the corner table by his friends. "Hello, old chap, glad to see you. What sort of a voyage? How did you leave the royal family? Glad to get back." They all greeted him at once, shaking hands and slapping him on the back, as they hustled him gleefully back to the corner table and made him sit down. "Say, garçon," said Nick Baumgarten to their favorite waiter, who came at once in answer to his summons, "let's have a porterhouse steak, half the size of this table, and with plenty of mushrooms and potatoes hashed brown. Here's Mr. Selden just returned from visiting at Windsor Castle, and if we don't treat him well, he'll look down on us. G. Selden grinned. "How have you been getting on, Sam?" he said, nodding cheerfully to the man. They were old and tried friends. Sam knew all about the days when a fellow could not come into Shandy's at all, or must satisfy his strong young hunger with a bowl of soup or coffee and a roll. Sam did his best for them in the matter of the size of portions, and they did their good-natured utmost for him in the affair of the pooled tip. "Been getting on as well as can be expected," Sam grinned back. "Hope you had a fine time, Mr. Selden." "Fine, I should smile. Fine wasn't in it," answered Selden. "But I'm looking forward to a Shandy porterhouse steak all the same." "Did they give you a better one in the Strand?" asked Baumgarten, in what he believed to be a correct Cockney accent. "You bet they didn't," said Selden. "Shandy's takes a lot of beating. That last is English." The people at the other tables cast involuntary glances at them. Their eager, hearty young pleasure in the festivity of the occasion was a healthy thing to see. As they sat round the corner table, they produced the effect of gathering close about G. Selden. They concentrated their combined attention upon him, Belter and Johnson leaning forward on their folded arms, to watch him as he talked. Billy Page came back in August, looking pretty bum. Nick Baumgarten began. He'd been painting Gay Perry brick red, and he'd spent more money than he'd meant to, and that wasn't half enough. Landed dead broke. He said he'd had a great time, but he'd come home with rather a dark brown taste in his mouth that he'd like to get rid of. He thought you were a fool to go off cycling into the country, put in Weatherby, but I told him I guessed that was where he was way off. I believed you'd had the best time of the two of you. "Boys," said Selden, "I had the time of my life." He said it almost solemnly and laid his hand on the table. It was like one of those yarns Bert tells us. Half the time I didn't believe it, and half the time I was ashamed of myself to think it was all happening to me and none of your fellows were in it. "Oh well," said Jem Belter, "luck chases some fellows anyhow. Look at Nick there." "Well," Selden summed the whole thing up, "I just fell into it where it was so deep that I had to strike out all I knew how to keep from drowning." "Tell us the whole thing," Nick Baumgarten put in. "From beginning to end. Your letter didn't give anything away." "A letter would have spoiled it. I can't write letters anyhow. I wanted to wait till I got right here with you fellows round where I could answer questions. First off, with the deliberation befitting such an opening, I've sold machines enough to pay my expenses and leave some over." "You have, gee whiz, say give us your prescription. Glad I know you, Georgie." "And who do you suppose bought the first 3? At this point, it was he who leaned forward upon the table, his climax being a thing to concentrate upon. "Reuben S. Vanderpoel's daughter, Miss Bettina. And boys, she gave me a letter to Reuben S. himself, and here it is." He produced a flat leather pocketbook, and took an envelope from an inner flap, laying it before them on the tablecloth. His knowledge that they would not have believed him if he had not brought his proof was founded on everyday facts. They would not have doubted his veracity, but the possibility of such delirious good fortune. What they would have believed would have been that he was playing a hilarious joke on them. Jokes of this kind, but not of this proportion, were common entertainments. Their first impulse had been towards an outburst of laughter, but even before he produced his letter, a certain truthful seriousness in his look had startled them. When he laid the envelope down, each man caught his breath. It could not be denied that Jem Belter turned pale with emotion. Jem had never been one of the lucky ones. "She let me read it," said G. Selden, taking the letter from its envelope with great care. "And I said to her, 'Miss Vanderpoel, would you let me just show that to the boys the first night I go to Shandy's?' I knew she'd tell me if it wasn't all right to do it. She'd know I'd want to be told. And she just laughed and said, 'I don't mind at all. I like the boys. Here is a message to them. Good luck to you all.'" "She said that," from Nick Baumgarten. "Yes, she did, and she meant it. Look at this." This was the letter. It was quite short and written in a clear, definite hand. "Dear Father, this will be brought to you by Mr. G. Selden, of whom I have written to you. Please be good to him. Affectionately, Betty." Each young man read it in turn. None of them said anything just at first. A kind of awe had descended upon them, not in the least awe of Vanderpoel, who, with other multimillionaires, were served up each week with cheerful neighborly comment or equally neighborly disrespect, in huge Sunday papers read throughout the land, but awe of the unearthly luck which had fallen without warning to good old G.S., who lived like the rest of them in a hall bedroom on 10 per, earned by tramping the streets for the Delkoff. "That girl," said G. Selden gravely, "that girl is a winner from Winnersville. I take off my hat to her. If it's the scheme that some people's got to have millions and others have got to sell Delkoffs, that girl's one of those that's entitled to the millions. It's all right, she should have 'em. There's no kick coming from me. Nick Baumgart was the first to resume wholly normal condition of mind. Well, I guess after you've told us about her there'll be no kick coming from any of us. Of course there's something about you that royal families cry for, and they won't be happy till they get. All of us boys knows that. But what we want to find out is how you worked it so that they saw the kind of pearl-studded hairpin you were. Worked it? Selden answered. I didn't work it. I've got a good bit of nerve, but I never should have had enough to invent what happened just happened. I broke my leg falling off my bike and fell right into a whole bunch of them, earls and countesses and viscounts and Vanderpoels. And it was Miss Vanderpoel who saw me first lying on the ground. And I was in Stornham Court where Lady Anstruthers lives, and she used to be Miss Rosalie Vanderpoel. Boys, said Bert Johnson with friendly disgust, he's been up to his neck in 'em. Cheer up, the worst is yet to come, chaffed Tom Weatherby. Never had such a dinner taken place at the corner table, or in fact at any other table at Shandy's. Sam brought beefsteaks, which were princely, mushrooms, and hashed brown potatoes in portions whose generosity reached the heart. Sam was on good terms with Shandy's carver and had worked upon his nobler feelings. Steins of lager beer were ventured upon. There was hearty satisfying of fine hungers. Two of the party had eaten nothing but one quick lunch throughout the day, one of them because he was short of time, the other for economy's sake, because he was short of money. The meal was a splendid thing. The telling of the story could not be wholly checked by the eating of food. It advanced between mouthfuls, questions being asked, and details given in answers. Shandy's became more crowded as the hour advanced. People all over the room cast interested looks at the party at the corner table, enjoying itself so hugely. Groups sitting at the tables nearest to it found themselves excited by the things they heard. That young fellow in the new suit has just come back from Europe, said a man to his wife and daughter. He seems to have had a good time. Papa, the daughter leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. I heard him say, Lord Mount Dunstan said Lady Anstruthers and Miss Vanderpoel were at the garden party. Who do you suppose he is? Well, he's a nice young fellow, and he has English clothes on, but he doesn't look like one of the 400. Will you have pie or vanilla ice cream, Bessie? Bessie, who chose vanilla ice cream, lost all knowledge of its flavor in her absorption in the conversation at the next table, which she could not have avoided hearing, even if she had wished. She bent over the bed and laughed, just like any other nice girl, and she said, You are at Stornham Court, which belongs to Sir Nigel Anstruthers. Lady Anstruthers is my sister, I am Miss Vanderpoel. And boys, she used to come and talk to me every day. George, said Nick Baumgarten, you take about 75 bottles of Warner's Safe Cure, and rub yourself all over with St. Jacob's oil. Luck like that ain't healthy. Mr. Vanderpoel, sitting in his study, wore the interestedly grave look of a man thinking of absorbing things. He had just given orders that a young man who would call in the course of the evening should be brought to him at once, and he was incidentally considering this young man, as he reflected upon matters recalled to his mind by his impending arrival. They were matters he had thought of with gradually increasing seriousness for some months, and they had at first been the result of the letters from Stornham, which each steamer day brought. They had been of immense interest to him, these letters. He would have found them absorbing as a study, even if he had not deeply loved Betty. He read in them things she did not state in words, and they set him thinking. He was not suspected by men like himself of concealing an imagination beneath the trained steadiness of his exterior, but he possessed more than the world knew, and it singularly combined itself with powers of logical deduction. If he had been with his daughter, he would have seen, day by day, where her thoughts were leading her, and in what direction she was developing, but at a distance of 3,000 miles, he found himself asking questions and endeavoring to reach conclusions. His affection for Betty was the central emotion of his existence. He had never told himself that he had outgrown the kind and pretty creature he had married in his early youth, and certainly his tender care for her and pleasure in her simple goodness had never wavered. But Betty had given him a companionship which had counted greatly in the sum of his happiness. Because imagination was not suspected in him, no one knew what she stood for in his life. He had no son. He stood at the head of a great house, so to speak, the American parallel of what a great house is in non-republican countries. The power of it counted for great things, not in America alone but throughout the world. As international intimacies increased, the influence of such houses might end in aiding in the making of history. Enormous, constantly increasing wealth and huge financial schemes could not confine their influence, but must reach far. The man whose hand held the lever controlling them was doing well when he thought of them gravely. Such a man had to do with more than his own mere life and living. This man had confronted many problems as the years had passed. He had seen men like himself die, leaving behind them the force they had controlled, and he had seen this force, controlled no longer, let loose upon the world, sometimes a power of evil, sometimes scattering itself aimlessly into nothingness and folly, which wrought harm. He was not an ambitious man, but perhaps because he was not only a man of thought, but a Vanderpoel of the blood of the first Reuben, these were things he did not contemplate without restlessness. When Rosie had gone away and seemed lost to them, he had been glad when he had seen Betty growing, day by day, into a strong thing. Feminine though she was, she sometimes suggested to him the son who might have been his, but was not. As the closeness of their companionship increased with her years, his admiration for her grew with his love. Power left in her hands must work for the advancement of things, and would not be idly disseminated, if no antagonistic influence wrought against her. He had found himself reflecting that, after all was said, the marriage of such a girl had a sort of parallel in that of some young royal creature, whose union might make or mar things, which must be considered. The man who must inevitably strongly color her whole being, and vitally mark her life, would, in a sense, lay his hand upon the lever also. If he brought sorrow and disorder with him, the lever would not move steadily. Fortunes such as his grow rapidly, and he was a richer man by millions than he had been when Rosalie had married Nigel Anstruthers. The memory of that marriage had been a painful thing to him, even before he had known the whole truth of its results. The man had been a common adventurer and scoundrel, despite the facts of good birth and the air of decent breeding. If a man who was as much a scoundrel but cleverer, it would be necessary that he should be much cleverer, made the best of himself to Betty. It was folly to think one could guess what a woman, or a man, either, for that matter, would love. He knew Betty, but no man knows the thing which comes, as it were, in the dark and claims its own, whether for good or evil. He had lived long enough to see beautiful, strong-spirited creatures do strange things, follow strange gods, swept away into seas of pain by strange waves. Even Betty, he had said to himself now and then, even my Betty, good God, who knows? Because of this, he had read each letter with keen eyes. They were long letters, full of detail and color, because she knew he enjoyed them. She had a delightful touch. He sometimes felt as if they walked the English lanes together. His intimacy with her neighbors and her neighborhood was one of his relaxations. He found himself thinking of old Doby and Mrs. Weldon as a sort of soporific measure when he lay awake at night. She had sent photographs of Stornham, of Dunholm Castle, and of Dole, and had even found an old engraving of Lady Allanby in her youth. Her evident liking for the Dunholms had pleased him. They were people whose dignity and admirableness were part of general knowledge. Lord Westholt was plainly a young man of many attractions. If the two were drawn to each other, and what more natural, all would be well. He wondered if it would be Westholt, but his love quickened a sagacity which needed no stimulus. He said to himself in time that, though she liked and admired Westholt, she went no farther. That others paid court to her he could guess without being told. He had seen the effect she had produced when she had been at home, and also an unexpected letter to his wife from Milly Bowen had revealed many things. Milly, having noted Mrs. Vanderpoel's eager anxiety to hear direct news of Lady Anstruthers, was not the person to let fall from her hand a useful thread of connection. She had written quite at length, managing adroitly to convey all that she had seen and all that she had heard. She had been making a visit within driving distance of Stornham, and had had the pleasure of meeting both Lady Anstruthers and Miss Vanderpoel at various parties. She was so sure that Mrs. Vanderpoel would like to hear how well Lady Anstruthers was looking, that she ventured to write. Betty's effect upon the county was made quite clear, as also was the interested expectation of her appearance in town next season. Mr. Vanderpoel, perhaps, gathered more from the letter than his wife did. In her mind, relieved happiness and consternation were mingled. "Do you think, Reuben, that Betty will marry that Lord Westholt?" She rather faltered. "He seems very nice, but I would rather she married an American. I should feel as if I had no girls at all if they both lived in England." "Lady Bowen gives him a good character," her husband said, smiling. "But if anything untoward happens, Annie, you shall have a house of your own halfway between Dunholm Castle and Stornham Court." When he had begun to decide that Lord Westholt did not seem to be the man fate was veering towards, He not unnaturally cast a mental eye over such other persons, as the letters mentioned. At exactly what period his thought first dwelt a shade anxiously on Mount Dunstan he could not have told, but he at length became conscious that it so dwelt. He had begun by feeling an interest in his story, and had asked questions about him, because a situation such as his suggested query to a man of affairs. Thus, it had been natural that the letters should speak of him. What she had written had recalled to him certain rumors of the disgraceful old scandal. Yes, they had been a bad lot. He arranged to put a casual-sounding question or so to certain persons who knew English society well. What he gathered was not encouraging. The present Lord Mount Dunstan was considered rather a surly brute, and lived a mysterious sort of life which might cover many things. It was bad blood, and people were naturally shy of it. Of course, the man was a pauper, and his place a barrack falling to ruin. There had been something rather shady in his going to America or Australia a few years ago. Good-looking? Well, so few people had seen him. The lady, who was speaking, had heard that he was one of those big, rather lumpy men, and had an ill-tempered expression. She always gave a wide berth to a man who looked nasty-tempered. One or two other persons who had spoken of him had conveyed to Mr. Vanderpoel about the same amount of vaguely unpromising information. The episode of G. Selden had been interesting enough, with its suggestions of picturesque contrasts and combinations. Betty's touch had made the junior salesman attracting. It was a good type, this, of a young fellow who, battling with the discouragements of a hard life, still did not lose his amazing good cheer and patience, and found healthy sleep and honest waking, even in the hall bedroom. He had consented to Betty's request that he would see him, partly because he was inclined to like what he had heard, and partly for a reason which Betty did not suspect. By extraordinary chance, G. Selden had seen Mount Dunstan and his surroundings at close range. Mr. Vanderpoel had liked what he had gathered of Mount Dunstan's attitude towards a personality so singularly exotic to himself. Crude, uneducated, and slangy, the junior salesman was not in any degree a fool. To an American father with a daughter like Betty, the summing up of a normal, nice-natured, common young denizen of the United States, fresh from contact with the effete, might be subtly instructive, and well worth hearing if it was unconsciously expressed. Mr. Vanderpoel thought he knew how, after he had overcome his visitor's first awkwardness, if he chanced to be self-conscious, he could lead him to talk. What he hoped to do was to make him forget himself and begin to talk to him as he had talked to Betty, to ingenuously reveal impressions and points of view. Young men of his clean, rudimentary type were very definite about the things they liked and disliked, and could be trusted to reveal admiration, or lack of it, without absolute intention or actual statement. Being elemental and undismayed, they saw things cleared of the mists of social prejudice and modification. Yes, he felt he should be glad to hear of Lord Mount Dunstan and the Mount Dunstan estate from G. Selden in a happy moment of unawareness. Why was it that it happened to be Mount Dunstan he was desirous to hear of? Well, the absolute reason for that he could not have explained, either. He had asked himself questions on the subject more than once. There was no well-founded reason, perhaps. If Betty's letters had spoken of Mount Dunstan and his home, they had also described Lord Westholt and Dunholm Castle. Of these two men she had certainly spoken more fully than of others. Of Mount Dunstan she had had more to relate through the incident of G. Selden. He smiled as he realized the importance of the figure of G. Selden. It was Selden and his broken leg the two men had ridden over from Mount Dunstan to visit. But for Selden, Betty might not have met Mount Dunstan again. He was reason enough for all she had said. And yet, perhaps between Betty and himself, there existed the thing which impresses and communicates without words. Perhaps because their affection was unusual, they realized each other's emotions. The half-defined anxiety he felt now was not a new thing, but he confessed to himself that it had been spurred a little by the letter the last steamer had brought him. It was not Lord Westholt, it definitely appeared. He had asked her to be his wife, and she had declined his proposal. "I could not have liked a man any more without being in love with him," she wrote. "I like him more than I can say, so much, indeed, that I feel a little depressed by my certainty that I do not love him." If she had loved him, the whole matter would have been simplified. If the other man had drawn her, the thing would not be simple. Her father foresaw all the complications, and he did not want complications for Betty. Yet emotions were perverse and irresistible things, and the stronger the creature swayed by them, the more enormous their power. But as he sat in his easy chair and thought over it all, the one feeling predominant in his mind was that nothing mattered but Betty. Nothing really mattered but Betty. In the meantime, G. Selden was walking up Fifth Avenue. at once touched and exhilarated by the stir about him and his sense of homecoming. It was pretty good to be in little old New York again. The hurried pace of the life about him stimulated his young blood. There were no streetcars in Fifth Avenue, but there were carriages, wagons, carts, motors, all pantingly hurried, and fretting and struggling when the crowded state of the thoroughfare held them back. The beautifully dressed women in the carriages wore no light air of being at leisure. It was evident that they were going to keep engagements, to do things, to achieve objects. Something doing, was his cheerful self-congratulatory thought. He had spent his life in the midst of it, he liked it, and it welcomed him back. The appointment he was on his way to keep thrilled him into an uplifted mood. Once or twice, a half-nervous chuckle broke from him as he tried to realize that he had been given the chance which a year ago had seemed so impossible that its mere incredibleness had made it a natural subject for jokes. He was going to call on Reuben S. Vanderpoel, and he was going because Reuben S. had made an appointment with him. He wore his London suit of clothes and he felt that he looked pretty decent. He could only do his best in the matter of bearing. He always thought that, so long as a fellow didn't get chesty and kept his head from swelling, he was all right. Of course he had never been in one of these swell Fifth Avenue houses, and he felt a bit nervous. But Miss Vanderpoel would have told her father what sort of fellow he was, and her father was likely to be something like herself. The house, which had been built since Lady Anstruther's marriage, was well uptown, and was big and imposing. When a manservant opened the front door, the square hall looked very splendid to Selden. It was full of light, and of rich furniture, which was like the stuff he had seen in one or two special shop windows in Fifth Avenue, places where they sold magnificent gilded or carven coffers and vases, pieces of tapestry and marvelous embroideries, antiquities from foreign palaces. Though it was quite different, it was as swell in its way as the house at Mount Dunstan, and there were gleams of pictures on the walls that looked fine, and no mistake. He was expected. The man led him across the hall to Mr. Vanderpoel's room. After he had announced his name, he closed the door quietly and went away. Mr. Vanderpoel rose from an armchair to come forward to meet his visitor. He was tall and straight. Betty had inherited her slender height from him. His well-balanced face suggested the relationship between them. He had a steady mouth, and eyes which looked as if they saw much and far. "I am glad to see you, Mr. Selden," he said, shaking hands with him. "You have seen my daughters and can tell me how they are. Miss Vanderpoel has written to me of you several times." He asked him to sit down, and as he took his chair, Selden felt that he had been right in telling himself that Reuben S. Vanderpoel would be somehow like his girl. She was a girl, and he was an elderly man of business, but they were like each other. There was the same kind of straight way of doing things, and the same straight-seeing look in both of them. It was queer how natural things seemed, when they really happened to a fellow. Here he was sitting in a big leather chair, and opposite to him in its fellow sat Reuben S. Vanderpoel, looking at him with friendly eyes. And it seemed all right, too, not as if he had managed to butt in, and would find himself politely fired out directly. He might have been one of the 400 making a call. Reuben S. knew how to make a man feel easy, and no mistake. This G. Selden observed at once, though he had, in fact, no knowledge of the practical tact which dealt with him. He found himself answering questions about Lady Anstruthers and her sister, which led to the opening up of other subjects. He did not realize that he began to express ingenuous opinions and describe things. His listener's interest led him on. A question here, a rather pleased laugh there, were encouraging. He had enjoyed himself so much during his stay in England, and had felt his experiences so greatly to be rejoiced over, that they were easy to talk of at any time. In fact, it was even a trifle difficult not to talk of them. But, stimulated by the look which rested on him, by the deft word and ready smile, words flowed readily and without the restraint of self-consciousness. "When you think that all of it sort of began with a robin, it's queer enough," he said. "But for that robin I shouldn't be here, sir," with a boyish laugh. And he was an English robin, a little fellow not half the size of the kind that hops about Central Park. "Let me hear about that," said Mr. Vanderpoel. It was a good story, and he told it well, though in his own junior salesman phrasing. He began with his bicycle ride into the green country, his spin over the fine roads, his rest under the hedge during the shower, and then the song of the robin perched among the fresh wet leafage, his feathers puffed out, his red young satin-glossed breast pulsating and swelling. His words were colloquial enough, but they called up the picture. Everything sort of glittering with the sunshine on the wet drops, and things smelling good, like they do after rain, leaves, and grass, and good earth. I tell you, it made a fellow feel as if the whole world was his brother. And when Mr. Rob lit on that twig and swelled his red breast as if he knew the whole thing was his, and began to let them notes out, calling for his lady friend to come and go halves with him, I just had to laugh and speak to him, and that was when Lord Mount Dunstan heard me and jumped over the hedge. He'd been listening, too. The expression Reuben S. Vanderpoel wore made it an agreeable thing to talk to go on. He evidently cared to hear. So Selden did his best, and enjoyed himself in doing it. His style made for realism and brought things clearly before one. The big-built man in the rough and shabby shooting clothes, his way when he dropped into the grass to sit beside the stranger and talk, certain meanings in his words, which conveyed to Vanderpoel what had not been conveyed to G. Selden. Yes, the man carried a heaviness about with him, and hated the burden. Selden quite unconsciously brought him out strongly. "I don't know whether I'm the kind of fellow who is always making breaks," he said, with his boy's laugh again. "But if I am, I never made a worse one than when I asked him straight if he was out of a job and on the tramp. It showed what a nice fellow he was that he didn't get hot about it. Some fellows would. He only laughed sort of short, and said his job had been more than he could handle, and he was afraid he was down and out." Mr. Vanderpoel was conscious that so far he was somewhat attracted by this central figure. G. Selden was also proving satisfactory in the matter of revealing his excellently simple views of persons and things. The only time he got mad was when I wouldn't believe him when he told me who he was. I was a bit hot in the collar myself. I'd felt sorry for him, because I thought he was a chap like myself, and he was up against it. I know what that is, and I'd wanted to jolly him along a bit. When he said his name was Mount Dunstan, and the place belonged to him, I guessed he thought he was making a joke. So I got on my wheel and started off, and then he got mad for keeps. He said he wasn't such a damned fool as he looked, and what he'd said was true, and I could go and be hanged. Reuben S. Vanderpoel laughed. He liked that. It sounded like decent British hot temper, which he had often found accompanied honest British decencies. He liked other things, as the story proceeded. The picture of the huge house with the shut windows made him slightly restless. The concealed imagination, combined with the financier's resentment of dormant interests, disturbed him. That which had attracted Selden in the Reverend Louis Penzance strongly attracted himself. Also, a man was a good deal to be judged by his friends. The man who lived alone in the midst of stately desolateness, and held as his chief intimate a high-bred and gentle-minded scholar of ripe years, gave, in doing this, certain evidence which did not tell against him. The whole situation meant something a splendid, vivid-minded young creature might be moved by, might be allured by, even despite herself. There was something fantastic in the odd linking of incidents. Selden's chance view of Betty as she rode by, his next day's sudden resolve to turn back and go to Stornham, his accident, all that followed seemed, if one were fanciful, part of a scheme prearranged. "When I came to myself," G. Selden said, "I felt like that fellow in the Shakespeare play that they dress up and put to bed in the palace when he's drunk. I thought I'd gone off my head. And then Miss Vanderpoel came." He paused a moment and looked down on the carpet thinking. "Gee whiz, it was queer," he said. Betty Vanderpoel's father could almost hear her voice as the rest was told. He knew how her laugh had sounded, and what her presence must have been to the young fellow. His delightful, human, always satisfying Betty. Through this odd trick of fortune, Mount Dunstan had begun to see her, since, through the unfair endowment of nature, that it was not wholly fair he had often told himself. She was all the things that desire could yearn for. There were many chances that when a man saw her he must long to see her again, and there were the same chances that such an one as Mount Dunstan might long also, and if fate was against him, long with a bitter strength. Selden was not aware that he had spoken more fully of Mount Dunstan and his place than of other things. That this had been the case had been because Mr. Vanderpoel had intended it should be so. He had subtly drawn out and encouraged a detailed account of the time spent at Mount Dunstan Vicarage. It was easily encouraged. Selden's affectionate admiration for the vicar led him on to enthusiasm. The quiet house and garden, the old books, the afternoon tea under the copper beech, and the long talks of old things, which had been so new to the young New Yorker, had plainly made a mark upon his life, not likely to be erased even by the rush of after years. "The way he knew history was what got me," he said. "And the way you got interested in it when he talked. It wasn't just history like you learn at school and forget and never see the use of anyhow. It was things about men just like yourself, hustling for a living in their way just as we're hustling in Broadway. Most of it was fighting, and there are mounds scattered about that are the remains of their forts and camps. Roman camps, some of them. He took me to see them. He had a little old pony chaise we trundled about in, and he'd draw up and we'd sit and talk. There were men here on this very spot, he'd say, looking out for attack, eating, drinking, cooking their food, polishing their weapons, laughing and shouting. Men, Selden, 55 years before Christ was born, and sometimes the New Testament times seem to us so far away that they are half a dream. That was the kind of thing he'd say, and I'd sometimes feel as if I heard the Romans shouting. The country about there was full of queer places, and both he and Lord Dunstan knew more about them than I know about 23rd Street. You saw Lord Mount Dunstan often, Mr. Vanderpoel suggested. Every day, sir, and the more I saw him, the more I got to like him. He's all right, but it's hard luck to be fixed as he is, that's stone-cold truth. What's a man to do? The money he ought to have to keep up his place was spent before he was born. His father and his eldest brother were a bum lot, and his grandfather and great-grandfather were fools. He can't sell the place, and he wouldn't if he could. Mr. Penzance was so fond of him that sometimes he'd say things, but hastily, perhaps I'm talking too much. You happen to be talking about questions I have been greatly interested in. I have thought a good deal at times of the position of the holders of large estates they cannot afford to keep up. This special instance is a case in point. G. Selden felt himself in luck again. Reuben S., quite evidently, found his subject worthy of undivided attention. Selden had not heartily liked Lord Mount Dunstan, and lived in the atmosphere surrounding him, looking about him with sharp young New York eyes, without learning a good deal. He had seen the practical hardship of the situation, and laid it bare. What Mr. Penzance says is that he's like the men that built things in the beginning, fought for them, fought Romans and Saxons and Normans, perhaps the whole lot at different times. I used to like to get Mr. Penzance to tell stories about the Mount Dunstans. They were splendid. It must be pretty fine to look back about 1,000 years and know your folks have been something. All the same, it's pretty fierce to have to stand alone at the end of it, not able to help yourself, because some of your relations were crazy fools. I don't wonder he feels mad. Does he? Mr. Vanderpoel inquired. He's straight, said G. Selden sympathetically. He's all right, but only money can help him, and he's got none, so he has to stand and stare at things falling to pieces. And well, I tell you, Mr. Vanderpoel, he loves that place, he's crazy about it. And he's proud. I don't mean he's got the swell head, because he hasn't, but he's just proud. Now, for instance, he hasn't any use for men like himself that marry just for money. He's seen a lot of it and it's made him sick. He's not that kind. He had been asked, and had answered a good many questions before he went away, but each had dropped into the talk so incidentally that he had not recognized them as queries. He did not know that Lord Mount Dunstan stood out a clearly defined figure in Mr. Vanderpoel's mind, a figure to be reflected upon, and one not without its attraction. Miss Vanderpoel tells me, Mr. Vanderpoel said, when the interview was drawing to a close, that you are an agent for the Delkoff typewriter. G. Selden flushed slightly. Yes, sir, he answered, but I didn't. I hear that 3 machines are in use on the Stornham estate, and that they have proved satisfactory. It's a good machine, said G. Selden, his flush a little deeper. Mr. Vanderpoel smiled. You are a businesslike young man, he said, and I have no doubt you have a catalogue in your pocket. G. Selden was a businesslike young man. He gave Mr. Vanderpoel one serious look, and the catalogue was drawn forth. It wouldn't be business, sir, for me to be caught out without it, he said. I shouldn't leave it behind if I went to a funeral. A man's got to run no risks. I should like to look at it. The thing had happened. It was not a dream. Reuben S. Vanderpoel, clothed and in his right mind, had, without pressure being exerted upon him, expressed his desire to look at the catalogue, to examine it, to have it explained to him at length. He listened attentively, while G. Selden did his best. He asked a question now and then, or made a comment. His manner was that of a thoroughly composed man of business, but he was remembering what Betty had told him of the 10 per, and a number of other things. He saw the flush come and go under the still boyish skin. He observed that G. Selden's hand was not wholly steady, though he was making an effort not to seem excited. But he was excited. This actually meant, this thing so unimportant to multimillionaires, that he was having his chance, and his young fortunes were perhaps in the balance. Yes, said Reuben S. when he had finished. It seems a good, up-to-date machine. It's the best on the market, said G. Selden, out and out the best. I understand you are only junior salesman. Yes, sir, 10 per and $5 on every machine I sell. If I had a territory, I should get 10. Then, reflectively, the first thing is to get a territory. Perhaps I shall get one in time, if I keep at it, said Selden courageously. It is a good machine. I like it, said Mr. Vanderpoel. I can see a good many places where it could be used. Perhaps, if you make it known at your office that when you are given a good territory, I shall give preference to the Delkoff over other typewriting machines, it might A. A light broke out upon G. Selden's countenance, a light radiant and magnificent. He caught his breath. A desire to shout, to yell, to whoop, as when in the society of the boys, was barely conquered in time. Mr. Vanderpoel, he said, standing up. I'm Mr. Vanderpoel, sir. I feel as if I was having a pipe dream. I'm not, am I? No, answered Mr. Vanderpoel, you are not. I like you, Mr. Selden. My daughter liked you. I do not mean to lose sight of you. We will begin, however, with the territory and the Delkoff. I don't think there will be any difficulty about it. 10 minutes later, G. Selden was walking down Fifth Avenue, wondering if there was any chance of his being arrested by a policeman upon the charge that he was reeling, instead of walking steadily. He hoped he should get back to the hall bedroom safely. Nick Baumgart and Jem Bolter both roomed in the house with him. He could tell them both. It was Jem who had made up the yarn about one of them saving Reuben S. Vanderpoel's life. There had been no life-saving, but the thing had come true. But if it hadn't been for Lord Mount Dunstan, he said, thinking it over excitedly, I should never have seen Miss Vanderpoel, and if it hadn't been for Miss Vanderpoel, I should never have got next to Reuben S. in my life. Both sides of the Atlantic Ocean got busy to do a good turn to little Willie. Hully G. In his study, Mr. Vanderpoel was rereading Betty's letters. He felt that he had gained a certain knowledge of Lord Mount Dunstan. Chapter 39. On the Marshes. The marshes stretched mellow in the autumn sun. Sheep wandered about, nibbling contentedly, or lay down to rest in groups. The sky reflecting itself in the narrow dikes gave a blue color to the water. A scent of the sea was in the air as one breathed it. Flocks of plover rose, now and then, crying softly. Betty, walking with her dog, had passed a heron standing at the edge of a pool. From her first discovery of them, she had been attracted by the marshes with their English suggestion of the Roman Campagna, their broad expanse of level land spread out to the sun and wind, the thousands of white sheep dotted or clustered as far as eye could reach, the hues of the marsh grass, and the plants growing thick at the borders of the strips of water. Its beauty was all its own and curiously aloof from the softly wooded, undulating world about it. Driving or walking along the high road, the road the Romans had built to London town long centuries ago, on either side of one were meadows, farms, scattered cottages, and hop gardens, but beyond and below stretched the marshland, golden and gray, and always alluring one by its silence. I never pass it without wanting to go to it, to take solitary walks over it, to be one of the spots on it as the sheep are. It seems as if, lying there under the blue sky or the low gray clouds with all the world held at bay by mere space and stillness, they must feel something we know nothing of. I want to go and find out what it is. This she had once said to Mount Dunstan. So she had fallen into the habit of walking there with her dog at her side as her sole companion, for having need for time and space for thought, she had found them in the silence and aloofness. Life had been a vivid and pleasurable thing to her, as far as she could look back upon it. She began to realize that she must have been very happy, because she had never found herself desiring existence other than such as had come to her day by day. Except for her passionate childish regret at Rosie's marriage, she had experienced no painful feeling. In fact, she had faced no hurt in her life, and certainly had been confronted by no limitations. Arguing that girls in their teens usually fall in love, her father had occasionally wondered that she passed through no little episodes of sentiment. But the fact was that her interests had been larger and more numerous than the interests of girls generally are, and her affectionate intimacy with himself had left no such small vacant spaces as are frequently filled by unimportant young emotions. Because she was a logical creature, and had watched life and those living it with clear and interested eyes, she had not been blind to the path which had marked itself before her during the summer's growth and waning. She had not, at first perhaps, known exactly when things began to change for her, when the clarity of her mind began to be disturbed. She had thought in the beginning, as people have a habit of doing, that an instance, a problem, A situation had attracted her attention because it was absorbing enough to think over. Her view of the matter had been that as the same thing would have interested her father, it had interested herself. But from the morning when she had been conscious of the sudden fury roused in her by Nigel Anstruther's ugly sneer at Mount Dunstan, she had better understood the thing which had come upon her. Day by day it had increased and gathered power, and she realized with a certain sense of impatience that she had not in any degree understood it when she had seen and wondered at its effect on other women. Each day had been like a wave encroaching farther upon the shore she stood upon. At the outset, a certain ignoble pride, she knew it ignoble, filled her with rebellion. She had seen so much of this kind of situation, and had heard so much of the general comment. People had learned how to sneer because experience had taught them. If she gave them cause, why should they not sneer at her as at things? She recalled what she had herself thought of such things, the folly of them, the obviousness, the almost deserved disaster. She had arrogated to herself judgment of women and men, who might have stood upon their strip of sand, as she stood with the waves creeping in, each one higher, stronger, and more engulfing than the last. There might have been those among them who also had knowledge of that sudden deadly joy at the sight of one face, at the drop of one voice. When that wave submerged one's pulsing being, what had the world to do with one? How could one hear and think of what its speech might be? Its voice clamored too far off. As she walked across the marsh, she was thinking this first phase over. She had reached a new one, and at first she looked back with a faint, even rather hard smile. She walked straight ahead, her mastiff, Roland, padding along heavily close at her side. How still and wide and golden it was. How the cry of plover and lifting trill of skylark assured one that one was wholly encircled by solitude and space, which were more enclosing than any walls. She was going to the mounds to which Mr. Penzance had trundled G. Selden in the pony chaise, when he had given him the marvelous hour which had brought Roman camp and Roman legions to life again. Up on the largest hillock one could sit enthroned, resting chin in hand, and looking out under level lids at the unstirring, softly living loveliness of the marshland world. So she was presently seated, with her heavy-limbed Roland at her feet. She had come here to try to put things clearly to herself, to plan with such reason as she could control. She had begun to be unhappy, she had begun, with some unfairness, to look back upon the Betty Vanderpoel of the past as an unwittingly self-sufficient young woman, to find herself suddenly entangled by things, even to know a touch of desperateness. Not to take a remnant from the ducal bargain counter, she was saying mentally. That was why her smile was a little hard. What if the remnant from the ducal bargain counter had prejudices of his own? If he were passionately in love with me, she said, with red staining her cheeks, he would not come, he would not come, he would not come. And because of that he is more to me, more, and more he will become every day, and the more strongly he will hold me. And there we stand. Roland lifted his fine head from his paws, and holding it erect on a stiff, strong neck, stared at her in obvious inquiry. She put out her hand and tenderly patted him. He will have none of me, she said. He will have none of me. And she faintly smiled, but the next instant shook her head a little haughtily, and having done so, looked down with an altered expression upon the cloth of her skirt, because she had shaken upon it, from the extravagant lashes, 2 clear drops. It was not the result of chance that she had seen nothing of him for weeks. She had not attempted to persuade herself of that. Twice he had declined an invitation to Stornham, and once he had ridden past her on the road when he might have stopped to exchange greetings, or have ridden on by her side. He did not mean to seem to desire, ever so lightly, to be counted as in the lists. Whether he was drawn by any liking for her or not, it was plain he had determined on this. If she were to go away now, they would never meet again. Their ways in this world would part forever. She would not know how long it took to break him utterly, if such a man could be broken, if no magic change took place in his fortunes, and what change could come. The decay about him would spread day by day. Stone walls last a long time, so the house would stand while every beauty and stateliness within it fell into ruin. Gardens would become wildernesses, terraces and fountains crumble and be overgrown, walls that were today leaning would fall with time. The years would pass, and his youth with them. He would gradually change into an old man, while he watched the things he loved with passion die slowly and hard. How strange it was that lives should touch and pass on the ocean of time, and nothing should result. Nothing at all. When she went on her way, it would be as if a ship loaded with every aid of food and treasure had passed a boat in which a strong man tossed, starving to death, and had not even run up a flag. But one cannot run up a flag, she said, stroking Roland. One cannot, there we stand. To her recognition of this deadlock of fate, there had been adding the growing disturbance caused by yet another thing which was increasingly troubling, increasingly difficult to face. Gradually, and at first with wonderful naturalness of bearing, Nigel Anstruthers had managed to create for himself a singular place in her everyday life. It had begun with a certain personalness in his attitude, a personalness which was a thing to dislike, but almost impossible openly to resent. Certainly, as a self-invited guest in his house, she could scarcely protest against the amiability of his demeanor and his exterior courtesy and attentiveness of manner in his conduct towards her. She had tried to sweep away the objectionable quality in his bearing, by frankness, by indifference, by entire lack of response, but she had remained conscious of its increasing as a spider's web might increase as the spider spun it quietly over one, throwing out threads so impalpable that one could not brush them away because they were too slight to be seen. She was aware that in the first years of his married life, he had alternately resented the scarcity of the invitations sent them and rudely refused such as were received. Since he had returned to find her at Stornham, he had insisted that no invitations should be declined, and had escorted his wife and herself wherever they went. What could have been conventionally more proper? What more improper than that he should have persistently have remained at home? And yet there came a time when, as they three drove together at night in the closed carriage, Betty was conscious that, as he sat opposite to her in the dark when he spoke, when he touched her in arranging the robe over her or opening or shutting the window, he subtly but persistently conveyed that the personalness of his voice, look, and physical nearness was a sort of hideous confidence between them which they were cleverly concealing from Rosalie and the outside world. When she rode about the country, he had a way of appearing at some turning and making himself her companion, riding too closely at her side, and assuming a noticeable air of being engaged in meaningly confidential talk. Once, when he had been leaning towards her with an audaciously tender manner, they had been passed by the Dunhome carriage, and Lady Dunhome and the friend driving with her had evidently tried not to look surprised. Lady Alanby, meeting them in the same way at another time, had put up her glasses and stared in open disapproval. She might admire a strikingly handsome American girl, but her favor would not last through any such vulgar silliness as flirtations with disgraceful brothers-in-law. When Betty strolled about the park or the lanes, she much too often encountered Sir Nigel strolling also, and knew that he did not mean to allow her to rid herself of him. In public, he made a point of keeping observably close to her, of hovering in her vicinity, and looking on at all she did with eyes she rebelled against finding fixed on her each time she was obliged to turn in his direction. He had a fashion of coming to her side and speaking in a dropped voice, which excluded others, as a favored lover might. She had seen both men and women glance at her, in half embarrassment at their sudden sense of finding themselves slightly de trop. She had said aloud to him on one such occasion, and she had said it with smiling casualness for the benefit of Lady Alanby, to whom she had been talking. "Don't alarm me by dropping your voice, Nigel. I am easily frightened, and Lady Alanby will think we are conspirators." For an instant he was taken by surprise. He had been pleased to believe that there was no way in which she could defend herself, unless she would condescend to something stupidly like a scene. He flushed and drew himself up. "I beg your pardon, my dear Betty," he said, and walked away with the manner of an offended adorer, leaving her to realize an odiously unpleasant truth, which is that there are incidents only made more inexplicable by an effort to explain. She saw also that he was quite aware of this, and that his offended departure was a brilliant inspiration, and had left her, as it were, in the lurch. To have said to Lady Alanby, "My brother-in-law, in whose house I am merely staying for my sister's sake, is trying to lead you to believe that I allow him to make love to me," would have suggested either folly or insanity on her own part. As it was, after a glance at Sir Nigel's stiffly retreating back, Lady Alanby merely looked away with a wholly uninviting expression. When Betty spoke to him afterwards, haughtily and with determination, he laughed. "My dearest girl," he said, "if I watch you with interest and drop my voice when I get a chance to speak to you, I only do what every other man does, and I do it because you are an alluring young woman, which no one is more perfectly aware of than yourself. Your pretense that you do not know you are alluring is the most captivating thing about you. And what do you think of doing if I continue to offend you? Do you propose to desert us, to leave poor Rosalie to sink back again into the bundle of old clothes she was when you came? For heaven's sake, don't do that." All that his words suggested took form before her vividly. How well he understood what he was saying, but she answered him bravely. No, I do not mean to do that. He watched her for a few seconds. There was curiosity in his eyes. Don't make the mistake of imagining that I will let my wife go with you to America, he said next. She is as far off from that as she was when I brought her to Stornham. I have told her so. A man cannot tie his wife to the bedpost in these days, but he can make her efforts to leave him so decidedly unpleasant that decent women prefer to stay at home and take what is coming. I have seen that often enough to bank on it, if I may quote your American friends. Do you remember my once saying, Betty remarked, that when a woman has been properly ill-treated the time comes when nothing matters, nothing but release from the life she loathes. Yes, he answered. And to you nothing would matter but excuse my saying it, your own damnable, headstrong pride. But Rosalie is different, everything matters to her, and you will find it so, my dear girl. And that this was at least half true, was brought home to her, by the fact that late the same night Rosie came to her white with crying. It is not your fault, Betty, she said. Don't think that I think it is your fault, but he has been in my room in one of those humors when he seems like a devil. He thinks you will go back to America and try to take me with you. But Betty, you must not think about me. It will be better for you to go. I have seen you again. I have had you for a time. You will be safer at home with father and mother. Betty laid a hand on her shoulder and looked at her fixedly. What is it, Rosie, she said. What is it he does to you that makes you like this? I don't know, but that he makes me feel that there is nothing but evil and lies in the world and nothing can help one against them. Those things he says about everyone, men and women, things one can't repeat, make me sick. And when I try to deny them, he laughs. Does he say things about me? Betty inquired, very quietly, and suddenly Rosalie threw her arms round her. Betty, darling, she cried, go home, you must not stay here. When I go, you will go with me, Betty answered. I am not going back to mother without you. She made a collection of many facts before their interview was at an end, and they parted for the night. Among the first was that Nigel had prepared for certain possibilities, as wise holders of a fortress prepare for siege. A rather long sitting alone over whiskey and soda had, without making him loquacious, heated his blood in such a manner as led him to be less subtle than usual. Drink did not make him drunk but malignant, and when a man is in the malignant mood, he forgets his cleverness. So he revealed more than he absolutely intended. It was to be gathered that he did not mean to permit his wife to leave him, even for a visit. He would not allow himself to be made ridiculous by such a thing. A man who could not control his wife was a fool and deserved to be a laughingstock. As Udded and his future inheritance seemed to have become of interest to his grandfather, and were to be well nursed and taken care of, his intention was that the boy should remain under his own supervision. He could amuse himself well enough at Stornham, now that it had been put in order, if it was kept up properly, and he filled it with people who did not bore him. There were people who did not bore him, plenty of them. Rosalie would stay where she was and receive his guests. If she imagined that the little episode of F. Folliot had been entirely dormant, she was mistaken. He knew where the man was, and exactly how serious it would be to him if scandal was stirred up. He had been at some trouble to find out. The fellow had recently had the luck to fall into a very fine living. It had been bestowed on him by the old Duke of Broadmorlands, who was the most straight-laced old boy in England. He had become so in his disgust at the light behavior of the wife he had divorced in his early manhood. Nigel cackled gently as he detailed that, by an agreeable coincidence, it happened that her grace had suddenly become filled with pious fervor, roused thereto by a good-looking locum tenens. Result, painful discoveries. The pair being now rumored to be keeping a lodging-house together somewhere in Australia. A word to good old Broadmorlands would produce the effect of a lighted match on a barrel of gunpowder. It would be the end of F. Folliot. Neither would it be a good introduction to Betty's first season in London, neither would it be enjoyed by her mother, whom he remembered as a woman with primitive views of domestic rectitude. He smiled the awful smile as he took out of his pocket the envelope containing the words his wife had written to Mr. F. Folliot. Do not come to the house. Meet me at Bardian Wood. It did not take much to convince people, if one managed things with decent forethought. The Brents, for instance, were fond neither of her nor of Betty, and they had never forgotten the questionable conduct of their locum tenens. Then suddenly, he had changed his manner and had sat down, laughing, and drawn Rosalie to his knee and kissed her. Yes, he had kissed her and told her not to look like a little fool or act like one. Nothing unpleasant would happen if she behaved herself. Betty had improved her greatly, and she had grown young and pretty again. She looked quite like a child sometimes, now that her bones were covered and she dressed well. If she wanted to please him, she could put her arms round his neck and kiss him, as he had kissed her. "That is what has made you look white," said Betty. "Yes, there is something about him that sometimes makes you feel as if the very blood in your veins turned white," answered Rosie in a low voice, which the next moment rose. Don't you see," she broke out, "that to displease him would be like murdering Mr. F. Folliot, like murdering his mother and mine, and like murdering Udded, because he would be killed by the shame of things and by being taken from me. We have loved each other so much, so much. Don't you see?" "I see all that rises up before you," Betty said, "and I understand your feeling that you cannot save yourself by bringing ruin upon an innocent man who helped you. I realize that one must have time to think it over. But Rosie," a sudden ring in her voice, "I tell you there is a way out, there is a way out. The end of the misery is coming, and it will not be what he thinks." "You always believe," began Rosie. "I know," answered Betty. "I know there are some things so bad that they cannot go on. They kill themselves through their own evil. I know, that is all." Chapter 40. Don't go on with this. Of these things, as of others, she had come to her solitude to think. She looked out over the marshes, scarcely seeing the wandering or resting sheep, scarcely hearing the crying plover, because so much seemed to confront her, and she must look it all well in the face. She had fulfilled the promise she had made to herself as a child. She had come in search of Rosie. She had found her as simple and loving of heart as she had ever been. The most painful discoveries she had made had been concealed from her mother until their aspect was modified. Mrs. Vanderpool need now feel no shock at the sight of the restored Rosie. Lady Anstruthers had been still young enough to respond both physically and mentally to love, companionship, agreeable luxuries, and stimulating interests. But for Nigel's antagonism, there was now no reason why she should not be taken home for a visit to her family, and her long yearned for New York, no reason why her father and mother should not come to Stornham, and thus establish the customary social relations between their daughter's home and their own. That this seemed out of the question was owing to the fact that at the outset of his married life, Sir Nigel had allowed himself to commit errors in tactics. A perverse egotism, not wholly normal in its rancor, had led him into deeds which he had begun to suspect of having cost him too much, even before Betty herself had pointed out to him their unbusinesslike indiscretion. He had done things he could not undo, and now, to his mind, his only resource was to treat them boldly as having been the proper results of decision founded on sound judgment, which he had no desire to excuse. A sufficiently arrogant loftiness of bearing would, he hoped, carry him through the matter. This Betty herself had guessed, but she had not realized that this loftiness of attitude was in danger of losing some of its effectiveness through his being increasingly stung and spurred by circumstances and feelings connected with herself, which were at once exasperating and at times almost overpowering. When, in his mingled dislike and admiration, he had begun to study his sister-in-law, and the half-amused weaving of the small plots which would make things sufficiently unpleasant to be used as factors in her removal from the scene, if necessary, he had not calculated, ever so remotely, on the chance of that madness besetting him, which usually besets men only in their youth. He had imagined no other results to himself than a subtly exciting private entertainment, such as would give spice to the dullness of virtuous life in the country. But despite himself and his intentions, he had found the situation alter. His first uncertainty of himself had arisen at the Dunholm ball, when he had suddenly realized that he was detesting men who, being young and free, were at liberty to pay gallant court to the new beauty. Perhaps the most disturbing thing to him had been his consciousness of his sudden leap of antagonism towards Mount Dunstan, who, despite his obvious lack of chance, somehow especially roused in him the rage of warring male instinct. There had been admissions he had been forced, at length, to make to himself. You could not, it appeared, live in the house with a splendid creature like this one, with her brilliant eyes, her beauty of line and movement before you every hour, her bloom, her proud fineness holding themselves wholly in their own keeping, without there being the devil to pay. Lately he had sometimes gone hot and cold in realizing that, having once told himself that he might choose to decide to get rid of her, he now knew that the mere thought of her sailing away of her own choice was maddening to him. There was the devil to pay. It sometimes brought back to him that hideous shakiness of nerve which had been a feature of his illness when he had been on the Riviera with Teresita. Of all this Betty only knew the outward signs which, taken at their exterior significance, were detestable enough, and drove her hard as she mentally dwelt on them in connection with other things. How easy, if she stood alone, to defy his evil insolence to do its worst, and leaving the place at an hour's notice, to sail away to protection, or, if she chose to remain in England, to surround herself with a bodyguard of the people in whose eyes his disrepute relegated a man such as Nigel Anstruthers to powerless nonentity. Alone, she could have smiled and turned her back upon him, but she was here to take care of Rosie. She occupied a position something like that of a woman who remains with a man and endures outrage because she cannot leave her child. That thought, in itself, brought Udded to her mind. There was Udded to be considered as well as his mother. Udded's love for and faith in her were deep and passionate things. He fed on her tenderness for him, and had grown stronger because he spent hours of each day talking, reading, and driving with her. The simple truth was that neither she nor Rosalie could desert Udded, and so long as Nigel managed cleverly enough, the law would give the boy to his father. "You are obliged to prove things, you know, in a court of law," he had said, as if with casual amiability on a certain occasion. "Proving things is the devil. People lose their tempers and rush into rows which end in lawsuits, and then find they can prove nothing. If I were a villain, slightly showing his teeth in an agreeable smile, instead of a man of blameless life, I should go in only for that branch of my profession which could be exercised without leaving stupid evidence behind." Since his return to Stornham, the outward decorum of his own conduct had entertained him, and he had kept it up with an increasing appreciation of its usefulness in the present situation. Whatsoever happened in the end, it was the part of discretion to present to the rural world about him an appearance of upright behavior. He had even found it amusing to go to church, and also to occasionally make amiable calls at the vicarage. It was not difficult, at such times, to refer delicately to his regret that domestic discomfort had led him into the error of remaining much away from Stornham. He knew that he had been even rather touching in his expression of interest in the future of his son, and the necessity of the boy's being protected from uncontrolled hysteric influences. And, in the years of Rosalie's unprotected wretchedness, he had taken excellent care that no stupid evidence should be exposed to view. Of all this Betty was thinking, and summing up definitely, point after point. Where was the wise and practical course of defense? The most unthinkable thing was that one could find oneself in a position in which action seemed inhibited. What could one do? To send for her father would surely end the matter. But at what cost to Rosie, to Udded, to F. Folliot, before whom the fair path to dignified security had so newly opened itself? What would be the effect of sudden confusion, anguish, and public humiliation upon Rosalie's carefully rebuilt health and strength, upon her mother's new hope and happiness? At moments it seemed as if almost all that had been done might be undone. She was beset by such a moment now, and felt for the time, at least, like a creature tied hand and foot while in full strength. Certainly she was not prepared for the event which happened. Roland stiffened his ears, and beginning a rumbling growl, ended it suddenly, realizing it an unnecessary precaution. He knew the man walking up the incline of the mound from the side behind them. So did Betty know him. It was Sir Nigel, looking rather glowering and pale and walking slowly. He had discovered where she had meant to take refuge, and had probably ridden to some point where he could leave his horse and follow her at the expense of taking a short cut which saved walking. As he climbed the mound to join her, Betty rose to her feet. "My dear girl," he said, "don't get up as if you meant to go away. It has cost me some exertion to find you." "It will not cost you any exertion to lose me," was her light answer. "I am going away." He had reached her, and stood still before her with scarcely a yard's distance between them. He was slightly out of breath and even a trifle livid. He leaned on his stick, and his look at her combined leaping bad temper with something deeper. "Look here," he broke out, "why do you make such a point of treating me like the devil?" Betty felt her heart give a hastened beat, not of fear but of repulsion. This was the mood and manner which subjugated Rosalie. He had so raised his voice that two men in the distance, who might be either laborers or sportsmen, hearing its high tone, glanced curiously towards them. "Why do you ask me a question which is totally absurd?" she said. "It is not absurd," he answered. "I am speaking of facts, and I intend to come to some understanding about them." For reply, after meeting his look a few seconds, she simply turned her back and began to walk away. He followed and overtook her. "I shall go with you, and I shall say what I want to say," he persisted. "If you hasten your pace, I shall hasten mine. I cannot exactly see you running away from me across the marsh, screaming. You wouldn't care to be rescued by those men over there who are watching us. I should explain myself to them in terms neither you nor Rosalie would enjoy. There, I knew Rosalie's name would pull you up. Good God, I wish I were a weak fool with a magnificent creature protecting me at all risks. If she had not had blood and fire in her veins, she might have found it easy to answer calmly. But she had both, and both leaped and beat furiously for a few seconds. It was only human that it should be so, but she was more than a passionate girl of high and trenchant spirit, and she had learned, even in the days at the French school, what he had never been able to learn in his life, self-control. She held herself in as she would have held in a horse of too great fire and action. She was actually able to look, as the first Reuben Vanderpoel would have looked, at her capital of resource. But it meant taut holding of the reins. "Will you tell me," she said, stopping, "what it is you want?" "I want to talk to you. I want to tell you truths you would rather be told here than on the high road, where people are passing, or at Stornham, where the servants would overhear and Rosalie be thrown into hysterics. You will not run screaming across the marsh, because I should run screaming after you, and we should both look silly. Here is a rather scraggy tree. Will you sit on the mound near it for Rosalie's sake?" "I will not sit down," replied Betty, "but I will listen, because it is not a bad idea that I should understand you. But to begin with, I will tell you something." She stopped beneath the tree and stood with her back against its trunk. "I pick up things by noticing people closely, and I have realized that all your life you have counted upon getting your own way because you saw that people, especially women, have a horror of public scenes, and will submit to almost anything to avoid them. That is true very often, but not always." Her eyes, which were well opened, were quite the blue of steel, and rested directly upon him. "I, for instance, would let you make a scene with me anywhere you chose, in Bond Street, in Piccadilly, on the steps of Buckingham Palace, as I was getting out of my carriage to attend a drawing-room, and you would gain nothing you wanted by it, nothing. You may place entire confidence in that statement." He stared back at her, momentarily half-magnetized, and then broke forth into a harsh half-laugh. "You are so damned handsome that nothing else matters. I'm hanged if it does." And the words were an exclamation. He drew still nearer to her, speaking with a sort of savagery. "Cannot you see that you could do what you pleased with me? You are too magnificent a thing for a man to withstand. I have lost my head and gone to the devil through you. That is what I came to say." In the few seconds of silence that followed, his breath came quickly again, and he was even paler than before. "You came to me to say that?" asked Betty. "Yes, to say it before you drove me to other things." Her gaze was for a moment even slightly wondering. He presented the curious picture of a cynical man of the world, for the time being ruled and impelled only by the most primitive instincts. To a clear-headed modern young woman of the most powerful class, he, her sister's husband, was making threatening love as if he were a savage chief, and she a savage beauty of his tribe. All that concerned him was that he should speak and she should hear, that he should show her he was the stronger of the two. "Are you quite mad?" she said. "Not quite," he answered. "Only 3 parts, but I am beyond my own control. That is the best proof of what has happened to me. You are an arrogant piece and you would defy me if you stood alone, but you don't, and by the Lord, I have reached a point where I will make use of every lever I can lay my hand on yourself, Rosalie, Udded, F. Folliot, the whole lot of you." The thing which was hardest upon her was her knowledge of her own strength, of what she might have allowed herself of flaming words and instant action, but for the memory of Rosie's ghastly little face, as it had looked when she cried out, "You must not think of me. Betty, go home, go home." She held the white desperation of it before her mental vision and answered him even with a certain interested deliberateness. "Do you know," she inquired, "that you are talking to me as though you were the villain in the melodrama?" "There is an advantage in that," he answered, with an unholy smile. "If you repeat what I say, people will only think that you are indulging in hysterical exaggeration. They don't believe in the existence of melodrama in these days." The cynical, absolute knowledge of this revealed so much that nerve was required to face it with steadiness. "True," she commented. "Now I think I understand." "No, you don't," he burst forth. "You have spent your life standing on a golden pedestal, being kowtowed to, and you imagine yourself immune from difficulties because you think you can pay your way out of anything. But you will find that you cannot pay your way out of this, or rather you cannot pay Rosalie's way out of it." "I shall not try. Go on," said the girl. "What I do not understand, you must explain to me. Don't leave anything unsaid." "Good God, what a woman you are!" he cried out bitterly. He had never seen such beauty in his life as he saw in her as she stood with her straight young body flat against the tree. It was not a matter of deep color of eye or high spirit of profile, but of something which burned him. Still as she was, she looked like a flame. She made him feel old and body-worn, and all the more senselessly furious. "I believe you hate me," he raged, "and I may thank my wife for that." Then he lost himself entirely. "Why cannot you behave well to me? If you will behave well to me, Rosalie shall go her own way. If you even looked at me as you look at other men, but you do not. There is always something under your lashes which watches me as if I were a wild beast you were studying. Don't fancy yourself a dompteuse. I am not your man. I swear to you that you don't know what you are dealing with. I swear to you that if you play this game with me, I will drag you two down if I drag myself with you. I have nothing much to lose. You and your sister have everything." "Go on," Betty said briefly. "Go on, yes, I will go on. Rosalie and F. Folliot I hold in the hollow of my hand. As for you, do you know that people are beginning to discuss you? Gossip is easily stirred in the country, where people are so bored that they chatter in self-defense. I have been considered a bad lot. I have become curiously attached to my sister-in-law. I am seen hanging about her, hanging over her as we ride or walk alone together. An American young woman is not like an English girl. She is used to seeing the marriage ceremony juggled with. There's a trifle of prejudice against such young women when they are too rich and too handsome. Don't look at me like that." He burst forth, with maddened sharpness, "I won't have it." The girl was regarding him with the expression he most resented, the reflection of a normal person watching an abnormal one, and studying his abnormality. "Do you know that you are raving?" she said with quiet curiosity, "raving." Suddenly he sat down on the low mound near him, and as he touched his forehead with his handkerchief, she saw that his hand actually shook. "Yes," he answered panting, "but where my ravings? They mean what they say. You do yourself an injury when you give way to them, steadily, even with a touch of slow significance, a physical injury. I have noticed that more than once." He sprang to his feet again. Every drop of blood left his face. For a second he looked as if he would strike her. His arm actually flung itself out and fell. "You devil," he gasped. "You count on that, you she-devil." She left her tree and stood before him. "Listen to me," she said. "You intimate that you have been laying melodramatic plots against me which will injure my good name. That is rubbish. Let us leave it at that. You threaten that you will break Rosie's heart and take her child from her. You say also that you will wound and hurt my mother to her death, and do your worst to ruin an honest man. And by God, I will," he raged, "and you cannot stop me if—" "I do not know whether I can stop you or not, though you may be sure I will try," she interrupted him. "But that is not what I was going to say." She drew a step nearer, and there was something in the intensity of her look which fascinated and held him for a moment. She was curiously grave. "Nigel, I believe in certain things you do not believe in. I believe black thoughts breed black ills to those who think them. It is not a new idea. There is an old Oriental proverb which says, 'Curses, like chickens, come home to roost.' I believe also that the worst, the very worst, cannot be done to those who think steadily only of the best. To you that is merely superstition to be laughed at. That is a matter of opinion. But don't go on with this thing, don't go on with it. Stop and think it over." He stared at her furiously, tried to laugh outright, and failed because the look in her eyes was so odd in its strength and stillness. "You think you can lay some weird spell upon me," he jeered sardonically. "No, I don't," she answered. "I could not if I would. It is no affair of mine. It is your affair only, and there is nothing weird about it. Don't go on, I tell you, think better of it." She turned about without further speech, and walked away from him with light swiftness over the marsh. Oddly enough, he did not even attempt to follow her. He felt a little weak, perhaps because a certain thing she had said had brought back to him a familiar touch of the horrors. She had the eyes of a falcon under the odd, soft shade of the extraordinary lashes. She had seen what he thought no one but himself had realized. Having watched her retreating figure for a few seconds, he sat down, as suddenly as before, on the mound near the tree. "Oh, damn her," he said, his damp forehead on his hands. "Damn the whole universe." When Betty and Roland reached Stornham, the wickerwork pony chaise from the vicarage stood before the stone entrance steps. The drawing-room door was open, and Mrs. Brent was standing near it saying some last words to Lady Anstruthers before leaving the house, after a visit evidently made with an object. This Betty gathered from the solemnity of her manner. "Betty," said Lady Anstruthers, catching sight of her, "do come in for a moment." When Betty entered, both her sister and Mrs. Brent looked at her questioningly. You look a little pale and tired, Miss Vanderpool, Mrs. Brent said, rather as if in haste to be the first to speak. I hope you are not at all unwell. We need all our strength just now. I have brought the most painful news. Malignant typhoid fever has broken out among the hop pickers on the Mount Dunstan estate. Some poor creature was evidently sickening for it when he came from London. 3 people died last night. Chapter 41. She would do something. Sir Nigel's face was not a good thing to see when he appeared at the dinner table in the evening. As he took his seat, the 2 footmen glanced quickly at each other, and the butler at the sideboard furtively thrust out his underlip. Not a man or woman in the household, but had learned the signal denoting the moment when no service would please, no word or movement be unobjectionable. Lady Anstruther's face unconsciously assumed its propitiatory expression, and she glanced at her sister more than once when Betty was unaware that she did so. Until the soup had been removed, Sir Nigel scarcely spoke, merely making curt replies to any casual remark. This was one of his simple and most engaging methods of at once enjoying an ill humor and making his wife feel that she was in some way to blame for it. Mount Dunstan is in a deucedly unpleasant position, he condescended at last. I should not care to stand in his shoes. He had not returned to the court until late in the afternoon, but having heard in the village the rumor of the outbreak of fever, he had made inquiries and gathered detail. You are thinking of the outbreak of typhoid among the hop pickers, said Lady Anstruthers. Mrs. Brent thinks it threatens to be very serious. An epidemic without a doubt, he answered. In a wretched unsanitary place like Dunstan village, the wretches will die like flies. What will be done? Inquired Betty. He gave her one of the unpleasant personal glances, and laughed derisively. Done, the county authorities, who call themselves guardians, will be frightened to death and will potter about and fuss like old women, and profess to examine and protect and lay restrictions, but everyone will manage to keep at a discreet distance, and the thing will run riot and do its worst. As far as one can see, there seems no reason why the whole place should not be swept away. No doubt Mount Dunstan has wisely taken to his heels already. I think that, on the contrary, there would be much doubt of that, Betty said. He would stay and do what he could. Sir Nigel shrugged his shoulders. Would he? I think you'll find he would not. Mrs. Brent tells me, Rosalie broke in somewhat hurriedly, that the huts for the hoppers are in the worst possible condition. They are so dilapidated that the rain pours into them. There is no proper shelter for the people who are ill, and Lord Mount Dunstan cannot afford to take care of them. But he will, broke forth Betty. Her head lifted itself and she spoke almost as if through her small, shut teeth. A wave of intense belief, high, proud, and obstinate, swept through her. It was a feeling so strong and vibrant that she felt as if Mount Dunstan himself must be reached and upborne by it, as if he himself must hear her. Rosalie looked at her half-startled, and for the moment held fascinated by the sudden force rising in her and by the splendid spark of light under her lids. She was reminded of the fierce little Betty of long ago, with her delicate, indomitable small face, and the spirit which even at 9 years old had somehow seemed so strong and straightly keen of sight that one had known it might always be trusted. Actually, in one way she had not changed. She saw the truth of things. The next instant, however, inadvertently glancing towards her husband, she caught her breath quickly. Across his heavy-featured face had shot the sudden gleam of a new expression. It was as if he had at the moment recognized something which filled him with a rush of fury he himself was not prepared for, that he did not wish it to be seen she knew by his manner. There was a brief silence in which it passed away. He spoke after it, with disagreeable precision. He has had an enormous effect on you, that man, he said to Betty. He spoke clearly so that she might have the pleasure of being certain that the manservants heard. They were close to the table, handing fruit, professing to be automatons, eyes down, faces expressing nothing, but as quick of hearing as it is said that blind men are. He knew that if he had been in her place, and a thing as insultingly significant had been said to him, he should promptly have hurled the nearest object, plate, wineglass, or decanter, in the face of the speaker. He knew, too, that women cannot hurl projectiles without looking like viragos and fools. The weakly feminine might burst into tears, or into a silly rage and leave the table. There was a distinct breath space of pause, and Betty, cutting a cluster from a bunch of hothouse grapes presented by the footman at her side, answered as clearly as he had spoken himself. He is strong enough to produce an effect on anyone, she said. I think you feel that yourself. He is a man who will not be beaten in the end, Fortune will give him some good thing. He is a fellow who knows well enough on which hand of him good things lie, he said. He will take all that offers itself. Why not? Betty said impartially. There must be no riding or driving in the neighborhood of the place, he said next. I will have no risks run. He turned and addressed the butler. Jennings, tell the servants that those are my orders. He sat over his wine but a short time that evening, and when he joined his wife and sister-in-law in the drawing-room, he went at once to Betty. In fact, he was in the condition when a man cannot keep away from a woman, but must invent some reason for reaching her, whether it is fatuous or plausible. What I said to Jennings was an order to you as well as to the people below stairs. I know you are particularly fond of riding in the direction of Mount Dunstan. You are in my care so long as you are in my house. Orders are not necessary, Betty replied. The day is past when one rushed to smooth pillows and give the wrong medicine when one's friends were ill. If one is not a properly trained nurse, it is wiser not to risk being very much in the way. He spoke over her shoulder, dropping his voice, though Lady Anstruthers sat apart, appearing to read. Don't think I am fool enough not to understand. You have yourself under magnificent control, but a woman passionately in love cannot keep a certain look out of her eyes. He was standing on the hearth. Betty swung herself lightly round, facing him squarely. Her full look was splendid. If it is there, let it stay, she said. I would not keep it out of my eyes if I could, and you are right, I could not if I would if it is there. If it is, let it stay. The daring, throbbing, human truth of her made his brain whirl. To a man young and clean and fit to count as in the lists, to have heard her say the thing of a rival would have been hard enough. But base, degenerate, and of the world behind her day, to hear it while frenzied for her, was intolerable. And it was Mount Dunstan she bore herself so highly for. Whether melodrama is out of date or not, there are occasionally some fine melodramatic touches in the enmities of today. You think you will reach him, he persisted. You think you will help him in some way, you will not let the thing alone. Excuse my mentioning that whatsoever I take the liberty of doing will encroach on no right of yours, she said. But alone in her room, after she went upstairs, the face reflecting itself in the mirror was pale and its black brows were drawn together. She sat down at the dressing table, and, seeing the paled face, drew the black brows closer, confronting a complicating truth. If I were free to take Rosalie and Udded home tomorrow, she thought, I could not bear to go, I should suffer too much. She was suffering now. The strong longing in her heart was like a physical pain. No word or look of this one man had given her proof that his thoughts turned to her, and yet it was intolerable, that in his hour of stress and need, they were as wholly apart as if worlds rolled between them. At any dire moment, it was mere nature that she should give herself in help and support. If on the night at sea, when they had first spoken to each other, the ship had gone down, she knew that they too, strangers though they were, would have worked side by side among the frantic people, and have been among the last to take to the boats. How did she know? Only because, he being he and she being she, it must have been so in accordance with the laws ruling entities. And now he stood facing a calamity almost as terrible, and she with full hands sat still. She had seen the hop pickers' huts, and had recognized their condition. Mere brick sheds in which the pickers slept upon bundles of hay or straw in their best days. In their decay they did not even provide shelter. In fine, whether the hop gatherers slept well enough in them, cooking their food in gypsy fashion in the open. When the rain descended, it must run down walls and drip through the holes in the roofs in streams which would soak clothes and bedding. The worst that Nigel and Mrs. Brent had implied was true. Illness of any order, under such circumstances, would have small chance of recovery, but malignant typhoid without shelter, without proper nourishment or nursing, had not one chance in a million. And he, this one man, stood alone in the midst of the tragedy, responsible and helpless. He would feel himself responsible as she herself would, if she were in his place. She was conscious that suddenly the event of the afternoon, the interview upon the marshes, had receded until it had become an almost unmeaning incident. What did the degenerate, melodramatic folly matter? She had restlessly left her chair before the dressing table, and was walking to and fro. She paused and stood looking down at the carpet, though she scarcely saw it. Nothing matters but one thing, one person, she owned to herself aloud. I suppose it is always like this. Rosie, Udded, even father and mother, everyone seems less near than they were. It is too strong, too strong. It is. The words dropped slowly from her lips. The strongest thing in the world. She lifted her face and threw out her hands, a lovely young half-sad smile curling the deep corners of her mouth. "Sometimes one feels so disdained," she said, "so disdained with all one's power. Perhaps I am an unwanted thing. But even in this case there were aids one might make an effort to give." She went to her writing table and sat thinking for some time. Afterwards she began to write letters. 3 or 4 were addressed to London, one was to Mr. Penzance. Mount Dunstan and his vicar were walking through the village to the vicarage. They had been to the hop-pickers' huts to see the people who were ill of the fever. Both of them noticed that cottage doors and windows were shut, and that here and there alarmed faces looked out from behind latticed panes. "They are in a panic of fear," Mount Dunstan said, "and by way of safeguard they shut out every breath of air and stifle indoors. Something must be done." Catching the eye of a woman who was peering over her short white dimity blind, he beckoned to her authoritatively. She came to the door and hesitated there, curtsying nervously. Mount Dunstan spoke to her across the hedge. "You need not come out to me, Mrs. Binner. You may stay where you are," he said. "Are you obeying the orders given by the guardians?" Yes, my lord," with more curtsies. "Your health is very much in your own hands," he added. "You must keep your cottage and your children cleaner than you have ever kept them before, and you must use the disinfectant I sent you. Keep away from the huts and open your windows. If you don't open them, I shall come and do it for you. Bad air is infection itself. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord, thank your lordship." "Go in and open your windows now, and tell your neighbors to do the same. If anyone is ill, let me know at once. The vicar and I will do our best for everyone." By that time curiosity had overcome fear, and other cottage doors had opened. Mount Dunstan passed down the row and said a few words to each woman or man who looked out. Questions were asked anxiously and he answered them. That he was personally unafraid was comfortingly plain, and the mere sight of him was, on the whole, an unexplainable support. "We heard said your lordship was going away," put in a stout mother with a heavy child on her arm, a slight testiness scarcely concealed by respectful good manners. She was a matron with a temper, and that a Mount Dunstan should avoid responsibilities seemed highly credible. "I shall stay where I am," Mount Dunstan answered. "My place is here." They believed him, Mount Dunstan though he was. It could not be said that they were fond of him, but gradually it had been borne in upon them that his word was to be relied on, though his manner was unalluring, and they knew he was too poor to do his duty by them or his estate. As he walked away with the vicar, windows were opened, and in 1 or 2 untidy cottages a sudden flourishing of mops and brooms began. There was dark trouble in Mount Dunstan's face. In the huts they had left 2 men stiff on their straw, and 2 women and a child in a state of collapse. Added to these were others stricken helpless. A number of workers in the hop gardens, on realizing the danger threatening them, had gathered together bundles and children, and leaving the harvest behind, had gone on the tramp again. Those who remained were the weaker or less cautious, or were held by some tie to those who were already ill of the fever. The village doctor was an old man who had spent his blameless life in bringing little cottagers into the world, attending their measles and whooping coughs, and their fathers' and grandfathers' rheumatics. He had never faced a village crisis in the course of his 75 years, and was aghast and flurried with fright. His methods remained those of his youth, and were marked chiefly by a readiness to prescribe calomel in any emergency. A younger and stronger man was needed, as well as a man of more modern training. But even the most brilliant practitioner of the hour could not have provided shelter and nourishment, and without them, his skill would have counted as nothing. For 3 weeks there had been no rain, which was a condition of the barometer not likely to last. Already gray clouds were gathering and obscuring the blueness of the sky. The vicar glanced upwards anxiously. "When it comes," he said, "there will be a downpour and a persistent one." "Yes," Mount Dunstan answered. He had lain awake thinking throughout the night. How was a man to sleep? It was as Betty Vanderpool had known it would be. He, who, beggar though he might be, was the lord of the land, was the man to face the strait of these poor workers on the land as his own. Some action must be taken. What action? As he walked by his friend's side from the huts where the dead men lay, it revealed itself that he saw his way. They were going to the vicarage to consult a medical book, but on the way there they passed a part of the park where, through a break in the timber, the huge, white, blind-faced house stood on view. Mount Dunstan laid his hand on Mr. Penzance's shoulder and stopped him. "Look there," he said, "there are weathertight rooms enough." A startled expression showed itself on the vicar's face. "For what?" he exclaimed. "For a hospital," brusquely. "I can give them one thing, at least shelter." "It is a very remarkable thing to think of doing," Mr. Penzance said. "It is not so remarkable as that laborers on my land should die at my gate because I cannot give them decent roofs to cover them. There is a roof that will shield them from the weather. They shall be brought to the mount." The vicar was silent a moment, and a flush of sympathy warmed his face. "You are quite right, Fergus," he said, "entirely right." "Let us go to your study and plan how it shall be done," Mount Dunstan said. As they walked towards the vicarage, he went on talking. "When I lie awake at night, there is one thread which always winds itself through my thoughts whatsoever they are. I don't find that I can disentangle it. It connects itself with Reuben S. Vanderpoel's daughter. You would know that without my telling you, if you had ever struggled with an insane passion." "It is not insane, I repeat," put in Penzance unflinchingly. "Thank you, whether you are right or wrong," answered Mount Dunstan, striding by his side. "When I am awake, she is as much a part of my existence as my breath itself. When I think things over, I find that I am asking myself if her thoughts would be like mine. She is a creature of action. Last night, as I lay awake, I said to myself, she would do something. What would she do? She would not be held back by fear of comment or convention. She would look about her for the utilizable, and she would find it somewhere and use it. I began to sum up the village resources and found nothing, until my thoughts led me to my own house. There it stood, empty and useless. If it were hers and she stood in my place, she would make it useful, so I decided." "You are quite right," Mr. Penzance said again. They spent an hour in his library at the vicarage, arranging practical methods for transforming the great ballroom into a sort of hospital ward. It could be done by the removal of pieces of furniture from the many unused bedrooms. There was also the transportation of the patients from the huts to be provided for. But when all this was planned out, each found himself looking at the other with an unspoken thought in his mind. Mount Dunstan first expressed it. "As far as I can gather, the safety of typhoid fever patients depends almost entirely on scientific nursing, and the caution with which even liquid nourishment is given. The woman whose husband died this morning told me that he had seemed better in the night, and had asked for something to eat. She gave him a piece of bread and a slice of cold bacon, because he told her he fancied it. I could not explain to her, as she sat sobbing over him, that she had probably killed him. When we have patients in our ward, what shall we feed them on, and who will know how to nurse them? They do not know how to nurse each other, and the women in the village would not run the risk of undertaking to help us." But even before he had left the house, the problem was solved for them. The solving of it lay in the note Miss Vanderpoel had written the night before at Stornham. When it was brought to him, Mr. Penzance glanced up from certain calculations he was making upon a sheet of note paper. The accumulating difficulties made him look worn and tired. He opened the note and read it gravely, and then as gravely, though with a change of expression, handed it to Mount Dunstan. "Yes, she is a creature of action. She has heard and understood at once, and she has done something. It is immensely practical, it is fine, it is lovable." "Do you mind my keeping it?" Mount Dunstan asked, after he had read it. "Keep it by all means," the vicar answered. "It is worth keeping." But it was quite brief. She had heard of the outbreak of fever among the hop pickers, and asked to be allowed to give help to the people who were suffering. They would need prompt aid. She chanced to know something of the requirements of such cases, and had written to London for certain supplies which would be sent to them at once. She had also written for nurses, who would be needed above all else. Might she ask Mr. Penzance to kindly call upon her for any further assistance required? "Tell her we are deeply grateful," said Mount Dunstan, "and that she has given us greater help than she knows." "Why not answer her note yourself?" Penzance suggested. Mount Dunstan shook his head. "No," he said shortly, "no." Chapter 42. In the ballroom. Though Dunstan village was cut off, by its misfortune, from its usual intercourse with its neighbors, in some mystic manner villages even at 20 miles distance learned all it did and suffered, feared, or hoped. It did not hope greatly, the rustic habit of mind tending towards a discouraged outlook, and cherishing the drama of impending calamity. As far as Yongford and Marling inmates of cottages and farmhouses were inclined to think it probable that Dunstan would be swept away, and rumors of spreading death and disaster were popular. Tread, the advanced blacksmith at Stornham, having heard in his bygone, better days of the great plague of London, was greatly in demand as a narrator of illuminating anecdotes at the Clock Inn. Among the parties gathered at the large houses, Mount Dunstan himself was much talked of. If he had been a popular man, he might have become a sort of hero. As he was not popular, he was merely a subject for discussion. The fever-stricken patients had been carried in carts to the Mount and given beds in the ballroom, which had been made into a temporary ward. Nurses and supplies had been sent for from London, and 2 energetic young doctors had taken the place of old Dr. Fenwick, who had been frightened and overworked into an attack of bronchitis which confined him to his bed. Where the money came from, which must be spent every day under such circumstances, it was difficult to say. To the simply conservative of mind, the idea of filling one's house with dirty East End hop pickers, infected with typhoid, seemed too radical. Surely he could have done something less extraordinary. Would everybody be expected to turn their houses into hospitals in case of village epidemics, now that he had established a precedent? But there were people who approved, and were warm in their sympathy with him. At the first dinner party where the matter was made the subject of argument, the beautiful Miss Vanderpoel, who was present, listened silently to the talk with such brilliant eyes that Lord Dunham, who was in an elderly way her staunch admirer, spoke to her across the table. "Tell us what you think of it, Miss Vanderpoel," he suggested. She did not hesitate at all. "I like it," she answered, in her clear, well-heard voice. "I like it better than anything I have ever heard." "So do I," said old Lady Allanby shortly. "I should never have done it myself, but I like it just as you do." "I knew you would, Lady Allanby," said the girl. "And you too, Lord Dunham." "I like it so much that I shall write and ask if I cannot be of assistance," Lord Dunham answered. Betty was glad to hear this. Only quickness of thought prevented her from the error of saying, "Thank you," as if the matter were personal to herself. If Mount Dunstan was restive under the obviousness of the fact that help was so sorely needed, he might feel less so if her offer was only one among others. "It seems rather the duty of the neighborhood to show some interest," put in Lady Allanby. "I shall write to him myself. He is evidently of a new order of Mount Dunstan. It's to be hoped he won't take the fever himself, and die of it. He ought to marry some handsome, well-behaved girl and refound the family." Nigel Anstruthers spoke from his side of the table, leaning slightly forward. "He won't if he does not take better care of himself. He passed me on the road 2 days ago, riding like a lunatic. He looks frightfully ill, yellow and drawn and lined. He has not lived the life to prepare him for settling down to a fight with typhoid fever. He would be done for if he caught the infection." "I beg your pardon," said Lord Dunham, with quiet decision. "Unprejudiced inquiry proves that his life has been entirely respectable. As Lady Allanby says, he seems to be of a new order of Mount Dunstan." "No doubt you are right," said Sir Nigel suavely. "He looked ill notwithstanding." "As to looking ill," remarked Lady Allanby to Lord Dunham, who sat near her, "that man looks as if he was going to pieces pretty rapidly himself, and unprejudiced inquiry would not prove that his past had nothing to do with it." Betty wondered if her brother-in-law were lying. It was generally safest to argue that he was. But the fever burned high at Mount Dunstan, and she knew by instinct what its owner was giving of the strength of his body and brain. A young, unmarried woman cannot go about, however, making anxious inquiries concerning the welfare of a man who has made no advance towards her. She must wait for the chance which brings news. The fever, having ill-cared for and habitually ill-fed bodies to work upon, wrought fiercely, despite the energy of the 2 young doctors and the trained nurses. There were many dark hours in the ballroom ward, hours filled with groans and wild ravings. The floating Terpsichorean goddesses upon the lofty ceiling gazed down with wondering eyes at haggard faces and plucking hands which sometimes, behind the screen drawn round their beds, ceased to look feverish and grew paler and stiller, until they moved no more. But at least, none had died through want of shelter and care. The supplies needed came from London each day. Lord Dunham had sent a generous cheque to the aid of the sufferers, and so, also, had old Lady Allanby. But Miss Vanderpoel, consulting medical authorities and hospitals, learned exactly what was required, and necessities were forwarded daily in their most easily utilizable form. "You generously told me to ask you for anything we found we required," Mr. Penzance wrote to her in his note of thanks. "My dear and kind young lady, you leave nothing to ask for. Our doctors, who are young and enthusiastic, are filled with delight in the completeness of the resources placed in their hands." She had, in fact, gone to London to consult an eminent physician, who was an authority of worldwide reputation. Like the head of the legal firm of Townlinson and Shepherd, he had experienced a new sensation in the visit paid him by an indubitably modern young beauty, who wasted no word, and whose eyes, while he answered her amazingly clear questions, were as intelligently intent as those of an ardent and serious young medical student. What a surgical nurse she would have made! It seemed almost a pity that she evidently belonged to a class the members of which are rich enough to undertake the charge of entire epidemics, but who do not usually give themselves to such work, especially when they are young and astonishing in the matter of looks. In addition to the work they did in the ballroom ward, Mount Dunstan and the vicar found much to do among the villagers. Ignorance and alarm combined to create dangers, even where they might not have been feared. Daily instruction and inspection of the cottages and their inmates was required. The knowledge that they were under control and supervision was a support to the frightened people and prevented their lapsing into careless habits. Also, there began to develop among them a secret dependence upon and desire to please his lordship, as the existing circumstances drew him nearer to them, and unconsciously they were attracted and dominated by his strength. The strong man carries his power with him, and when Mount Dunstan entered a cottage and talked to its inmates, the anxious wife or surlily depressed husband was conscious of feeling a certain sense of security. It had been a queer enough thing. This he had done, bundling the infected hoppers out of their leaking huts and carrying them up to the mount itself for shelter and care. At the most, gentlefolk generally gave soup or blankets or hospital tickets and left the rest to luck. But, gentryway or not, a man who did a thing like that would be likely to do other things if they were needed, and gave folk a feeling of being safer than ordinary soup and blankets and hospital tickets could make them. But where did the money come from? Was asked during the first days. Beds and doctors, nurses and medicine, fine brandy and unlimited fowls for broth did not come up from London without being paid for. Pounds and pounds a day must be paid out to get the things that were delivered regular, in hampers and boxes. The women talked to one another over their garden palings, the men argued together over their beer at the public house. Was he running into more debt? But even the village knew that Mount Dunstan credit had been exhausted long ago, and there had been no money at the Mount within the memory of man, so to speak. One morning, the matron with the sharp temper found out the truth, though the outburst of gratitude to Mount Dunstan which resulted in her enlightenment was entirely spontaneous and without intention. Her doubt of his Mount Dunstan blood had grown into a sturdy liking even for his short speech and his often drawn-down brows. "We've got more to thank your lordship for than common help," she said. "God Almighty knows where we'd all ha been but for what you've done. Those poor souls you've nursed and fed." "I've not done it," he broke in promptly. "You're mistaken, I could not have done it, how could I?" "Well," exclaimed the matron frankly, "we was wondering where things came from." "You might well wonder. Have any of you seen Lady Anstruther's sister, Miss Vanderpoel, ride through the village? She used sometimes to ride this way. If you saw her, you will remember it." The American young lady, in ejaculatory delight. "My word, yes, a fine young woman with black hair, that rich, they say, as millions won't cover it." "They won't," grimly. "Lord Dunholm and Lady Allanby of Dole kindly sent checks to help us, but the American young lady was first on the field. She sent both doctors and nurses, and has supplied us with food and medicine every day. As you say, Mrs. Brown, God Almighty knows what would have become of us but for what she has done." Mrs. Brown had listened with rather open mouth. She caught her breath heartily, as a sort of approving exclamation. "God bless her," she broke out. "Girls isn't generally like that. Their heads is too full of finery. God bless her, 'Merican or no 'Merican, that's what I say." Mount Dunstan's red-brown eyes looked as if she had pleased him. "That's what I say too," he answered. "God bless her." There was not a day which passed in which he did not involuntarily say the words to himself again and again. She had been wrong when she had said in her musings that they were as far apart as if worlds rolled between them. Something stronger than sight or speech drew them together. The thread which wove itself through his thoughts grew stronger and stronger. The first day her gifts arrived, and he walked about the ballroom ward directing the placing of hospital cots and hospital aids and comforts. The spirit of her thought and intelligence, the individuality and cleverness of all her methods, brought her so vividly before him that it was almost as if she walked by his side, as if they spoke together, as if she said, "I have tried to think of everything. I want you to miss nothing. Have I helped you? Tell me if there is anything more." The thing which moved and stirred him was his knowledge that when he had thought of her she had also been thinking of him, or of what deeply concerned him. When he had said to himself, tossing on his pillow, "What would she do?" she had been planning in such a way as answered his question. Each morning, when the day's supplies arrived, it was as if he had received a message from her. As the people in the cottages felt the power of his temperament, and depended upon him, so also did the patients in the ballroom ward. The feeling had existed from the outset and increased daily. The doctors and nurses told one another that his passing through the room was like the administering of a tonic. Patients who were weak and making no effort were lifted upon the strong wave of his will and carried onward towards the shore of greater courage and strength. Young Dr. Thwaite met him when he came in one morning and spoke in a low voice. "There is a young man behind the screen there who is very low," he said. "He had an internal hemorrhage towards morning and has lost his pluck. He has a wife and 3 children. We have been doing our best for him with hot water bottles and stimulants, but he has not the courage to help us. You have an extraordinary effect on them all, Lord Mount Dunstan. When they are depressed, they always ask when you are coming in, and this man Patton, his name is, has asked for you several times. Upon my word, I believe you might set him going again." Mount Dunstan walked to the bed, and going behind the screen, stood looking down at the young fellow lying breathing pantingly. His eyes were closed as he labored, and his pinched white nostrils drew themselves in and puffed out at each breath. A nurse on the other side of the cot had just surrounded him with fresh hot water bottles. Suddenly, the sunken eyelids flew open, and the eyes met Mount Dunstan's in imploring anxiousness. "Here I am, Patton," Mount Dunstan said. "You need not speak." But he must speak. Here was the strength his sinking soul had longed for. "Cruel bad goin' fast, Lord," he panted. Mount Dunstan made a sign to the nurse, who gave him a chair. He sat down close to the bed and took the bloodless hand in his own. "No," he said, "you are not going, you'll stay here, I will see to that." The poor fellow smiled wanly. Vague yearnings had led him sometimes, in the past, to wander into chapels or stop and listen to street preachers, and orthodox platitudes came back to him. "God's will," he trailed out. "It's nothing of the sort. It's God's will that you pull yourself together. A man with a wife and 3 children has no right to slip out." A yearning look flickered in the lad's eyes. He was scarcely more than a lad, having married at 17, and had a child each year. "She's a good girl." "Keep that in your mind while you fight this out," said Mount Dunstan. "Say it over to yourself each time you feel yourself letting go. Hold on to it. I am going to fight it out with you. I shall sit here and take care of you all day, all night if necessary. The doctor and the nurse will tell me what to do. Your hand is warmer already. Shut your eyes." He did not leave the bedside until the middle of the night. By that time the worst was over. He had acted throughout the hours under the direction of nurse and doctor. No one but himself had touched the patient. When Patton's eyes were open, they rested on him with a weird, growing belief. He begged his lordship to hold his hand, and was uneasy when he laid it down. "Keeps me up," he whispered. "He pours something into them, vigor, magnetic power, life. He's like a charged battery," Dr. Thwaite said to his coworkers. He sat down by Patton just in time. It sets one to thinking. Having saved Patton, he must save others. When a man or woman sank or had increased fever, they believed that he alone could give them help. In delirium, patients cried out for him. He found himself doing hard work, but he did not flinch from it. The adoration for him became a sort of passion. Haggard faces lighted up into life at the sound of his footstep, and heavy heads turned longingly on their pillows as he passed by. In the winter days to come, there would be many an hour's talk in East End courts and alleys of the queer time, when a score or more of them had lain in the great room, with the dancing and floating goddesses looking down at them from the high, painted ceiling, and the swell, who was a lord, walking about among them, working for them as the nurses did, and sitting by some of them through awful hours, sometimes holding burning or slackening and chilling hands with a grip, whose steadiness seemed to hold them back from the brink of the abyss they were slipping into. The mere ignorantly childish desire to do his prowess credit, and to play him fair, saved more than one man and woman from going out with the tide. It is the first time in my life that I have fairly counted among men. It's the first time I have known human affection, other than yours, Penzance. They want me, these people, they are better for the sight of me. It is a new experience, and it is good for a man's soul, he said. Chapter 43. His Chance. Betty walked much alone upon the marshes with Roland at her side. At intervals she heard from Mr. Penzance, but his notes were necessarily brief, and at other times she could only rely upon report for news of what was occurring at Mount Dunstan. Lord Mount Dunstan's almost military supervision of, and command over his villagers, had certainly saved them from the horrors of an uncontrollable epidemic. His decision and energy had filled the alarmed guardians with respect, and this respect had begun to be shared by many other persons. A man as prompt in action, and as faithful to such responsibilities as many men might have found plausible reasons enough for shirking, inevitably assumed a certain dignity of aspect, when all was said and done. Lord Dunholm was most clear in his expressions of opinion concerning him. Lady Allanby of Dole made a practice of speaking of him in public frequently, always with admiring approval, and in that final manner of hers, to whose authority her neighbours had so long submitted. It began to be accepted as a fact that he was a new development of his race, as her ladyship had put it, a new order of Mount Dunstan. The story of his power over the stricken people, and of their passionate affection and admiration for him, was one likely to spread far and be immensely popular. The drama of certain incidents appealed greatly to the rustic mind, and by cottage firesides he was represented with rapturous awe, as raising men, women, and children from the dead, by the mere miracle of touch. Mrs. Weldon and old Doby revelled in thrilling, almost biblical, versions of current anecdotes, when Betty paid her visits to them. It's like the scripture, what he done for that young man as the last breath had gone out of him, and him lyin' stiffening fast. Young man, arise, he says. The Lord Almighty calls. You've got a young wife and 3 children to take care of, take up your bed and walk. Not as he wanted him to carry his bed anywheres, but it was a manner of speaking. And up the young man got. In a sensible way, said old Mrs. Weldon frankly, for the Lord to look at it, for I must say, miss, if I was struck down for it, though I suppose it's only my sinful ignorance, that there's times when the Lord seems to think no more of sweepin' away a steady 18 shillin' a week, and p-raps 7 in family, and 1 at the breast, and another on the way than if it was nothin'. But likely enough, 18 shillin' a week in confinements does seem paltry to the maker of even and earth. But to the girl walking over the marshland, the humanness of the things she heard gave to her the sense of nearness, of being almost within sight and sound, which Mount Dunstan himself had felt, when each day was filled with the result of her thought of the needs of the poor souls thrown by fate into his hands. In these days, after listening to old Mrs. Weldon's anecdotes, through which she gathered the simpler truth of things, Betty was able to construct for herself a less scriptural version of what she had heard. She was glad in his sitting by a bedside, and holding a hand which lay in his hot or cold, but always trusting to something which his strong body and strong soul gave without stint. There would be no restraint there. Yes, he was kind with the kindness a woman loves, and which she of all women loved most. Sometimes she would sit upon some mound, and while her eyes seemed to rest on the yellowing marsh and its birds and pools, they saw other things, and their color grew deep and dark as the marsh water between the rushes. The time was pressing when a change in her life must come. She frequently asked herself if what she saw in Nigel Anstruther's face was the normal thinking of a sane man, which he himself could control. There had been moments when she had seriously doubted it. He was haggard, aging, and restless. Sometimes he, always as if by chance, followed her as she went from one room to another, and would seat himself and fix his miserable eyes upon her for so long a time that it seemed he must be unconscious of what he was doing. Then he would appear suddenly to recollect himself, and would start up with a muttered exclamation, and stalk out of the room. He spent long hours riding or driving alone about the country, or wandering wretchedly through the park and gardens. Once he went up to town, and after a few days' absence, came back looking more haggard than before and wearing a hunted look in his eyes. He had gone to see a physician, and after having seen him, he had tried to lose himself in a plunge into deep and turbid enough waters, but he found that he had even lost the taste of high flavors, for which he had once had an Epicurean palate. The effort had ended in his being overpowered again by his horrors, the horrors in which he found himself staring at that end of things when no pleasure had spice, no debauchery the sting of life, and men, such as he, stood upon the shore of time shuddering and naked souls, watching the great tide, bearing its treasures, recede forever, and leave them to the cold and hideous dark. During one day of his stay in town, he had seen Teresita, who had at first stared half frightened by the change she saw in him, and then had told him truths he could have wrung her neck for putting into words. "You look an old man," she said, with the foreign accent he had once found deliciously amusing but which now seemed to add a sting. "And something is eating you up. You are mad and loaf with some beautiful one who will not look at you. I have seen it in mans before. It is she who eats you up, your evil thinkings of her. It serve you right. Your eyes look mad." He himself, at times, suspected that they did, and cursed himself because he could not keep cool. It was part of his horrors that he knew his internal furies were worse than folly, and yet he could not restrain them. The creeping suspicion that this was only the result of the simple fact that he had never tried to restrain any tendency of his own was maddening. His nervous system was a wreck. He drank a great deal of whiskey to keep himself straight during the day, and he rose many times during his black waking hours in the night to drink more, because he obstinately refused to give up the hope that, if he drank enough, it would make him sleep. As through the thoughts of Mount Dunstan, who was a clean and healthy human being, there ran one thread which would not disentangle itself, so there ran through his unwholesome thinking a thread which burned like fire. His secret ravings would not have been good to hear. His passion was more than half hatred, and a desire for vengeance, for the chance to reassert his own power, to prove himself master, to get the better in one way or another of this arrogant young outsider, and her high-handed pride. The condition of his mind was so far from normal that he failed to see that the things he said to himself, the plans he laid, were grotesque in their folly. The old cruel dominance of the man over the woman thing, which had seemed the mere natural working of the law among men of his race in centuries past, was awake in him, amid the limitations of modern days. "My God," he said to himself more than once, "I would like to have had her in my hands a few 100 years ago. Women were kept in their places then." He was even frenzied enough to think over what he would have done, if such a thing had been, of her utter helplessness against that which raged in him, of the grey thickness of the walls where he might have held and wrought his will upon her. Insult, torment, death. His alcohol-excited brain ran riot, but when it did its foolish worst, he was baffled by one thing. "Damn her," he found himself crying out. "If I had hung her up and cut her into strips, she would have died staring at me with her big eyes, without uttering a sound." There was a long reach between his imaginings and the time he lived in. America had not been discovered in those decent days, and now a man could not beat even his own wife, or spend her money, without being meddled with by fools. He was thinking of a New York young woman of the 19th century who could actually do as she hanged pleased, and who pleased to be damned high and mighty. For that reason in itself, it was incumbent upon a man to get even with her in one way or another. High and mightiness was not the hardest thing to reach. It offered a good aim. His temper when he returned to Stornham was of the order which in past years had set Rosalie and her child shuddering, and had sent the servants about the house with pale or sullen faces. Betty's presence had the odd effect of restraining him, and he even told her so with sneering resentment. "There would be the devil to pay if you were not here," he said. "You keep me in order, by Jove. I can't work up steam properly when you watch me." He himself knew that it was likely that some change would take place. She would not stay at Stornham, and she would not leave his wife and child alone with him again. It would be like her to hold her tongue until she was ready with her infernal plans and could spring them on him. Her letters to her father had probably prepared him for such action as such a man would be likely to take. He could guess what it would be. They were free and easy enough in America in their dealings with the marriage tie. Their idea would doubtless be a divorce with custody of the child. He wondered a little that they had remained quiet so long. There had been American shrewdness in her coming boldly to Stornham to look over the ground herself, and actually set the place in order. It did not present itself to his mind that what she had done had been no part of a scheme, but the mere result of her temperament and training. He told himself that it had been planned beforehand, and carried out in hard-headed commercial American fashion as a matter of business. The thing which most enraged him was the implied cool, practical realization of the fact that he, as inheritor of an entailed estate, was but owner in charge, and not young enough to be regarded as an insurmountable obstacle to their plans. He could not undo the greater part of what had been done, and they were calculating, he argued, that his would not be likely to be a long life, and if anything happened, Stornham would be Udded's, and the whole vulgar lot of them would come over and take possession and swagger about the place as if they had been born on it. As to divorce or separation, if they took that line, he would at least give them a good run for their money. They would wish they had let sleeping dogs lie before the thing was over. The right kind of lawyer could bully Rosalie into saying anything he chose on the witness stand. There was not much limit to the evidence a man could bring if he was experienced enough to be circumstantial, and knew whom he was dealing with. The very fact that the little fool could be made to appear to have been so sly and sanctimonious would stir the gall of any jury of men. His own condoning the matter for the sake of his sensitive boy, deformed by his mother's unrestrained and violent hysteria before his birth, would go a long way. Let them get their divorce, they would have paid for it, the whole lot of them, the beautiful Miss Vanderpool and all. Such a story as the newspapers would revel in would not be a recommendation to Englishmen of unsmirched reputation. Then his exultation would suddenly drop, as his mental excitement produced its effect of inevitable physical fatigue. Even if he made them pay for getting their own way, what would happen to himself afterwards? No morbid vanity of self-bolstering could make the outlook anything but unpromising. If he had not had such diabolical luck in his few investments, he could have lived his own life. As it was, old Vanderpool would possibly condescend to make him some insufficient allowance, because Rosalie would wish that it might be done, and he would be expected to drag out to the end the kind of life a man pensioned by his wife's relatives inevitably does. If he attempted to live in the country, he should blow out his brains. When his depression was at its worst, he saw himself aging and shabby, rambling about from one cheap continental town to another, blackballed by good clubs, cold-shouldered even by the Terrasitas, cut off from society by his limited means and the stories his wife's friends would spread. He ground his teeth when he thought of Betty. Her splendid vitality had done something to life for him, had given it savor. When he had come upon her in the avenue, his blood had stirred, even though it had been maliciously, and there had been spice in his very resentment of her presence. And she would go away. He would not be likely to see her again if his wife broke with him. She would be swept out of his days. It was hideous to think of, and his rage would overpower him and his nerves go to pieces again. "What are you going to do?" He broke forth suddenly one evening, when he found himself temporarily alone with her. "You are going to do something, I see it in your eyes." He had been for some time watching her from behind his newspaper, while she, with an unread book upon her lap, had in fact been thinking deeply and putting to herself serious questions. Her answer made him stir rather uncomfortably. "I am going to write to my father to ask him to come to England." So this was what she had been preparing to spring upon him. He laughed insolently. "To ask him to come here? With your permission?" "With mine. Does an American father-in-law wait for permission? Is there any practical reason why you should prefer that he should not come?" He left his seat and walked over to her. "Yes, your sending for him is a declaration of war." "It need not be so, why should it?" "In this case I happen to be aware that it is. The choice is your own, I suppose," with ready bravado, "that you and he are prepared to face the consequences. But is Rosalie and is your mother?" "My father is a businessman and will know what can be done. He will know what is worth doing," she answered, without noticing his question. "But," she added the words slowly, "I have been making up my mind, before I write to him, to say something to you, to ask you a question." He made a mock sentimental gesture. "To ask me to spare my wife, to remember that she is the mother of my child." She passed over that also. "To ask you if there is no possible way in which all this unhappiness can be ended decently." "The only decent way of ending it would be that there should be no further interference. Let Rosalie supply the decency by showing me the consideration due from a wife to her husband. The place has been put in order. It was not for my benefit, and I have no money to keep it up. Let Rosalie be provided with means to do it." As he spoke the words, he realized that he had opened a way for embarrassing comment. He expected her to remind him that Rosalie had not come to him without money, but she said nothing about the matter. She never said the things he expected to hear. "You do not want Rosalie for your wife," she went on, "but you could treat her courteously without loving her. You could allow her the privileges other men's wives are allowed. You need not separate her from her family. You could allow her father and mother to come to her and leave her free to go to them sometimes. Will you not agree to that? Will you not let her live peaceably in her own simple way? She is very gentle and humble and would ask nothing more." "She is a fool," he exclaimed furiously. "A fool, she will stay where she is and do as I tell her. You knew what she was when you married her. She was simple and girlish and pretended to be nothing she was not. You chose to marry her and take her from the people who loved her. You broke her spirit and her heart. You would have killed her if I had not come in time to prevent it." "I will kill her yet if you leave her," his folly made him say. You are talking like a feudal lord holding the power of life and death in his hands, she said. Power like that is ancient history. You can hurt no one who has friends, without being punished. It was the old story. She filled him with the desire to shake or disturb her at any cost, and he did his utmost. If she was proposing to make terms with him, he would show her whether he would accept them or not. He let her hear all he had said to himself in his worst moments, all that he had argued concerning what she and her people would do, and what his own actions would be, all his intention to make them pay the uttermost farthing in humiliation if he could not frustrate them. His methods would be definite enough. He had not watched his wife and F. Folliot for weeks to no end. He had known what he was dealing with. He had put other people upon the track and they would testify for him. He poured forth unspeakable statements and intimations, going, as usual, further than he had known he should go when he began. Under the spur of excitement, his imagination served him well. At last he paused. Well, he put it to her, what have you to say? I, with the remote intent curiosity growing in her eyes. I have nothing to say, I am leaving you to say things. You will, of course, try to deny, he insisted. No, I shall not, why should I? You may assume your air of magnificence, but I am dealing with uncomfortable factors. He stopped in spite of himself and then burst forth in a new order of rage. You are trying some confounded experiment on me, what is it? She rose from her chair to go out of the room, and stood a moment holding her book half open in her hand. Yes, I suppose it might be called an experiment, was her answer. Perhaps it was a mistake, I wanted to make quite sure of something. Of what? I did not want to leave anything undone. I did not want to believe that any man could exist who had not one touch of decent feeling to redeem him. It did not seem human. White dints showed themselves about his nostrils. Well, you have found one, he cried. You have a lashing tongue, by God, when you choose to let it go. But I could teach you a good many things, my girl, and before I have done you will have learned most of them. But though he threw himself into a chair and laughed aloud as she left him, he knew that his arrogance and bullying were proving poor weapons, though they had done him good service all his life. And he knew, too, that it was mere simple truth that, as a result of the intellectual, ethical vagaries he scathingly derided, she had actually been giving him a sort of chance to retrieve himself, and that if he had been another sort of man he might have taken it. Chapter 44. A footstep. It was cold enough for fires in halls and bedrooms, and Lady Anstruthers often sat over hers and watched the glowing bed of coals with a fixed thoughtfulness of look. She was so sitting when her sister went to her room to talk to her, and she looked up questioningly when the door closed and Betty came towards her. You have come to tell me something, she said. A slight shade of anxiousness showed itself in her eyes, and Betty sat down by her and took her hand. She had come because what she knew was that Rosalie must be prepared for any step taken, and the time had arrived when she must not be allowed to remain in ignorance, even of things it would be unpleasant to put into words. Yes, she answered. I want to talk to you about something I have decided to do. I think I must write to Father and ask him to come to us. Rosalie turned white, but though her lips parted as if she were going to speak, she said nothing. Do not be frightened, Betty said. I believe it is the only thing to do. I know. Betty went on, holding the hand a little closer. When I came here you were too weak physically to be able to face even the thought of a struggle. I saw that. I was afraid it must come in the end, but I knew that at that time you could not bear it. It would have killed you and might have killed Mother if I had not waited. And until you were stronger, I knew I must wait and reason coolly about you, about everything. I used to guess, sometimes, said Lady Anstruthers. I can tell you about it now. You are not as you were then, Betty said. I did not know Nigel at first, and I felt I ought to see more of him. I wanted to make sure that my child hatred of him did not make me unfair. I even tried to hope that when he came back and found the place in order and things going well, he might recognize the wisdom of behaving with decent kindness to you. If he had done that, I knew Father would have provided for you both, though he would not have left him the opportunity to do again what he did before. No businessman would allow such a thing as that. But as time has gone by, I have seen I was mistaken in hoping for a respectable compromise. Even if he were given a free hand, he would not change. And now, she hesitated, feeling it difficult to choose such words as would not be too unpleasant. How was she to tell Rosie of the ugly, morbid situation which made ordinary passiveness impossible? Now there is a reason, she began again. To her surprise and relief, it was Rosalie who ended for her. She spoke with the painful courage which strong affection gives a weak thing. Her face was pale no longer, but slightly reddened, and she lifted the hand which held hers and kissed it. "You shall not say it," she interrupted her. "I will. There is a reason now why you cannot stay here, why you shall not stay here. That was why I begged you to go. You must go, even if I stay behind alone." Never had the beautiful Miss Vanderpoel's eyes worn so fully their look of being bluebells under water. That this timid creature should so stand at bay to defend her was more moving than anything else could have been. "Thank you, Rosie, thank you," she answered. "But you shall not be left alone. You must go too, there is no other way. Difficulties will be made for us, but we must face them. Father will see the situation from a practical man's standpoint. Men know the things other men cannot do. Women don't. Generally, they know nothing about the law and can be bullied into feeling that it is dangerous and compromising to inquire into it. Nigel has always seen that it was easy to manage women. A strong businessman who has more exact legal information than he has himself will be a new factor to deal with. And he cannot make objectionable love to him. It is because he knows these things that he says that my sending for father will be a declaration of war. Did he say that, a little breathlessly? Yes, and I told him that it need not be so, but he would not listen. And you are sure father will come? I am sure, in a week or two he will be here. Lady Anstruther's lips shook, her eyes lifted themselves to Betty's in a touchingly distressed appeal. Had her momentary courage fled beyond recall? If so, that would be the worst coming to the worst, indeed. Yet it was not ordinary fear which expressed itself in her face, but a deeper piteousness, a sudden hopeless pain, baffling because it seemed a new emotion, or perhaps the upheaval of an old one long and carefully hidden. "You will be brave," Betty appealed to her. "You will not give way, Rosie." "Yes, I must be brave, I am not ill now. I must not fail you, I won't, Betty, but—" She slipped upon the floor and dropped her face upon the girl's knee, sobbing. Betty bent over her, putting her arms round the heaving shoulders and pleading with her to speak. Was there something more to be told, something she did not know? "Yes, yes. Oh, I ought to have told you long ago, but I have always been afraid and ashamed. It has made everything so much worse. I was afraid you would not understand and would think me wicked, wicked." It was Betty who now lost a shade of color, but she held the slim little body closer and kissed her sister's cheek. "What have you been afraid and ashamed to tell me? Do not be ashamed any more. You must not hide anything, no matter what it is, Rosie. I shall understand." "I know I must not hide anything, now that all is over and father is coming. It is about Mr. F. Folliot." "Mr. F. Folliot," repeated Betty quite softly. Lady Anstruther's face, lifted with desperate effort, was like a weeping child's. So much so in its tear-wet simpleness and utter lack of any effort at concealment, that after one quick look at it, Betty's hastened pulses ceased to beat at double-quick time. "Tell me, dear," she almost whispered. "Mr. F. Folliot himself does not know, and I could not help it. He was kind to me when I was dying of unkindness. You don't know what it was like to be drowning in loneliness and misery, and to see one good hand stretched out to help you. Before you went away, oh, Betty, I know it was awful because I was married. I began to care for him very much, and I have cared for him ever since. I cannot stop myself caring, even though I am terrified." Betty kissed her again with a passion of tender pity. Poor little, simple Rosie, too. The tide had crept around her also, and had swept her off her feet, tossing her upon its surf like a wisp of seaweed, and bearing her each day farther from firm shore. "Do not be terrified," she said. "You need only be afraid if you had told him. He will never know, never." Once in the middle of the night, there was anguish in the delicate face, pure anguish. A strange loud cry wakened me, and it was I myself who had cried out, because in my sleep it had come home to me that the years would go on, and at last some day he would die and go out of the world, and I should die and go out of the world, and he would never know, even know. Betty's clasp of her loosened, and she sat very still, looking straight before her into some unseen place. "Yes," she said involuntarily. "Yes, I know, I know, I know." Lady Anstruthers fell back, a little to gaze at her. You know, she breathed, "Betty." But Betty at first did not speak. Her lovely eyes dwelt on the faraway place. "Betty," whispered Rosie, "do you know what you have said?" The lovely eyes turned slowly towards her, and the soft corners of Betty's mouth deepened in a curious unsteadiness. "Yes, I did not intend to say it, but it is true. I know, do not ask me how." Rosalie flung her arms round her waist, and for a moment hid her face. You, she murmured, but stopped herself almost as she uttered the exclamation. "I will not ask you," she said when she spoke again. "But now I shall not be so ashamed. You are a beauty and wonderful and I am not, but if you know, that makes us almost the same. You will understand why I broke down. It was because I could not bear to think of what will happen. I shall be saved and taken home, but Nigel will wreak revenge on him, and I shall be the shame that is put upon him, only because he was kind. When father comes, it will all begin." She wrung her hands, becoming almost hysterical. "Hush," said Betty. "Hush, a man like that cannot be hurt, even by a man like Nigel. There's a way out, there is. Oh, Rosie, we must believe it." She soothed and caressed her, and led her on to relieving her long locked-up misery by speech. It was easy to see the ways in which her feeling had made her life harder to bear. She was as inexperienced as a girl, and had accused herself cruelly. When Nigel had tormented her with evil, carefully chosen taunts, she had felt half guilty and had colored scarlet or turned pale, afraid to meet his sneeringly smiling face. She had tried to forget the kind voice, the kindly, understanding eyes, and had blamed herself as a criminal because she could not. "I had nothing else to remember but unhappiness, and it seemed as if I could not help but remember him," she said as simply as the Rosie who had left New York at 19 might have said it. "I was afraid to trust myself to speak his name. When Nigel made insulting speeches, I could not answer him, and he used to say that women who had adventures should train their faces not to betray them every time they were looked at." "Oh," broke from Betty's lips, and she stood up on the hearth and threw out her hands. "I wish that for one day I might be a man and your brother instead of your sister." "Why?" Betty smiled strangely, a smile which was not amused, which was perhaps not a smile at all. Her voice as she answered was at once low and tense. "Because then I should know what to do. When a male creature cannot be reached through manhood or decency or shame, there is one way in which he can be punished. A man, a real man, should take him by his throat and lash him with a whip, while others look on, lash him until he howls aloud like a dog." She had not expected to say it, but she had said it. Lady Anstruthers looked at her fascinated, and then she covered her face with her hands, huddling herself in a heap as she knelt on the rug, looking singularly small and frail. "Betty," she said presently, in a new, awful little voice, I will tell you something. I never thought I should dare to tell anyone alive. I have shuddered at it myself. There have been days, awful, helpless days, when I was sure there was no hope for me in all the world. When deep down in my soul I understood what women felt when they murdered people, crept to them in their wicked sleep and struck them again and again and again. Like that." She sat up suddenly, as if she did not know what she was doing, and uncovering her little ghastly face struck downward 3 fierce times at nothingness, but as if it were not nothingness, and as if she held something in her hand. There was horror in it. Betty sprang at the hand and caught it. No, she cried out. "Poor little Rosie, darling little Rosie, no. That instant Lady Anstruthers looked up at her shocked and awake. She was Rosie again, and clung to her, holding to her dress, piteous and panting. No, she said. "When it came to me in the night, it was always in the night. I used to get out of bed and pray that it might never come again and that I might be forgiven, just forgiven. It was too horrible that I should even understand it so well." A woeful, wry little smile twisted her mouth. "I was not brave enough to have done it. I could never have done it, Betty, but the thought was there, it was there. I used to think it had made a black mark on my soul." Hannah. The letter took long to write. It led a consecutive story up to the point where it culminated in a situation which presented itself as no longer to be dealt with by means at hand. Parts of the story previous letters had related, though some of them it had not seemed absolutely necessary to relate in detail. Now they must be made clear, and Betty made them so. "Because you trusted me, you made me trust myself," was one of the things she wrote. "For some time, I felt that it was best to fight for my own hand without troubling you. I hoped perhaps I might be able to lead things to a decorous sort of issue. I saw that secretly Rosie hoped and prayed that it might be possible. She gave up expecting happiness before she was 20, and mere decent peace would have seemed heaven to her, if she could have been allowed sometimes to see those she loved and longed for. Now that I must give up my hope, which was perhaps a rather foolish one, and now that I cannot remain at Stornham, she would have no defense at all if she were left alone. Her condition would be more hopeless than before, because Nigel would never forget that we had tried to rescue her and had failed. If I were a man, or if I were very much older, I need not be actually driven away. But as it is, I think that you must come and take the matter into your own hands." She had remained in her sister's room until long after midnight, and by the time the American letter was completed and sealed, a pale touch of dawning light was showing itself. She rose, and going to the window drew the blind up and looked out. The looking out made her open the window, and when she had done so she stood feeling the almost unearthly freshness of the morning about her. The mystery of the first faint light was almost unearthly, too. Trees and shrubs were beginning to take form and outline themselves against the still pallor of the dawn. Before long, the waking of the birds would begin. A brief chirping note here, and they're breaking the silence and warning the world with faint insistence that it had begun to live again and must bestir itself. She had got out of her bed sometimes on a summer morning to watch the beauty of it, to see the flowers gradually reveal their color to the eye, to hear the warmly nesting things begin their joyous day. There were fewer bird sounds now, and the garden beds were autumnal. But how beautiful it all was! How wonderful life in such a place might be if flowers and birds and sweep of sward and mass of stately, broad-branched trees were parts of the home one loved and which surely would in its own way love one in return. But soon all this phase of life would be over. Rosalie, once safe at home, would look back, remembering the place with a shudder. As Udded grew older, the passing of years would dim miserable child memories, and when his inheritance fell to him, he might return to see it with happier eyes. She began to picture to herself Rosie's voyage in the ship which would carry her across the Atlantic to her mother, and the scenes connected in her mind only with a girl's happiness. Whatsoever happened before it took place, the voyage would be made in the end. And Rosalie would be like a creature in a dream, a heavenly, unbelievable dream. Betty could imagine how she would look wrapped up and sitting in her steamer chair, gazing out with rapturous eyes upon the racing waves. She will be happy, she thought, but I shall not, no, I shall not. She drew in the morning air, and unconsciously turned towards the place where, across the rising and falling lands and behind the trees, she knew the great white house stood far away, with watchers' lights showing dimly behind the line of ballroom windows. I do not know how such a thing could be, I do not know how such a thing could be, she said. It could not. And she lifted a high head, not even asking herself what remote sense in her being so obstinately defied, and threw down the glove to fate. Sounds gain a curious distinctness and meaning in the hour of the break of the dawn. In such an hour, they seem even more significant than sounds heard in the dead of night. When she had gone to the window, she had fancied that she heard something in the corridor outside her door, but when she had listened, there had been only silence. Now there was sound again, that of a softly moved slippered foot. She went to the room center and waited. Yes, certainly something had stirred in the passage. She went to the door itself. The dragging step had hesitated, stopped. Could it be Rosalie who had come to her for something? For one second her impulse was to open the door herself. The next, she had changed her mind with a sense of shock. Someone had actually touched the handle and very delicately turned it. It was not pleasant to stand looking at it and see it turn. She heard a low, evidently unintentionally uttered exclamation, and she turned away, and with no attempt at softening the sound of her footsteps walked across the room, hot with passionate disgust. As well as if she had flung the door open, she knew who stood outside. It was Nigel Anstruthers, haggard and unseemly, with burned-out, sleepless eyes and bitten lip. Bad and mad as she had at last seen the situation to be, it was uglier and more desperate than she could well know. Chapter 45. The Passing Bell. The following morning Sir Nigel did not appear at the breakfast table. He breakfasted in his own room, and it became known throughout the household that he had suddenly decided to go away, and his man was packing for the journey. What the journey or the reason for its being taken happened to be were things not explained to anyone but Lady Anstruthers, at the door of whose dressing-room he appeared without warning, just as she was leaving it. Rosalie started when she found herself confronting him. His eyes looked hot and hollow with feverish sleeplessness. "You look ill," she exclaimed involuntarily. "You look as if you had not slept." "Thank you, you always encourage a man. I am not in the habit of sleeping much," he answered. "I am going away for my health. It is as well you should know. I am going to look up old Broadmorlands. I want to know exactly where he is, in case it becomes necessary for me to see him. I also require some trifling data connected with F. Folliot. If your father is coming, it will be as well to be able to lay my hands on things. You can explain to Betty. Good morning." He waited for no reply, but wheeled about and left her. Betty herself wore a changed face when she came down. A cloud had passed over her blooming, as clouds pass over a morning sky and dim it. Rosalie asked herself if she had not noticed something like this before. She began to think she had. Yes, she was sure that at intervals there had been moments when she had glanced at the brilliant face, with an uneasy and yet half unrealizing sense of looking at a glowing light temporarily waning. The feeling had been unrealizable because it was not to be explained. Betty was never ill, she was never low-spirited, she was never out of humor or afraid of things. That was why it was so wonderful to live with her. But yes, it was true, there had been days when the strong, fine light of her had waned. Lady Anstruther's comprehension of it arose now from her memory of the look she had seen the night before in the eyes which suddenly had gazed straight before her, as into an unknown place. Yes, I know. And the tone in the girl's voice had been one Rosie had not heard before. Slight wonder, if you knew, at any outward change which showed itself, though in your own most desperate despite. It would be so even with Betty, who, in her sister's eyes, was unlike any other creature. But perhaps it would be better to make no comment. To make comment would be almost like asking the question she had been forbidden to ask. While the servants were in the room during breakfast, they talked of common things, resorting even to the weather and the news of the village. Afterwards, they passed into the morning room together, and Betty put her arm around Rosalie and kissed her. "Nigel has suddenly gone away, I hear," she said. "Do you know where he has gone?" "He came to my dressing room to tell me." Betty felt the whole slim body stiffen itself with a determination to seem calm. "He said he was going to find out where the old Duke of Broadmorlands was staying at present." "There is some forethought in that," was Betty's answer. "He is not on such terms with the Duke that he can expect to be received as a casual visitor. It will require apt contrivance to arrange an interview. I wonder if he will be able to accomplish it." "Yes, he will," said Lady Anstruthers. "I think he can always contrive things like that." She hesitated a moment and then added, "He said also that he wished to find out certain things about Mr. F. Folliot, trifling data, he called it, that he might be able to lay his hands on things if father came. He told me to explain to you." "That was intended for a taunt, but it's a warning," Betty said, thinking the thing over. "We are rather like ladies left alone to defend a besieged castle. He wished us to feel that." She tightened her enclosing arm. "But we stand together. We shall not fail each other. We can face siege until father comes." "You wrote to him last night." "A long letter, which I wish him to receive before he sails. He might decide to act upon it before leaving New York, to advise with some legal authority he knows and trusts, to prepare our mother in some way, to do some wise thing we cannot foresee the value of. He has known the outline of the story, but not exact details, particularly recent ones. I have held back nothing it was necessary he should know. I am going out to post the letter myself. I shall send a cable asking him to prepare to come to us after he has reflected on what I have written." Rosalie was very quiet, but when, having left the room to prepare to go to the village, Betty came back to say a last word, her sister came to her and laid her hand on her arm. "I have been so weak and trodden upon for years that it would not be natural for you to quite trust me," she said. "But I won't fail you, Betty, I won't." The winter was drawing in. The last autumn days were short and often gray and dreary. The wind had swept the leaves from the trees and scattered them over parklands and lanes, where they lay a mellow-hued, rustling carpet, shifting with each chill breeze that blew. The berried briony garlands clung to the bared hedges, and here and there flared scarlet, still holding their red defiantly until hard frosts should come to shrivel and blacken them. The rare hours of sunshine were amber hours instead of golden. As she passed through the park gate, Betty was thinking of the first morning on which she had walked down the village street, between the irregular rows of red-tiled cottages, with the ragged little enclosing gardens. Then the air and sunshine had been of the just awakening spring. Now the sky was brightly cold, and through the small-paned windows she caught glimpses of fireglow. A bent old man walking very slowly, leaning upon two sticks, had a red-brown woolen muffler wrapped round his neck. Seeing her, he stopped and shuffled the two sticks into one hand that he might leave the other free to touch his wrinkled forehead stiffly, his face stretching into a slow smile as she stopped to speak to him. "Good morning, Marlowe," he said. "How is the rheumatism today?" He was a deaf old man, whose conversation was carried on principally by guesswork, and it was easy for him to gather that, when her ladyship's handsome young sister had given him greeting, she had not forgotten to inquire respecting the rheumatics, which formed the greater part of existence. "Mornin', Miss Mornin'," he answered in the high, cracked voice of rural ancientry. Winter be nigh, and they damp days be full of rheumatiz. 'Tain't easy to get about on my old legs, but I be main thankful for they warm things you sent, miss. This air, fumbling at his red-brown muffler proudly, 'tees a comfort on windy days, so 'tees, and warmth be a good thing to a man when he be goin' downhill in years. All of you who are not able to earn your own fires shall be warm this winter, her ladyship's handsome sister said, speaking closer to his ear. You shall all be warm, don't be afraid of the cold days coming. He shuffled his sticks and touched his forehead again, looking up at her admiringly and chuckling. "'T will be a new tale for Stornham village," he cackled. "'T will be a new tale. Thank ye, miss, thank ye." As she nodded smilingly and passed on, she heard him cackling still under his breath as he hobbled on his slow way, comforted and elate. How almost shamefully easy it was. A few loads of coal and faggots here and there, a few blankets and warm garments whose cost counted for so little when one's hands were full, could change a gruesome village winter into a season during which labor stiffened and broken old things, closing their cottage doors, could draw their chairs round the hearth and hover luxuriously over the red glow, which in its comforting fashion of seeming to have understanding of the dull dreams in old eyes, was more to be loved than any human friend. But she had not needed her passing speech with Marlowe to stimulate realization of how much she had learned to care for the mere living among these people, to whom she seemed to have begun to belong, and whose comfortably lighting faces, when they met her, showed that they knew her to be one who might be turned to in any hour of trouble or dismay. The centuries which had trained them to depend upon their betters had taught the slowest of them to judge with keen sight those who were to be trusted, not alone as power and wealth holders, but as creatures humanly upright and merciful with their kind. "Workin' folk alus knows gentry," old Dobie had once shrilled to her. "Gentry's gentry, and us knows 'em wheresoever they be, better'n they know theirselves, so us do." Yes, they knew, and though they accepted many things as being merely their natural rights, they gave an unsentimental affection and appreciation in return. The patriarchal note in the life was lovable to her. Each creature she passed was a sort of friend who seemed almost of her own blood. It had come to that. This particular existence was more satisfying to her than any other, more heart-filling and warmly complete. Though I am only an impostor, she thought. I was born in Fifth Avenue. Yet since I have known this, I shall be quite happy in no other place than an English village, with a Norman church tower looking down upon it, and rows of little gardens with spears of white and blue lupins and Canterbury bells standing guard before cottage doors. And Rosalie, on the evening of that first strange day, when she had come upon her piteous figure among the heather under the trees near the lake, Rosalie had held her arm with a hot little hand and had said feverishly, "If I could hear the roar of Broadway again, do the stages rattle as they used to, Betty? I can't help hoping that they do." She carried her letter to the post and stopped to talk a few minutes with the postmaster, who transacted his official business in a small shop where sides of bacon and hams hung suspended from the ceiling, while groceries, flannels, dress prints, and glass bottles of sweet stuff filled the shelves. Mr. Tewson's was the central point of Stornham in a commercial sense. The establishment had also certain social qualifications. Mr. Tewson knew the secrets of all hearts within the village radius, also the secrets of all constitutions. He knew by some occult means who had been taken bad, or who had taken a turn, and was aware at once when anyone was sinkin' fast. With such differences of opinion as occasionally arose between the vicar and his churchwardens, he was immediately familiar. The history of the fever among the hop pickers at Dunstan village he had been able to relate in detail from the moment of its outbreak. It was he who had first dramatically revealed the truth of the action Miss Vanderpoel had taken in the matter, which revelation had aroused such enthusiasm as had filled the clock inn to overflowing, and given an impetus to the sale of beer. Tread, it was said, had even made a speech which he had ended with vague, but excellent intentions, by proposing the joint healths of her ladyship's sister and the President of America. Mr. Tewson was always glad to see Miss Vanderpoel cross his threshold. This was not alone because she represented the custom of the court, which since her arrival had meant large regular orders and large bills promptly paid, but that she brought with her an exotic atmosphere of interest and excitement. He had mentioned to friends that somehow a talk with her made him feel set up for the day. Betty was not at all sure that he did not prepare and hoard up choice remarks or bits of information as openings to conversation. This morning, he had thrilling news for her and began with it at once. Dr. Fenwick at Stornham is very low, miss, he said. He's very low, you'll be sorry to hear. The worry about the fever upset him terrible and his bronchitis took him bad. He's an old man, you know. Miss Vanderpool was very sorry to hear it. It was quite in the natural order of things that she should ask other questions about Dunstan village and the Mount, and she asked several. The fever was dying out, and pale convalescents were sometimes seen in the village or strolling about the park. His lordship was taking care of the people and doing his best for them until they should be strong enough to return to their homes. But he's very strict about making it plain that it's you, miss, they have to thank for what he does. That is not quite just, said Miss Vanderpool. He and Mr. Penzance fought on the field, I only supplied some of the ammunition. The county doesn't think of him as it did even a year ago, miss, said Tewson rather smugly. He was very ill thought of then among the gentry. It's wonderful the change that's come about. If he should fall ill there'll be a deal of sympathy. I hope there is no question of his falling ill, said Miss Vanderpool. Mr. Tewson lowered his voice confidentially. This was really his most valuable item of news. Well, miss, he admitted, I have heard that he's been looking very bad for a good bit, and it was told me quite private, because the doctors and the vicar don't want the people to be upset by hearing it, that for a week he's not been well enough to make his rounds. Oh, the exclamation was a faint one, but it was an exclamation. I hope that means nothing really serious, Miss Vanderpool added. Everyone will hope so. Yes, miss, said Mr. Tewson, deftly twisting the string round the package he was tying up for her. A sad reward it would be if he lost his life after doing all he has done. A sad reward, but there'd be a good deal of sympathy. The small package contained trifles of sewing and knitting materials she was going to take to Mrs. Weldon, and she held out her hand for it. She knew she did not smile quite naturally as she said her good morning to Tewson. She went out into the pale amber sunshine and stood a few moments, glad to find herself bathed in it again. She suddenly needed air and light. A sad reward. Sometimes people were not rewarded. Brave men were shot dead on the battlefield when they were doing brave things. Brave physicians and nurses died of the plagues they faithfully wrestled with. Here were dread and pain confronting her, Betty Vanderpool, and while almost everyone else seemed to have faced them, she was wholly unused to their appalling clutch. What a life hers had been, that in looking back over it she should realize that she had never been touched by anything like this before. There came back to her the look of almost odd wonder in G. Selden's honest eyes when he said, "What it must be to be you, just you." He had been thinking only of the millions, and of the freedom from all everyday anxieties the millions gave. She smiled faintly as the thought crossed her brain. The millions, the rolling up of them year by year because millions were breeders. The newspaper stories of them, the wonder at and belief in their power. It was all going on just as before, and yet here stood a Vanderpool in an English village street, of no more worth as far as power to aid herself went than Joe Buttle's girl with the thick waist and round red cheeks. Jenny Buttle would have believed that her ladyship's rich American sister could do anything she chose, open any door, command any presence, sweep aside any obstacle with a wave of her hand. But of the two, Jenny Buttle's path would have laid straighter before her. If she had had a young man who had fallen ill, she would have been free if his mother had cherished no objection to their walking out, to spend all her spare hours in his cottage, making gruel and poultices, crying until her nose and eyes were red, and pouring forth her hopes and fears to any neighbor who came in or out or hung over the dividing garden hedge. If the patient died, the deeper her mourning, and the louder her sobs at his funeral, the more respectable and deserving of sympathy and admiration would Jenny Buttle have been counted. Her ladyship's rich American sister had no young man. She had not at any time been asked to walk out. Even in the dark days of the fever, each of which had carried thought and action of hers to the scene of trouble, there had reigned unbroken silence, except for the vicar's notes of warm and appreciative gratitude. "You are very obstinate, Fergus," Mr. Penzance had said. And Mount Dunstan had shaken his head fiercely and answered, "Don't speak to me about it. Only obstinacy will save me from behaving like other blackguards." Mr. Penzance, carefully polishing his eyeglasses as he watched him, was not sparing in his comment. "That is pure folly," he said, "pure bull-necked, stubborn folly, charging with its head down. Before it has done with you, it will have made you suffer quite enough." "Be sure of that," Mount Dunstan had said, setting his teeth, as he sat in his chair clasping his hands behind his head and glowering into space. Mr. Penzance quietly, speculatively, looked him over and reflected aloud, or so it sounded. It is a big-boned and big-muscled characteristic, but there are things which are stronger. Some 1 minute will arrive, just 1 minute, which will be stronger. One of those moments when the mysteries of the universe are at work. Don't speak to me like that, I tell you. Mount Dunstan broke out passionately, and he sprang up and marched out of the room like an angry man. Miss Vanderpool did not go to Mrs. Weldon's cottage at once, but walked past its door down the lane, where there were no more cottages, but only hedges and fields on either side of her. Not well enough to make his rounds, might mean much or little. It might mean a temporary breakdown from overfatigue or a sickening for deadly illness. She looked at a group of cropping sheep in a field and at a flock of rooks which had just alighted near it with cawing and flapping of wings. She kept her eyes on them merely to steady herself. The thoughts she had brought out with her had grown heavier and were horribly difficult to control. One must not allow one's self to believe the worst will come, one must not allow it. She always held this rule before herself, and now she was not holding it steadily. There was nothing to do. She could write a mere note of inquiry to Mr. Penzance, but that was all. She could only walk up and down the lanes and think, whether he lay dying or not. She could do nothing, even if a day came when she knew that a pit had been dug in the clay, and he had been lowered into it with creaking ropes, and the clods shoveled back upon him where he lay still, never having told her that he was glad that her being had turned to him, and her heart cried aloud his name. She recalled with curious distinctness the effect of the steady toll of the church bell, the passing bell. She could hear it as she had heard it the first time it fell upon her ear, and she had inquired what it meant. Why did they call it the passing bell? All had passed before it began to toll, all had passed. If it tolled at Dunstan and the pit was dug in the churchyard before her father came, would he see, the moment they met, that something had befallen her, that the Betty he had known was changed, gone? Yes, he would see. Affection such as his always saw. Then he would sit alone with her in some quiet room and talk to her, and she would tell him the strange thing that had happened. He would understand, perhaps better than she. She stopped abruptly in her walk and stood still. The hand holding her package was quite cold. This was what one must not allow oneself. But how the thoughts had raced through her brain. She turned and hastened her steps towards Mrs. Weldon's cottage. In Mrs. Weldon's tiny backyard, there stood a coal lodge, suited to the size of the domicile, and already stacked with a full winter's supply of coal. Therefore the well-polished and cleanly little grate in the living room was bright with fire. Old Dobie, who had tottered round the corner to pay his fellow gossip a visit, was sitting by it, and old Mrs. Weldon, clean as to cap and apron and small purple shoulder shawl, had evidently been allaying his natural anxiety as to the conduct of foreign sovereigns by reading in a loud voice the print, under the pictures in an illustrated paper. This occupation had, however, been interrupted a few moments before Miss Vanderpool's arrival. Mrs. Bestir, the neighbor in the next cottage, had stepped in with her youngest on her hip and was talking breathlessly. She paused to drop her curtsy as Betty entered, and old Dobie stood up and made his salute with a trembling hand. "She'll know," he said. "Gentry knows the ins and outs of gentry fust, she'll know the rights." "What has happened?" Mrs. Bestir unexpectedly burst into tears. There was an element in the female villager's temperament, which Betty had found was frequently unexpected in its breaking forth. "He's down, miss," she said. "He's down with it cruel bad. There'll be no savin' of him, none." Betty laid her package of sewing cotton and knitting wool quietly on the blue and white checked tablecloth. "Who is he?" she asked. "His lordship, and him just saved all Dunstan parish from death, to go like this." In Stornham village, and in all others of the neighborhood, the feminine attitude towards Mount Dunstan had been one of strongly emotional admiration. The thwarted female longing for romance, the desire for drama and a hero had been fed by him. A fine, big young man, one that had been spoke ill of and regarded as an outcast, had suddenly turned the tables on fortune and made himself the central figure of the county, the talk of gentry in their grand houses, of cottage women on their doorsteps, and laborers stopping to speak to each other by the roadside. Magic stories had been told of him, beflowered with dramatic detail. No incident could have been related to his credit which would not have been believed and improved upon. Shut up in his village working among his people and unseen by outsiders, he had become a popular idol. Any scrap of news of him, any rumor, true or untrue, was seized upon and excitedly spread abroad. Therefore Mrs. Bestir wept as she talked, and if the truth must be told, enjoyed the situation. She was the first to tell the story to her ladyship's sister herself, as well as to Mrs. Weldon and old Dobie. "It's Thomas brought it in," she said. "He's my brother, miss, and he's one of the ringers. He heard it from Jem Westgate, and he heard it at Toomey's farm. They've been keepin' it hid at the Mount because the people that's ill hangs on his lordship, so that the doctors daren't let them know the truth. They've been told he had to go to London and may come back any day. What Tom was sayin', miss, was that we'd all know when it was over, for we'd hear the church bell toll here same as it'd toll at Dunstan, because they ringers have talked it over and they're goin' to talk it over today with the other parishes, Yongford and Meltham and Dunholm and them. Tom says Stornham ringers met just now at the clock and said that for a man that stood by labouring folk like he has, toll they will, and so ought the other parishes, same as if he was royalty, for he's made himself nearer. They'll toll the minute they hear it, miss, Lord help us," with a fresh outburst of crying. "It don't seem like it's fair as it should be, when we hear the bell toll, miss." "Don't," said her ladyship's handsome sister suddenly, "please don't say it again." She sat down by the table, and resting her elbows on the blue and white checked cloth, covered her face with her hands. She did not speak at all. In this tiny room, with these two old souls who loved her, she need not explain. She sat quite still, and Mrs. Weldon, after looking at her for a few seconds, was prompted by some sublimely simple intuition, and gently sidled Mrs. Bestir and her youngest into the little kitchen, where the copper was. "Her helpin' him like she did, makes it come near," she whispered. "Dis say it seems as if he was a'most like a relation." Old Dobie sat and looked at his goddess. In his slowly moving, old brain stirred far-off memories like long-dead things striving to come to life. He did not know what they were, but they wakened his dim eyes to a new seeing of the slim young shape leaning a little forward, the soft cloud of hair, the fair beauty of the cheek. He had not seen anything like it in his youth, but it was youth itself, and so was that which the ringers were so soon to toll for. And for some remote and unformed reason, to his scores of years they were pitiful and should be cheered. He bent forward himself and put out his ancient, veined and knotted, gnarled and trembling hand, to timorously touch the arm of her he worshipped and adored. "God bless ye," he said, his high, cracked voice even more shrill and thin than usual. "God bless ye." And as she let her hand slip down, and turning, gently looked at him, he nodded to her speakingly, because out of the dimness of his being, some part of nature's working had strangely answered and understood. Chapter 46. Listening. On her way back to the court, her eyes saw only the white road before her feet as she walked. She did not lift them until she found herself passing the lich gate at the entrance to the churchyard. Then suddenly she looked up at the square grey stone tower where the bells hung, and from which they called the village to church, or chimed for weddings, or gave slowly forth to the silent air one heavy, regular stroke after another. She looked and shuddered, and spoke aloud with a curious, passionate imploring, like a child's. "Oh, don't toll, you must not, you cannot." Terror had sprung upon her, and her heart was being torn in two in her breast. That was surely what it seemed like, this agonizing ache of fear. Now from hour to hour she would be waiting and listening to each sound borne on the air. Her thought would be a possession she could not escape. When she spoke or was spoken to, she would be listening. When she was silent, every echo would hold terror. When she slept, if sleep should come to her, her hearing would be awake and she would be listening even then. It was not Betty Vanderpool who was walking along the white road, but another creature, a girl whose brain was full of abnormal thought, and whose whole being made passionate outcry against the thing which was being slowly forced upon her. If the bell tolled, suddenly the whole world would be swept clean of life, empty and clean. If the bell tolled. Before the entrance of the court she saw, as she approached it, the vicarage pony carriage, standing as it had stood on the day she had returned from her walk on the marshes. She felt it quite natural that it should be there. Mrs. Brent always seized upon any fragment of news, and having seized on something now, she had not been able to resist the excitement of bringing it to Lady Anstruthers and her sister. She was in the drawing-room with Rosalie, and was full of her subject and the emotions suitable to the occasion. She had even attained a certain modified dampness of handkerchief. Rosalie's handkerchief, however, was not damp. She had not even attempted to use it, but sat still, her eyes brimming with tears, which, when she saw Betty, brimmed over and slipped helplessly down her cheeks. "Betty," she exclaimed, and got up and went towards her, "I believe you have heard." "In the village, I heard something, yes," Betty answered, and after giving greeting to Mrs. Brent, she led her sister back to her chair and sat near her. This, the thought leaped upon her, was the kind of situation she must be prepared to be equal to. In the presence of these who knew nothing, She must bear herself as if there was nothing to be known. No one but herself had the slightest knowledge of what the past months had brought to her, no one in the world. If the bell tolled, no one in the world but her father ever would know. She had no excuse for emotion. None had been given to her. The kind of thing it was proper that she should say and do now, in the presence of Mrs. Brent, it would be proper and decent that she should say and do in all other cases. She must comport herself as Betty Vanderpool would if she were moved only by ordinary human sympathy and regret. "We must remember that we have only excited rumor to depend upon," she said. "Lord Mount Dunstan has kept his village under almost military law. He has put it into quarantine. No one is allowed to leave it, so there can be no direct source of information. One cannot be sure of the entire truth of what one hears. Often it is exaggerated cottage talk. The whole neighborhood is wrought up to a fever heat of excited sympathy, and villagers like the drama of things." Mrs. Brent looked at her admiringly, it being her fixed habit to admire Miss Vanderpool, and all such as Providence had set above her. "Oh, how wise you are, Miss Vanderpool," she exclaimed, even devoutly. "It is so nice of you to be calm and logical when everybody else is so upset. You are quite right about villagers enjoying the dramatic side of troubles. They always do. And perhaps things are not so bad as they say. I ought not to have let myself believe the worst. But I quite broke down under the ringers, I was so touched." "The ringers," faltered Lady Anstruthers. "The leader came to the vicar to tell him they wanted permission to toll, if they heard tolling at Dunstan. Weaver's family lives within hearing of Dunstan church bells, and one of his boys is to run across the fields and bring the news to Stornham. And it was most touching, Miss Vanderpool. They feel, in their rustic way, that Lord Mount Dunstan has not been treated fairly in the past, and now he seems to them a hero and a martyr, or like a great soldier who has died fighting." "Who may die fighting," broke from Miss Vanderpool sharply. Who may," Mrs. Brent corrected herself, "though heaven grant he will not. But it was the ringers who made me feel as if all really was over. Thank you, Miss Vanderpool, thank you for being so practical and cool." "It was touching," said Lady Anstruthers, her eyes brimming over again. "And what the villagers feel is true. It goes to one's heart, in a little outburst. People have been unkind to him, and he has been lonely in that great empty place. He has been lonely. And if he is dying today, he is lonely even as he dies, even as he dies." Betty drew a deep breath. For one moment there seemed to rise before her vision of a huge room, whose stately size made its bareness a more desolate thing. And Mr. Penzance bent low over the bed. She tore her thought away from it. "No, no," she cried out in low, passionate protest. "There will be love and yearning all about him everywhere. The villagers who are waiting, the poor things he has worked for, the very ringers themselves, are all pouring forth the same thoughts. He will feel even ours too. His soul cannot be lonely." A few minutes earlier, Mrs. Brent had been saying to herself inwardly, "She has not much heart after all, you know." Now she looked at her in amazement. The blue bells were under water in truth, drenched and drowned. And yet as the girl stood up before her, she looked taller, more the magnificent Miss Vanderpool than ever, though she expressed a new meaning. "There is one thing the villagers can do for him," she said. "One thing we can all do. The bell has not tolled yet. There is a service for those who are in peril. If the vicar will call the people to the church, we can all kneel down there and ask to be heard. The vicar will do that, I am sure, and the people will join him with all their hearts." Mrs. Brent was overwhelmed. "Dear, dear Miss Vanderpool," she exclaimed. "That is touching, indeed it is, and so right and so proper. I will drive back to the village at once. The vicar's distress is as great as mine. You think of everything. The service for the sick and dying, how right, how right." With a sense of an increase of value in herself, the vicar, and the vicarage, she hastened back to the pony carriage, but in the hall she seized Betty's hand emotionally. "I cannot tell you how much I am touched by this," she murmured. "I did not know you were a religious girl, my dear." Betty answered with grave politeness. "In times of great pain and terror," she said, "I think almost everybody is religious a little, if that is the right word." There was no ringing of the ordinary call to service. In less than an hour's time, people began to come out of their cottages and wend their way towards the church. No one had put on his or her Sunday clothes. The women had hastily rolled down their sleeves, thrown off their aprons, and donned everyday bonnets and shawls. The men were in their corduroys as they had come in from the fields, and the children wore their pinafores. As if by magic, the news had flown from house to house, and each one who had heard it had left his or her work without a moment's hesitation. They said but little as they made their way to the church. Betty, walking with her sister, was struck by the fact that there were more of them than formed the usual Sunday morning congregation. They were doing no perfunctory duty. The men's faces were heavily moved, most of the women wiped their eyes at intervals, and the children looked odd. There was a suggestion of hurried movement in the step of each, as if no time must be lost, as if they must begin their appeal at once. Betty saw old Dobie tottering along stiffly, with his granddaughter and Mrs. Weldon on either side of him. Marlowe, on his 2 sticks, was to be seen moving slowly but steadily. Within the ancient stone walls, stiff old knees bent themselves with care, and faces were covered devoutly by work-hardened hands. As she passed through the churchyard, Betty knew that eyes followed her affectionately, and that the touching of foreheads and dropping of curtsies expressed a special sympathy. In each mind she was connected with the man they came to pray for, with the work he had done, with the danger he was in. It was vaguely felt that if his life ended, a bereavement would have fallen upon her. This the girl knew. The vicar lifted his bowed head and began his service. Every man, woman, and child before him responded aloud and with a curious fervor, not in decorous fear of seeming to thrust themselves before the throne, making too much of their petitions, in the presence of the gentry. Here and there sobs were to be heard. Lady Anstruthers followed the service timorously and with tears. But Betty, kneeling at her side, by the round table in the center of the great square Stornham pew, which was like a room, bowed her head upon her folded arms, and prayed her own intense, insistent prayer. God in heaven, was her inward cry. God of all the worlds, do not let him die. If he ask anything in my name, that I will do. Christ said it, in the name of Jesus of Nazareth, do not let him die. All the worlds are yours, all the power, listen to us, listen to us. Lord, I believe, help thou my unbelief. If this terror robs me of faith, and I pray madly, forgive me. Do not count it against me as sin, you made him. He has suffered and been alone. It is not time yet for him to go. He has known no joy and no bright thing. Do not let him go out of the warm world like a blind man, do not let him die. Perhaps this is not prayer but raging. Forgive, all power is gone from me. God of the worlds and the great winds and the myriad stars, do not let him die. She knew her thoughts were wild, but their torrent bore her with them into a strange, great silence. She did not hear the vicar's words or the responses of the people. She was not within the gray stone walls. She had been drawn away as into the darkness and stillness of the night, and no soul but her own seemed near. Through the stillness and the dark her praying seemed to call and echo, clamoring again and again. It must reach something. It must be heard, because she cried so loud, though to the human beings about her she seemed kneeling in silence. She went on, repeating her words, changing them, ending and beginning again, pouring forth a flood of appeal. She thought later that the flood must have been at its highest tide, when singularly it was stemmed. Without warning, a wave of awe passed over her which strangely silenced her, and left her bowed and kneeling, but crying out no more. The darkness had become still, even as it had not been still before. Suddenly she cowered as she knelt and held her breath. Something had drawn a little near. No thoughts, no words, no cries were needed as the great stillness grew and spread, and folded her being within it. She waited, only waited. She did not know how long a time passed before she felt herself drawn back from the silent and shadowy places, awakening, as it were, to the sounds in the church. Our Father, she began to say, as simply as a child. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. There was a stirring among the congregation, and sounds of feet, as the people began to move down the aisle in reverent slowness. She caught again the occasional sound of a subdued sob. Rosalie gently touched her, and she rose, following her out of the big pew and passing down the aisle after the villagers. Outside the entrance the people waited as if they wanted to see her again. Foreheads were touched as before and eyes followed her. She was to the general mind the center of the drama, and the Almighty would do well to hear her. She had been doing his work for him, same as his lordship. They did not expect her to smile at such a time, when she returned their greetings, and she did not, but they said afterwards, in their cottages, that trouble or not she was a wonder for looks, that she was Miss Vanderpool. Rosalie slipped a hand through her arm, and they walked home together, very close to each other. Now and then there was a questioning in Rosie's look, but neither of them spoke once. On an oak table in the hall, a letter from Mr. Penzance was lying. It was brief, hurried, and anxious. The rumor that Mount Dunstan had been ailing was true, and that they had felt they must conceal the matter from the villagers was true also. For some baffling reason the fever had not absolutely declared itself, but the young doctors were beset by grave forebodings. In such cases, the most serious symptoms might suddenly develop. One never knew. Mr. Penzance was evidently torn by fears which he desperately strove to suppress. But Betty could see the anguish on his fine old face, and between the lines she read dread and warning not put into words. She believed that, fearing the worst, he felt he must prepare her mind. He has lived under a great strain for months, he ended. It began long before the outbreak of the fever. I am not strong under my sense of the cruelty of things, and I have never loved him as I love him today. Betty took the letter to her room and read it 2 or 3 times. Because she had asked intelligent questions of the medical authority she had consulted on her visit to London, she knew something of the fever and its habits. Even her unclerical knowledge was such as it was not well to reflect upon. She refolded the letter and laid it aside. I must not think, I must do something. It may prevent my listening, she said aloud to the silence of her room. She cast her eyes about her as if in search. Upon her desk lay a notebook. She took it up and opened it. It contained lists of plants, of flower seeds, of bulbs and shrubs. Each list was headed with an explanatory note. Yes, this will do, she said. I will go and talk to Kedgers. Kedgers and every man under him had been at the service, but they had returned to their respective duties. Kedgers, giving directions to some under-gardeners who were clearing flower beds and preparing them for their winter rest, turned to meet her as she approached. To Kedgers the sight of her coming towards him on a garden path was a joyful thing. He had done wonders, it is true, but if she had not stood by his side with inspiration as well as confidence, he knew that things might have come out different. You was born a gardener, Miss Born One, he had said months ago. It was the time when flower beds must be planned for the coming year. Her notebook was filled with memoranda of the things they must talk about. It was good, normal, healthy work to do. The scent of the rich, damp, upturned mold was a good thing to inhale. They walked from one end to another, stood before clumps of shrubs, and studied bits of wall. Here a mass of blue might grow, here low things of white and pale yellow. A quickly climbing rose would hang sheets of bloom over this dead tree. This sheltered wall would hold warmth for a Merchel Neal. You must take care of it all, even if I am not here next year, Miss Vanderpool said. Kedger's absorbed face changed. Not here, miss, he exclaimed. You not here, things wouldn't grow, miss. He checked himself, his weather-toughened skin reddening because he was afraid he had perhaps taken a liberty, and then moving his hat uneasily on his head he took another. But it's true enough, looking down on the gravel walk, we couldn't expect to keep you. She did not look as if she had noticed the liberty, but she did not look quite like herself, Kedgers thought. If she had been another young lady, and but for his established feeling that she was somehow immune from all ills, he would have thought she had a headache, or was low in her mind. She spent an hour or 2 with him, and together they planned for the changing seasons of the year to come. How she could keep her mind on a thing, and what a head she had for planning, and what an eye for color. But yes, there was something a bit wrong somehow. Now and then she would stop and stand still for a moment, and suddenly it struck Kedgers that she looked as if she were listening. Did you think you heard something, miss? He asked her once when she paused and wore this look. No, she answered, no, and drew him on quickly, almost as if she did not want him to hear what she had seemed listening for. When she left him and went back to the house, all the loveliness of spring, summer, and autumn had been thought out and provided for. Kedgers stood on the path and looked after her until she passed through the terrace door. He chewed his lip uneasily. Then he remembered something and felt a bit relieved. It was the service he remembered. Ah, it's that's upset her, and it's natural, seeing how she's helped him in Dunstan village, it's only natural. He chewed his lip again and nodded his head in odd reflection. Aye, he summed her up. She's a great lady, she's a great lady, same as if she'd been born in a civilized land. During the rest of the day, the look of question in Rosalie's eyes changed in its nature. When her sister was near her, she found herself glancing at her with a new feeling. It was a growing feeling, which gradually became anxiousness. Betty presented to her the aspect of one withdrawn into some remote space. She was not living this day as her days were usually lived. She did not sit still or stroll about the gardens quietly. The consecutiveness of her actions seemed broken. She did one thing after another, as if she must fill each moment. This was not her Betty. Lady Anstruthers watched and thought until in the end, a new pained fear began to creep slowly into her mind, and make her feel as if she were slightly trembling though her hands did not shake. She did not dare to allow herself to think the thing she knew she was on the brink of thinking. She thrust it away from her, and tried not to think at all. Her Betty, her splendid Betty, whom nothing could hurt, who could not be touched by any awful thing, her dear Betty. In the afternoon, she saw her write notes steadily for an hour. Then she went out into the stables and visited the horses, talked to the coachman and to her own groom. She was very kind to a village boy who had been recently taken on as an additional assistant in the stable, and who was rather frightened and shy. She knew his mother, who had a large family, and she had, indeed, given the boy his place that he might be trained under the great Mr. Buckham, who was coachman and head of the stables. She said encouraging things which quite cheered him, and she spoke privately to Mr. Buckham about him. Then she walked in the park a little, but not for long. When she came back, Rosalie was waiting for her. "I want to take a long drive," she said. "I feel restless. Will you come with me, Betty?" Yes, she would go with her, so Buckham brought the landau with its pair of big horses, and they rolled down the avenue and into the smooth, white high road. He took them far past the great marshes, between miles of bared hedges, past farms and scattered cottages. Sometimes he turned into lanes, where the hedges were closer to each other, and where, here and there, they caught sight of new points of view between trees. Betty was glad to feel Rosie's slim body near her side, and she was conscious that it gradually seemed to draw closer and closer. Then Rosie's hand slipped into hers and held it softly on her lap. When they drove together in this way, they were usually both of them rather silent and quiet, but now Rosalie spoke of many things, of Udded, of Nigel, of the Dunholms, of New York, and their father and mother. "I want to talk because I'm nervous, I think," she said half apologetically. "I do not want to sit still and think too much of father's coming. You don't mind my talking, do you, Betty?" "No," Betty answered. "It is good for you and for me," and she met the pressure of Rosie's hand halfway. But Rosie was talking, not because she did not want to sit still and think, but because she did not want Betty to do so. And all the time she was trying to thrust away the thought growing in her mind. They spent the evening together in the library, and Betty read aloud. She read a long time, until quite late. She wished to tire herself as well as to force herself to stop listening. When they said good night to each other, Rosie clung to her as desperately as she had clung on the night after her arrival. She kissed her again and then hung her head and excused herself. "Forgive me for being nervous. I'm ashamed of myself," she said. "Perhaps in time I shall get over being a coward." But she said nothing of the fact that she was not a coward for herself, but through a slowly formulating and struggled against fear, which chilled her very heart, and which she could best cover by a pretense of being a poltroon. She could not sleep when she went to bed. The night seemed crowded with strange, terrified thoughts. They were all of Betty, though sometimes she thought of her father's coming, of her mother in New York, and of Betty's steady working throughout the day. Sometimes she cried, twisting her hands together, and sometimes she dropped into a feverish sleep and dreamed that she was watching Betty's face, yet was afraid to look at it. She awakened suddenly from one of these dreams and sat upright in bed to find the dawn breaking. She rose and threw on a dressing gown and went to her sister's room because she could not bear to stay away. The door was not locked, and she pushed it open gently. One of the windows had its blind drawn up and looked like a patch of dull gray. Betty was standing upright near it. She was in her nightgown, and a long black plait of hair hung over one shoulder heavily. She looked all black and white in strong contrast. The gray light set her forth as a tall ghost. Lady Anstruthers slid forward, feeling a tightness in her chest. "The dawn wakened me too," she said. "I have been waiting to see it come," answered Betty. "It is going to be a dull, dreary day." Chapter 47. I have no word or look to remember. It was a dull and dreary day, as Betty had foreseen it would be. Heavy rain clouds hung and threatened, and the atmosphere was damp and chill. It was one of those days of the English autumn which speak only of the end of things, bereaving one of the power to remember next year's spring and summer, which, after all, must surely come. Sky is gray, trees are gray, dead leaves lie damp beneath the feet, sunlight and birds seem forgotten things. All that has been sad and to be regretted or feared hangs heavy in the air and sways all thought. In the passing of these hours there is no hope anywhere. Betty appeared at breakfast in short dress and close hat. She wore thick little boots, as if for walking. "I am going to make visits in the village," she said. "I want a basket of good things to take with me. Stourton's children need feeding after their measles. They looked very thin when I saw them playing in the road yesterday." "Yes, dear," Rosalie answered. "Mrs. Noakes shall prepare the basket. Good chicken broth and jelly and nourishing things. Jennings, to the butler, you know the kind of basket Miss Vanderpool wants. Speak to Mrs. Noakes, please. Yes, my lady. Jennings knew the kind of basket, and so did Mrs. Noakes. Below stairs a strong sympathy with Miss Vanderpool's movements had developed. No one resented the preparation of baskets. Somehow they were always managed, even if asked for at untimely hours. Betty was sitting silent, looking out into the grayness of the autumn-smitten park. Are you listening for anything, Betty? Lady Anstruthers asked rather falteringly. You have a sort of listening look in your eyes. Betty came back to the room, as it were. Have I? She said. Yes, I think I was listening for something. And Rosalie did not ask her what she listened for. She was afraid she knew. It was not only the Stourtons Betty visited this morning. She passed from one cottage to another, to see old women, and old men, as well as young ones, who for one reason or another needed help and encouragement. By one bedside she read aloud, by another she sat and told cheerful stories. She listened to talk in little kitchens, and in one house welcomed a newborn thing. As she walked steadily over Grey Road and down Grey Lanes, damp mist rose and hung about her. And she did not walk alone. Fear walked with her, and anguish, a grey ghost by her side. Once she found herself standing quite still on a side path, covering her face with her hands. She filled every moment of the morning and walked until she was tired. Before she went home she called at the post office, and Mr. Tewson greeted her with a solemn face. He did not wait to be questioned. There's been no news today, miss, so far, he said. And that seems as if they might be so given up to hard work at a dreadful time that there's been no chance for anything to get out. When people's hanging over a man's bed at the end, it's as if everything stopped, but that's stopping for all time. After luncheon, the rain began to fall softly, slowly, and with a suggestion of endlessness. It was a sort of mist itself, and became a damp shadow among the bare branches of trees, which soon began to drip. You have been walking about all morning, and you are tired, dear, Lady Anstruthers said to her. Won't you go to your room and rest, Betty? Yes, she would go to her room, she said. Some new books had arrived from London this morning, and she would look over them. She talked a little about her visits before she went, and when, as she talked, Udded came over to her and stood close to her side holding her hand and stroking it, she smiled at him sweetly, the smile he adored. He stroked the hand and softly patted it, watching her wistfully. Suddenly he lifted it to his lips, and kissed it again and again with a sort of passion. I love you so much, Aunt Betty, he cried. We both love you so much. Something makes me love you today more than ever I did before. It almost makes me cry, I love you so. She stooped swiftly and drew him into her arms and kissed him close and hard. He held his head back a little and looked into the blue under her lashes. I love your eyes, he said. Anyone would love your eyes, Aunt Betty, but what is the matter with them? You are not crying at all, but oh, what is the matter? No, I am not crying at all, she said, and smiled, almost laughed. But after she had kissed him again, she took her books and went upstairs. She did not lie down, and she did not read when she was alone in her room. She drew a long chair before the window and watched the slow falling of the rain. There is nothing like it, that slow weeping of the rain on an English autumn day. Soft and light though it was, the park began to look sodden. The bare trees held out their branches like imploring arms, the brown garden beds were neat and bare. The same rain was drip-dripping at Mount Dunstan, upon the desolate great house, upon the village, upon the mounds and ancient stone tombs in the churchyard, sinking into the earth, sinking deep, sucked in by the clay beneath, the cold damp clay. She shook herself shudderingly. Why should the thought come to her, the cold damp clay? She would not listen to it. She would think of New York, of its roaring streets and crash of sound, of the rush of fierce life there, of her father and mother. She tried to force herself to call up pictures of Broadway, swarming with crowds of black things, which, seen from the windows of its monstrous buildings, seemed like swarms of ants, burst out of ant hills, out of 1,000 ant hills. She tried to remember shop windows, the things in them, the throngs going by, and the throngs passing in and out of great swinging glass doors. She dragged up before her a vision of Rosalie, driving with her mother and herself, looking about her at the new buildings and changed streets, flushed and made radiant by the accelerated pace and excitement of her beloved New York. But oh, the slow, penetrating rainfall and the cold, damp clay. She rose, making an involuntary sound which was half a moan. The long mirror set between two windows showed her momentarily an awful young figure, throwing up its arms. Was that Betty Vanderpool, that? What does one do, she said, when the world comes to an end? What does one do? All her days she had done things, there had always been something to do. Now there was nothing. She went suddenly to her bell and rang for her maid. The woman answered the summons at once. "Send word to the stable that I want Child Harold. I do not want Mason. I shall ride alone." "Yes, miss," Ambleston answered, without any exterior sign of emotion. She was too well-trained a person to express any shade of her internal amazement. After she had transmitted the order to the proper manager, she returned and changed her mistress's costume. She had contemplated her task, and was standing behind Miss Vanderpoel's chair, putting the last touch to her veil, when she became conscious of a slight stiffening of the neck which held so well the handsome head. Then the head slowly turned towards the window giving upon the front park. Miss Vanderpoel was listening to something, listening so intently that Ambleston felt that, for a few moments, she did not seem to breathe. The maid's hands fell from the veil, and she began to listen also. She had been at the service the day before. Miss Vanderpoel rose from her chair slowly, very slowly, and took a step forward. Then she stood still and listened again. "Open that window, if you please," she commanded, as if a stone image was speaking, Ambleston said later. The window was thrown open, and for a few seconds they both stood still again. When Miss Vanderpoel spoke, it was as if she had forgotten where she was, or as if she were in a dream. "It is the ringers," she said. "They are tolling the passing bell." The serving woman was soft of heart, and had her feminine emotions. There had been much talk of this thing in the servants' hall. She turned upon Betty, and forgot all rules and training. "Oh, miss," she cried. He's gone, that good man out of this hard world. Oh, miss, excuse me, do." And as she burst into wild tears, she ran out of the room. Rosalie had been sitting in the morning room. She also had striven to occupy herself with work. She had written to her mother, she had read, she had embroidered, and then read again. What was Betty doing? What was she thinking now? She laid her book down in her lap, and covering her face with her hands, breathed a desperate little prayer. That life should be pain and emptiness to herself seemed somehow natural since she had married Nigel. But pain and emptiness for Betty. No, 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 not for Betty. Piteous sorrow poured upon her like a flood. She did not know how the time passed. She sat huddled together in her chair with hidden face. She could not bear to look at the rain and ghost mist out of doors. Oh, if her mother were only here and she might speak to her. And as her loving tears broke forth afresh, she heard the door open. "If you please, my lady. I beg your pardon, my lady," as she started and uncovered her face. "What is it, Jennings?" The figure at the door was that of the serious, elderly butler, and he wore a respectfully grave air. "As your ladyship is sitting in this room, we thought it likely you would not hear, the windows being closed, and we felt sure, my lady, that you would wish to know." Lady Anstruther's hands shook as they clung to the arms of her chair. "To know," she faltered. "Hear what?" "The passing bell is tolling, my lady. It has just begun. It is for Lord Mount Dunstan. There's not a dry eye downstairs, your ladyship, not one." He opened the windows, and she stood up. Jennings quietly left the room. The slow, heavy knell struck ponderously on the damp air, and she stood and shivered. A moment or two later she turned, because it seemed as if she must. Betty, in her riding habit, was standing motionless against the door, her wonderful eyes still as death, gazing at her, gazing in an awful, simple silence. Oh, what was the use of being afraid to speak at such a time as this? In one moment Rosie was kneeling at her feet, clinging about her knees, kissing her hands, the very cloth of her habit, and sobbing aloud. "Oh, my darling, my love, my own Betty, I don't know and I won't ask, but speak to me, speak just a word, my dearest dear." Betty raised her up and drew her within the room, closing the door behind them. "Kind little Rosie," she said. "I came to speak because we two love each other. You need not ask, I will tell you. That bell is tolling for the man who taught me to know. He never spoke to me of love. I have not one word or look to remember. And now, oh, listen, listen. I have been listening since the morning of yesterday." It was an awful thing, her white face with all the flame of life swept out of it. "Don't listen, darling, darling," Rosie cried out in anguish. Shut your ears," and she tried to throw her arms around the high black head and stifle all sound with her embrace. "I don't want to shut them," was the answer. "All the unkindness and misery are over for him. I ought to thank God, but I don't. I shall hear, oh, Rosie, listen. I shall hear that to the end of my days." Rosie held her tight and rocked and sobbed. "My Betty," she kept saying. "My Betty," and she could say no more. What more was there to say? At last Betty withdrew herself from her arms, and then Rosalie noticed for the first time that she wore the habit. Dearest, she whispered, what are you going to do? I was going to ride, and I am going to do it still. I must do something. I shall ride a long, long way and ride hard. You won't try to keep me, Rosie, you will understand. Yes, biting her lip, and looking at her with large, odd eyes, as she patted her arm with a hand that trembled. I would not hold you back, Betty, from anything in the world you chose to do. And with another long, clinging clasp of her, she let her go. Mason was standing by Childe Harold when she went down the broad steps. He also wore a look of repressed emotion, and stood with bared head bent, his eyes fixed on the gravel of the drive, listening to the heavy strokes of the bell in the church tower, rather as if he were taking part in some solemn ceremony. He mounted her silently, and after he had given her the bridle, looked up, and spoke in a somewhat husky voice. The order was that you did not want me, miss. Was that correct? Yes, I wish to ride alone. Yes, miss, thank you, miss. Childe Harold was in good spirits. He held up his head, and blew the breath through his delicate, dilated red nostrils as he set out with his favorite sidling, dancing steps. Mason watched him down the avenue, saw the lodge-keeper come out to open the gate, and curtsy as her ladyship's sister passed through it. After that he went slowly back to the stables, and sat in the harness room a long time, staring at the floor, as the bell struck ponderously on his ear. The woman who had opened the gate for her Betty saw had red eyes. She knew why. A year ago they all thought of him as an outcast. They would have believed any evil they had heard connected with his name. Now, in every cottage there is weeping, weeping. And he lies deaf and dumb, was her thought. She did not wish to pass through the village, and turn down a side road, which would lead her to where she could cross the marshes and come upon lonely places. The more lonely the better. Every few moments she caught her breath with a hard, short gasp. The slow rain fell upon her, big round, crystal drops hung on the hedgerows and dripped upon the grass banks below them. The trees, wreathed with mist, were like waiting ghosts as she passed them by. Childe Harold's hoof upon the road made a hollow, lonely sound. A thought began to fill her brain, and make insistent pressure upon it. She tried no more to thrust thought away. Those who lay deaf and dumb, those for whom people wept, where were they when the weeping seemed to sound through all the world? How far had they gone? Was it far? Could they hear and could they see? If one plead with them aloud, could they draw near to listen? Did they begin a long, long journey as soon as they had slipped away? The wonder of the world, she had said, watching life swelling and bursting the seeds in Kedger's hothouses. But this was a greater wonder still because of its awesomeness. This man had been, and who dare say he was not even now? The strength of his great body, the look in his red-brown eyes, the sound of his deep voice, the struggle, the meaning of him, where were they? She heard herself followed by the hollow echo of Childe Harold's hoofs, as she rode past copse and hedge and wet spreading fields. She was this hour as he had been a month ago. If with some strange suddenness, this witch was Betty Vanderpoel slipped from its body, she put her hand up to her forehead. It was unthinkable that there would be no more. Where was he now? Where was he now? This was the thought that filled her brain cells to the exclusion of all others. Over the road, down through Belanes, out on the marshes. Where was he? Where was he? Where? Childe Harold's hoofs began to beat it out as a refrain. She heard nothing else. She did not know where she was going and did not ask herself. She went down any road or lane which looked empty of life. She took strange turnings without caring. She did not know how far she was afield. Where was he now, this hour, this moment? Where was he now? Did he know the rain, the grayness, the desolation of the world? Once she stopped her horse on the loneliness of the marshland, and looked up at the low clouds about her, at the creeping mist, the dank grass. It seemed a place in which a newly released soul might wander, because it did not yet know its way. If you should be near and come to me, you will understand, her clear voice said gravely between the caught breaths. What I gave you was nothing to you, but you took it with you. Perhaps you know without my telling you. I want you to know. When a man is dead, everything melts away. I loved you, I wish you had loved me. Chapter 48. The moment. In the unnatural unbearableness of her anguish, she lost sight of objects as she passed them, she lost all memory of what she did. She did not know how long she had been out, or how far she had ridden. When the thought of time or distance vaguely flitted across her mind, it seemed that she had been riding for hours, and might have crossed one county and entered another. She had long left familiar places behind. Riding through and enclosed by the mist, she herself might have been a wandering ghost, lost in unknown places. Where was he now? Where was he now? Afterwards she could not tell how or when it was that she found herself becoming conscious of the evidences that her horse had been ridden too long and hard. and that he was worn out with fatigue. She did not know that she had ridden round and round over the marshes, and had passed several times through the same lanes. Childe Harold, the sure of foot, actually stumbled, out of sheer weariness of limb. Perhaps it was this which brought her back to earth, and led her to look around her with eyes which saw material objects with comprehension. She had reached the lonely places, indeed, and the evening was drawing on. She was at the edge of the marsh, and the land about her was strange to her and desolate. At the side of a steep lane, overgrown with grass, and seeming a mere cart path, stood a deserted-looking, black and white, timbered cottage, which was half a ruin. Close to it was a dripping spinney, its trees forming a darkling background to the tumble-down house, whose thatch was rotting into holes, and its walls sagging forward perilously. The bit of garden about it was neglected and untidy. Here and there windows were broken, and stuffed with pieces of ragged garments. Altogether, a sinister and repellent place enough. She looked at it with heavy eyes. Where was he now? Where was he now? This repeating itself in the far chambers of her brain. Her sight seemed dimmed, not only by the mist, but by a sinking faintness which possessed her. She did not remember how little food she had eaten during more than 24 hours. Her habit was heavy with moisture, and clung to her body. She was conscious of a hot tremor passing over her, and saw that her hands shook as they held the bridle on which they had lost their grip. She had never fainted in her life, and she was not going to faint now. Women did not faint in these days. But she must reach the cottage and dismount, to rest under shelter for a short time. No smoke was rising from the chimney, but surely someone was living in the place, and could tell her where she was, and give her at least water for herself and her horse. Poor beast! How wickedly she must have been riding him in her utter absorption in her thoughts. He was wet, not alone with rain but with sweat. He snorted out hot, smoking breaths. She spoke to him, and he moved forward at her command. He was trembling too, not more than 200 yards, and she turned him into the lane. But it was wet and slippery, and strewn with stones. His trembling and her uncertain hold on the bridle combined to produce disaster. He set his foot upon a stone which slid beneath it. He stumbled, and she could not help him to recover, so he fell. And only by heaven's mercy not upon her, with his crushing, big-boned weight, and she was able to drag herself free of him before he began to kick in his humiliated efforts to rise. But he could not rise because he was hurt, and when she herself got up, she staggered and caught at the broken gate, because in her wrenching leap for safety she had twisted her ankle, and for a moment was in cruel pain. When she recovered from her shock sufficiently to be able to look at the cottage, she saw that it was more of a ruin than it had seemed, even at a short distance. Its door hung open on broken hinges, no smoke rose from the chimney, because there was no one within its walls to light a fire. It was quite empty. Everything about the place lay in dead and utter silence. In a normal mood, she would have liked the mystery of the situation, and would have set about planning her way out of her difficulty. But now her mind made no effort, because normal interest in things had fallen away from her. She might be 20 miles from Stornham, but the possible fact did not, at the moment, seem to concern her. Where is he now? Where is he now? Childe Harold was trying to rise, despite his hurt, and his evident determination touched her. He was too proud to lie in the mire. She limped to him and tried to steady him by his bridle. He was not badly injured, though plainly in pain. "Poor boy, it was my fault," she said to him as he at last struggled to his feet. "I did not know I was doing it, poor boy." He turned a velvet dark eye upon her, and nosed her forgivingly with a warm velvet muzzle. But it was plain that, for the time, he was done for. They both moved haltingly to the broken gate, and Betty fastened him to a thorn tree near it, where he stood on 3 feet, his fine head drooping. She pushed the gate open, and went into the house through the door which hung on its hinges. Once inside, she stood still and looked about her. If there was silence and desolateness outside, there was within the deserted place a stillness like the unresponse of death. It had been long since anyone had lived in the cottage, but tramps or gypsies had at times passed through it. Dead, blackened embers lay on the hearth. A bundle of dried grass which had been slept on was piled in the corner. An empty nail keg and a wooden box had been drawn before the big chimney place for some wanderer to sit on when the black embers had been hot and red. Betty gave one glance around her and sat down upon the box standing on the bare hearth, her head sinking forward, her hands falling clasped between her knees, her eyes on the brick floor. "Where is he now?" broke from her in a loud whisper whose sound was mechanical and hollow. "Where is he now?" And she sat there without moving, while the grey mist from the marshes crept close about the door and through it, and stole about her feet. So she sat long, long in a heavy, far-off dream. Along the road, a man was riding with a lowering, fretted face. He had come across country on horseback, because to travel by train meant wearisome stops and changes and endlessly slow journeying, annoying beyond endurance to those who have not patience to spare. His ride would have been pleasant enough but for the slow, mist-like rain. Also, he had taken a wrong turning, because he did not know the roads he traveled. The last signpost he had passed, however, had given him his cue again, and he began to feel something of security. Confound the rain. The best road was slippery with it, and the haze of it made a man's mind feel befogged and lowered his spirits horribly, discouraged him, would worry him into an ill humor even if he had reason to be in a good one. As for him, he had no reason for cheerfulness. He never had for the matter of that, and just now, what was the matter with his horse? He was lifting his head and sniffing the damp air restlessly, as if he scented or saw something. Beasts often seem to have a sort of second sight, horses particularly. What ailed him that he should prick up his ears and snort after his sniffing the mist? Did he hear anything? Yes, he did, it seemed. He gave forth suddenly a loud, shrill whinny, turning his head towards a rough lane they were approaching, and immediately from the vicinity of a deserted-looking cottage behind a hedge came a sharp but mournful-sounding neigh in answer. "What horse is that?" said Nigel Anstruthers, drawing in at the entrance to the lane and looking down it. "There is a fine brute with a side saddle on," he added sharply. "He is waiting for someone. What is a woman doing there at this time? Is it a rendezvous, a good place?" He broke off short and rode forward. "I'm hanged if it is not Childe Harold," he broke out, and he had no sooner assured himself of the fact than he threw himself from his saddle, tethered his horse, and strode up the path to the broken-hinged door. He stood on the threshold and stared. What a hole it was, what a hole! And there she sat alone, 18 or 20 miles from home, on a turned-up box near the black embers, her hands clasped loosely between her knees, her face rather awful, her eyes staring at the floor as if she did not see it. "Where is he now?" he heard her whisper to herself with soft weirdness. "Where is he now?" Sir Nigel stepped into the place and stood before her. He had smiled with a wry unpleasantness when he had heard her evidently unconscious words. "My good girl," he said, "I am sure I do not know where he is, but it is very evident that he ought to be here, since you have amiably put yourself to such trouble. It is fortunate for you perhaps that I am here before him. What does this mean?" The question breaking from him with savage authority. He had dragged her back to earth. She sat upright and recognized him with a hideous sense of shock, but he did not give her time to speak. His instinct of male fury leaped within him. "You," he cried out. "It takes a woman like you to come and hide herself in a place of this sort, like a trolloping gypsy wench. It takes a New York millionairess or a Roman empress or one of Charles II's duchesses to plunge as deep as this. You with your golden pedestal, you with your ostentatious airs and graces, you with your condescending to give a man a chance to repent his sins and turn over a new leaf. Damn it," rising to a sort of frenzy, "what are you doing waiting in a hole like this? In this weather, at this hour, you?" The fool's flame leaped high enough to make him start forward, as if to seize her by the shoulder and shake her. But she rose and stepped back to lean against the side of the chimney, to brace herself against it, so that she could stand in her lame foot's despite. Every drop of blood had been swept from her face, and her eyes looked immense. His coming was a good thing for her, though she did not know it. It brought her back from unearthly places. All her child hatred woke and blazed in her. Never had she hated a thing so, and it set her slow, cold blood running like something molten. "Hold your tongue," she said in a clear, awful young voice of warning. "And take care not to touch me. If you do, I have my whip here, I shall lash you across your mouth." He broke into ribald laughter. A certain sudden thought which had cut into him like a knife thrust into flesh drove him on. "Do," he cried. "I should like to carry your mark back to Stornham and tell people why it was given. I know who you are here for. Only such fellows ask such things of women." But he was determined to be safe if you hid in a ditch. "You are here for Mount Dunstan, and he has failed you." But she only stood and stared at him, holding her whip behind her, knowing that at any moment he might snatch it from her hand. And she knew how poor a weapon it was. To strike out with it would only infuriate him and make him a wild beast, and it was becoming an agony to stand upon her foot. And even if it had not been so, if she had been strong enough to make a leap and dash past him, her horse stood outside disabled. Nigel Anstruther's eyes ran over her from head to foot, down the side of her mud-stained habit, while a curious light dawned in them. You have had a fall from your horse, he exclaimed. You are lame. Then quickly, that was why Childe Harold was trembling and standing on 3 feet, by Jove. Then he sat down on the nail keg and began to laugh. He laughed for a full minute, but she saw he did not take his eyes from her. You are in as unpleasant a situation as a young woman can well be, he said, when he stopped. You came to a dirty hole to be alone with a man who felt it safest not to keep his appointment. Your horse stumbled and disabled himself and You are 20 miles from home in a deserted cottage in a lane no one passes down even in good weather. You are frightened to death, and you have given me even a better story to play with than your sister gave me. By Jove. His face was an unholy thing to look upon. The situation and her powerlessness were exciting him. No, she answered, keeping her eyes on his, as she might have kept them on some wild animals. I am not frightened to death. His ugly dark flush rose. Well, if you are not, he said, don't tell me so. That kind of defiance is not your best line just now. You have been disdaining me from magnificent New York heights for some time. Do you think that I am not enjoying this? I cannot imagine anyone else who would enjoy it so much. And she knew the answer was daring, but would have made it if he had held a knife's point at her throat. He got up and, walking to the door, drew it back on its crazy hinges and managed to shut it close. There was a big wooden bolt inside, and he forced it into its socket. Presently I shall go and put the horses into the cowshed, he said. If I leave them standing outside, they will attract attention. I do not intend to be disturbed by any gypsy tramp who wants shelter. I have never had you quite to myself before. He sat down again and nursed his knee gracefully. And I have never seen you look as attractive, biting his underlip in cynical enjoyment. Today's adventure has roused your emotions and actually beautified you, which was not necessary. I dare say you have been furious and have cried. Your eyes do not look like mere eyes, but like splendid blue pools of tears. Perhaps I shall make you cry sometime, my dear Betty. No, you will not. Don't tempt me. Women always cry when men annoy them. They rage, but they cry as well. I shall not. It's true that most women would have begun to cry before this. That is what stimulates me. You will swagger to the end. You put the devil into me. Half an hour ago I was jogging along the road, languid and bored to extinction. And now, he laughed outright in actual exultation. By Jove, he cried out. Things like this don't happen to a man in these dull days. There's no such luck going about. We've gone back 500 years, and we've taken New York with us. His laugh shut off in the middle, and he got up to thrust his heavy, congested face close to hers. Here you are, as safe as if you were in a feudal castle, and here is your ancient enemy given his chance. Do you think, by the Lord, he is going to give it up? No, to quote your own words, you may place entire confidence in that. Exaggerated as it all was, somehow the melodrama dropped away from it and left bare, simple, hideous fact for her to confront. The evil in him had risen rampant and made him lose his head. He might see his senseless folly tomorrow and know he must pay for it, but he would not see it today. The place was not a feudal castle, but what he said was insurmountable truth. A ruined cottage on the edge of miles of marshland, a seldom trodden road, and night upon them. A wind was rising on the marshes now, and making low, steady moan. Horrible things had happened to women before. One heard of them with shudders when they were recorded in the newspapers. Only 2 days ago, she had remembered that sometimes there seemed blunderings in the great scheme of things. Was all this real, or was she dreaming that she stood here at bay, her back against the chimney wall, and this degenerate exulting over her, while Rosie was waiting for her at Stornham, and at this very hour her father was planning his journey across the Atlantic? Why did you not behave yourself? Demanded Nigel Anstruthers, shaking her by the shoulder. Why did you not realize that I should get even with you one day, as sure as you were woman and I was man? She did not shrink back, though the pupils of her eyes dilated. Was it the wildest thing in the world which happened to her, or was it not? Without warning, the sudden rush of a thought, immense and strange, swept over her body and soul and possessed her, so possessed her that it changed her pallor to white flame. It was actually Anstruthers who shrank back a shade because, for the moment, she looked so near unearthly. I am not afraid of you, she said, in a clear, unshaken voice. I am not afraid. Something is near me which will stand between us, something which died today. He almost gasped before the strangeness of it, but caught back his breath and recovered himself. Died today, that's recent enough, he jeered. Let us hear about it. Who was it? It was Mount Dunstan, she flung at him. The church bells were tolling for him when I rode away. I could not stay to hear them. It killed me, I loved him. You were right when you said it, I loved him though he never knew. I shall always love him though he never knew. He knows now. Those who died cannot go away when that is holding them. They must stay, because I loved him. He may be in this place. I call on him, raising her clear voice. I call on him to stand between us. He backed away from her, staring an evil, enraptured stare. What, there is that much temperament in you, he said. That was what I half suspected when I saw you first, but you have hidden it well. Now it bursts forth in spite of you. Good Lord, what luck, what luck. He moved to the door and opened it. I am a very modern man, and I enjoy this to the utmost, he said. What I like best is the melodrama of it, in connection with Fifth Avenue. I am perfectly aware that you will not discuss this incident in the future. You are a clever enough young woman to know that it will be more to your interest than to mine that it shall be kept exceedingly quiet. The white fire had not died out of her, and she stood straight. What I have called on will be near me, and will stand between us, she said. Old though it was, the door was massive and heavy to lift. To open it cost him some muscular effort. I am going to the horses now, he explained before he dragged it back into its frame and shut her in. It is safe enough to leave you here. You will stay where you are. He felt himself secure in leaving her, because he believed she could not move, and because his arrogance made it impossible for him to count on strength and endurance greater than his own. Of endurance, he knew nothing, and in his keen and cynical exultance, his devil made a fool of him. As she heard him walk down the path to the gate, Betty stood amazed at his lack of comprehension of her. He thinks I will stay here. He absolutely thinks I will wait until he comes back, she whispered to the emptiness of the bare room. Before he had arrived, she had loosened her boot, and now she stooped and touched her foot. If I were safe at home, I should think I could not walk, but I can walk now. I can, because I will bear the pain. In such cottages there is always a door opening outside from the little bricked kitchen, where the copper stands. She would reach that, and passing through, would close it behind her. After that, something would tell her what to do, something would lead her. She put her lame foot upon the floor, and rested some of her weight upon it, not all. A jagged pain shot up from it through her whole side it seemed, and for an instant she swayed and ground her teeth. That is because it is the first step, she said. But if I am to be killed, I will die in the open, I will die in the open. The second and third steps brought cold sweat out upon her, but she told herself that the fourth was not quite so unbearable, and she stiffened her whole body, and muttered some words while she took a fifth and sixth, which carried her into the tiny back kitchen. Father, she said. Father, think of me now, think of me. Rosie, love me and pray that I may come home. You who have died stand very near. If her father ever held her safe in his arms again, if she ever awoke from this nightmare, it would be a thing never to let one's mind hark back to again, to shut out of memory with iron doors. The pain had shot up and down, and her forehead was wet by the time she had reached the small back door. Was it locked or bolted, was it? She put her hand gently upon the latch and lifted it without making any sound. Thank God Almighty, it was neither bolted nor locked. The latch lifted, the door opened, and she slid through it into the shadow of the gray which was already almost the darkness of night. Thank God for that too. She flattened herself against the outside wall and listened. He was having difficulty in managing Childe Harold, who snorted and pulled back, offended and made rebellious by his savagely impatient hand. Good Childe Harold, good boy. She could see the massed outline of the trees of the spinney. If she could bear this long enough to get there, even if she crawled part of the way. Then it darted through her mind that he would guess that she would be sure to make for its cover, and that he would go there first to search. Father, think for me, you were so quick to think. Her brain cried out for her, as if she was speaking to one who could physically hear. She almost feared she had spoken aloud, and the thought which flashed upon her like lightning seemed to be an answer given. He would be convinced that she would at once try to get away from the house. If she kept near it, somewhere quite close, and let him search the spinney, she might get away to its cover after he gave up the search and came back. The jagged pain had settled in a sort of impossible anguish, and once or twice she felt sick. But she would die in the open, and she knew Rosalie was frightened by her absence and was praying for her. Prayers counted, and yet they had all prayed yesterday. If I were not very strong, I should faint, she thought. But I have been strong all my life. That great French doctor, I have forgotten his name, said that I had the physique to endure anything. She said these things that she might gain steadiness and convince herself that she was not merely living through a nightmare. Twice, she moved her foot suddenly because she found herself in a momentary respite from pain, beginning to believe that the thing was a nightmare, that nothing mattered, because she would wake up presently, so she need not try to hide. But in a nightmare one has no pain. It is real and I must go somewhere, she said after the foot was moved. Where could she go? She had not looked at the place as she rode up. She had only half-consciously seen the spinney. Nigel was swearing at the horses. Having got Childe Harold into the shed, there seemed to be nothing to fasten his bridle to, and he had yet to bring his own horse in and secure him. She must get away somewhere before the delay was over. How dark it was growing. Thank God for that again. What was the rather high, dark object she could trace in the dimness near the hedge? It was sharply pointed, as if it were a narrow tent. Her heart began to beat like a drum as she recalled something. It was the shape of the sort of wigwam structure made of hop poles, after they were taken from the fields. If there was space between it and the hedge, even a narrow space, and she could crouch there. Nigel was furious because Childe Harold was backing, plunging, and snorting dangerously. She halted forward, shutting her teeth in her terrible pain. She could scarcely see, and did not recognize that near the wigwam was a pile of hop poles laid on top of each other horizontally. It was not quite as high as the hedge, whose dark background prevented its being seen. Only a few steps more. No, she was awake in a nightmare one felt only terror, not pain. You who died today, she murmured. She saw the horizontal poles too late. One of them had rolled from its place and lay on the ground, and she trod on it, was thrown forward against the heap, and in her blind effort to recover herself, slipped and fell into a narrow, grassed hollow behind it, clutching at the hedge. The great French doctor had not been quite right. For the first time in her life she felt herself sinking into bottomless darkness, which was what happened to people when they fainted. When she opened her eyes she could see nothing, because on one side of her rose the low mass of the hop poles, and on the other was the long untrimmed hedge, which had thrown out a thick, sheltering growth and curved above her like a penthouse. Was she awakening, after all? No, because the pain was awakening with her, and she could hear what seemed at first to be quite loud sounds. She could not have been unconscious long, for she almost immediately recognized that they were the echo of a man's hurried footsteps upon the bare wooden stairway leading to the bedrooms in the empty house. Having secured the horses, Nigel had returned to the cottage, and finding her gone had rushed to the upper floor in search of her. He was calling her name angrily, his voice resounding in the emptiness of the rooms. Betty, don't play the fool with me. She cautiously drew herself further under cover, making sure that no end of her habit remained in sight. The overgrowth of the hedge was her salvation. If she had seen the spot by daylight, she would not have thought it a possible place of concealment. Once she had read an account of a woman's frantic flight from a murderer who was hunting her to her death, while she slipped from one poor hiding place to another, sometimes crouching behind walls or bushes, sometimes lying flat in long grass, once wading waist-deep through a stream, and at last, finding a miserable little fastness, where she hid shivering for hours, until her enemy gave up his search. One never felt the reality of such histories, but there was actually a sort of parallel in this. Mad and crude things were let loose, and the world of ordinary life seemed thousands of miles away. She held her breath, for he was leaving the house by the front door. She heard his footsteps on the bricked path, and then in the lane. He went to the road, and the sound of his feet died away for a few moments. Then she heard them returning. He was back in the lane, on the brick path, and stood listening, or perhaps reflecting. He muttered something exclamatory, and she heard a match struck, and shortly afterwards he moved across the garden patch towards the little spinney. He had thought of it, as she had believed he would. He would not think of this place, and in the end he might get tired or awakened to a sense of his lurid folly, and realize that it would be safer for him to go back to Stornham with some clever lie, trusting to his belief that there existed no girl, but would shrink from telling such a story in connection with a man who would brazenly deny it with contemptuous dramatic detail. If he would but decide on this, she would be safe, and it would be so like him that she dared to hope. But if he did not, she would lie close, even if she must wait until morning, when some laborer's cart would surely pass, and she would hear it jolting and drag herself out and call aloud in such a way that no man could be deaf. There was more room under her hedge than she had thought, and she found that she could sit up, by clasping her knees and bending her head, while she listened to every sound, even to the rustle of the grass in the wind sweeping across the marsh. She moved very gradually and slowly, and had just settled into utter motionlessness when she realized that he was coming back through the garden. the straggling currant and gooseberry bushes were being trampled through. "Betty, go home," Rosalie had pleaded. Go home," and she had refused because she could not desert her. She held her breath and pressed her hand against her side, because her heart beat, as it seemed to her, with an actual sound. He moved with unsteady steps from one point to another. More than once he stumbled, and his angry oath reached her. At last he was so near her hiding place that his short, hard breathing was a distinct sound. A moment later he spoke, raising his voice, which fact brought to her a rush of relief, through it signifying that he had not even guessed her nearness. "My dear Betty," he said, "you have the pluck of the devil, but circumstances are too much for you. You are not on the road, and I have been through the spinney. Mere logic convinces me that you cannot be far away. You may as well give the thing up. It will be better for you. You who died today, do not leave me," was Betty's inward cry, and she dropped her face on her knees. "I am not a pleasant-tempered fellow, as you know, and I am losing my hold on myself. The wind is blowing the mist away, and there will be a moon. I shall find you, my good girl, in half an hour's time, and then we shall be jolly well even." She had not dropped her whip, and she held it tight. If, when the moonlight revealed the pile of hop poles to him, he suspected and sprang at them to tear them away, she would be given strength to make one spring, even in her agony, and she would strike at his eyes. Awfully, without one touch of compunction, she would strike. There was a brief silence, and then a match was struck again, and almost immediately she inhaled the fragrance of an excellent cigar. "I am going to have a comfortable smoke and stroll about, always within sight and hearing. I dare say you are watching me, and wondering what will happen when I discover you. I can tell you what will happen. You are not a hysterical girl, but you will go into hysterics, and no one will hear you." All the power of her body and soul, in one leap on him, and then a lash that would cut to the bone. And it was not a nightmare, and Rosie was at Stornham, and her father looking over steamer lists and choosing his staterooms. He walked about slowly, the scent of his cigar floating behind him. She noticed, as she had done more than once before, that he seemed to slightly drag one foot, and she wondered why. The wind was blowing the mist away, and there was a faint growing of light. The moon was not full but young, and yet it would make a difference. But the upper part of the hedge grew thick and close to the heap of wood, and but for her fall, she would never have dreamed of the refuge. She could only guess at his movements, but his footsteps gave some clue. He was examining the ground in as far as the darkness would allow. He went into the shed and round about it. He opened the door of the tiny coal lodge and looked again into the small back kitchen. He came nearer, so near once that, bending sidewise, she could have put out a hand and touched him. He stood quite still, then made a step or so away, stood still again, and burst into a laugh once more. "Oh, you are here, are you?" he said. "You are a fine big girl to be able to crowd yourself into a place like that." Hot and cold dew stood out on her forehead, and made her hair damp as she held her whip hard. "Come out, my dear," alluringly. "It is not too soon, or do you prefer that I should assist you?" Her heart stood quite still, quite. He was standing by the wigwam of hop poles and thought she had hidden herself inside it. Her place under the hedge he had not even glanced at. She knew he bent down and thrust his arm into the wigwam, for his fury at the result expressed itself plainly enough. That he had made a fool of himself was worse to him than all else. He actually wheeled about and strode away to the house. Because minutes seemed hours, she thought he was gone long, but he was not away for 20 minutes. He had, in fact, gone into the bare front room again, and sitting upon the box near the hearth, let his head drop in his hands and remained in this position thinking. In the end he got up and went out to the shed where he had left the horses. Betty was feeling that before long she might find herself making that strange swoop into the darkness of space again, and that it did not matter much, as one apparently lay quite still when one was unconscious. When she heard that one horse was being led out into the lane, what did that mean? Had he got tired of the chase, as the other man did, and was he going away because discomfort and fatigue had cooled and disgusted him, perhaps even made him feel that he was playing the part of a sensational idiot who was laying himself open to derision? That would be like him too. Presently she heard his footsteps once more, but he did not come as near her as before. In fact, he stood at some yards' distance when he stopped and spoke, in quite a new manner. "Betty," his tone was even cynically cool, "I shall stalk you no more. The chase is at an end. I think I have taken all out of you I intended to. Perhaps it was a bad joke and was carried too far. I wanted to prove to you that there were circumstances which might be too much even for a young woman from New York. I have done it. Do you suppose I am such a fool as to bring myself within reach of the law? I am going away and will send assistance to you from the next house I pass. I have left some matches and a few broken sticks on the hearth in the cottage. Be a sensible girl. Limp in there and build yourself a fire as soon as you hear me gallop away. You must be chilled through. Now I am going." He tramped across the bit of garden, down the brick path, mounted his horse and put it to a gallop at once. Clack, 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 clacking fainter and fainter into the distance, and he was gone. When she realized that the thing was true, the effect upon her of her sense of relief was that the growing likelihood of a second swoop into darkness died away. But one curious sob lifted her chest as she leaned back against the rough growth behind her. As she changed her position for a better one, she felt the jagged pain again, and knew that in the tenseness of her terror, she had actually for some time felt next to nothing of her hurt. She had not even been cold, for the hedge behind and over her, and the barricade before had protected her from both wind and rain. The grass beneath her was not damp for the same reason. The weary thought rose in her mind that she might even lie down and sleep, but she pulled herself together and told herself that this was like the temptation of believing in the nightmare. He was gone, and she had a respite. But was it to be anything more? She did not make any attempt to leave her place of concealment, remembering the strange things she had learned in watching him, and the strange terror in which Rosalie lived. "One never knows what he will do next. I will not stir," she said through her teeth. "No, I will not stir from here." And she did not, but sat still, while the pain came back to her body and the anguish to her heart, and sometimes such heaviness that her head dropped forward upon her knees again, and she fell into a stupefied half-doze. From one such doze she awakened with a start, hearing a slight click of the gate. After it, there were several seconds of dead silence. It was the slightness of the click which was startling. If it had not been caused by the wind, it had been caused by someone's having cautiously moved it, and this someone wishing to make a soundless approach had immediately stood still and was waiting. There was only one person who would do that. By this time, the mist being blown away, the light of the moon began to make a growing clearness. She lifted her hand, and delicately held aside a few twigs that she might look out. She had been quite right in deciding not to move. Nigel Anstruthers had come back, and after his paws turned, and avoiding the brick path, stole over the grass to the cottage door. His going had merely been an inspiration to trap her, and the wood and matches had been intended to make a beacon light for him. That was like him, as well. His horse he had left down the road. But the relief of his absence had been good for her, and she was able to check the shuddering fit which threatened her for a moment. The next, her ears awoke to a new sound. Something was stumbling heavily about the patch of garden, some animal. A cropping of grass, a snorting breath, and more stumbling hoofs, and she knew that Childe Harold had managed to loosen his bridle and limp out of the shed. The mere sense of his nearness seemed a sort of protection. He had limped and stumbled to the front part of the garden before Nigel heard him. When he did hear, he came out of the house in the humor of a man the inflaming of whose mood has been cumulative. Childe Harold's temper also was not to be trifled with. He threw up his head, swinging the bridle out of reach. He snorted, and even reared with an ugly lashing of his forefeet. "Good boy," whispered Betty. "Do not let him take you, do not." If he remained where he was, he would attract attention if anyone passed by. "Fight, Childe Harold, be as vicious as you choose, do not allow yourself to be dragged back." And fight he did, with an ugliness of temper he had never shown before, with snortings and tossed head and lashed-out heels, as if he knew he was fighting to gain time and with a purpose. But in the midst of the struggle Nigel Anstruthers stopped suddenly. He had stumbled again and risen raging and stained with damp earth. Now he stood still, panting for breath, as still as he had stood after the click of the gate. Was he listening? What was he listening to? Had she moved in her excitement, and was it possible he had caught the sound? No, he was listening to something else. Far up the road it echoed, but coming nearer every moment and very fast. Another horse, a big one galloping hard. Whosoever it was would pass this place. It could only be a man. God grant that he would not go by so quickly that his attention would not be arrested by a shriek. Cry out she must, and if he did not hear and went galloping on his way, she would have betrayed herself and be lost. She bit off a groan by biting her lip. "You who died today, now." Nearer and nearer. No human creature could pass by a thing like this, it would not be possible. And Childe Harold, backing and fighting, scented the other horse and neighed fiercely and high. The rider was slackening his pace, he was near the lane. He had turned into it and stopped, now for her one frantic cry, But before she could gather power to give it forth, the man who had stopped had flung himself from his saddle and was inside the garden speaking. A big voice and a clear one, with a ringing tone of authority. "What are you doing here, and what is the matter with Miss Vanderpool's horse?" it called out. Now there was danger of the swoop into the darkness. Great danger, though she clutched at the hedge that she might feel its thorns and hold herself to the earth. "You," Nigel Anstruthers cried out. "You," and flung forth a shout of laughter. "Where is she?" Fiercely. "Lady Anstruthers is terrified. We have been searching for hours. Only just now I heard on the marsh that she had been seen to ride this way. Where is she, I say?" A strong, angry, earthly voice. Not part of the melodrama, not part of a dream, but a voice she knew, and whose sound caused her heart to leap to her throat, while she trembled from head to foot, and a light, cold dampness broke forth on her skin. Something had been a dream, her wild, desolate ride, the slow tolling, for the voice which commanded with such human fierceness was that of the man for whom the heavy bell had struck forth from the church tower. Sir Nigel recovered himself brilliantly. Not that he did not recognize that he had been a fool again and was in a nasty place, but it was not for the first time in his life, and he had learned how to brazen himself out of nasty places. "My dear Mount Dunstan," he answered with tolerant irritation, "I have been having a devil of a time with female hysterics." She heard the bell toll and ran away with the idea that it was for you, and paid you the compliment of losing her head. I came on her here when she had ridden her horse half to death, and they had both come a cropper. Confound women's hysterics. I could do nothing with her. When I left her for a moment, she ran away and hid herself. She is concealed somewhere on the place, or has limped off onto the marsh. I wish some New York millionairess would work herself into hysteria on my humble account." "Those are lies," Mount Dunstan answered, "every damned one of them." He wheeled around to look about him, attracted by a sound, and in the clearing moonlight saw a figure approaching which might have risen from the earth, so far as he could guess where it had come from. He strode over to it, and it was Betty Vanderpool, holding her whip in a clenched hand, and showing to his eagerness such hunted face and eyes as were barely human. He caught her unsteadiness to support it, and felt her fingers clutch at the tweed of his coat sleeve, and move there as if the mere feeling of its rough texture brought heavenly comfort to her and gave her strength. "Yes, they are lies, Lord Mount Dunstan," she panted. "He said that he meant to get what he called even with me. He told me I could not get away from him and that no one would hear me if I cried out for help. I have hidden like some hunted animal." Her shaking voice broke and she held the cloth of his sleeve tightly. "You are alive, with a sudden sweet wildness. But it is true the bell tolled. While I was crouching in the dark I called to you, who died today to stand between us." The man absolutely shuddered from head to foot. "I was alive, and you see I heard you and came," he answered hoarsely. He lifted her in his arms and carried her into the cottage. Her cheek felt the enrapturing roughness of his tweed shoulder as he did it. He laid her down on the couch of hay and turned away. "Don't move," he said. "I will come back, you are safe." If there had been more light, she would have seen that his jaw was set like a bulldog's, and there was a red spark in his eyes, a fearsome one. But though she did not clearly see, she knew, and the nearness of the last hours swept away all relenting. Nigel Anstruthers having discreetly waited until the two had passed into the house, and feeling that a man would be an idiot who did not remove himself from an atmosphere so highly charged, was making his way toward the lane, and was, indeed, halfway through the gate when heavy feet were behind him, and a grip of ugly strength wrenched him backward. "Your horse is cropping the grass where you left him, but you are not going to him," said a singularly meaning voice. "You are coming with me." Anstruthers endeavored to convince himself that he did not at that moment turn deadly sick, and that the brute would not make an ass of himself. "Don't be a bally fool," he cried out, trying to tear himself free. The muscular hand on his shoulder being reinforced by another, which clutched his collar, dragged him back, stumbling ignominiously through the gooseberry bushes towards the cart shed. Betty, lying upon her bed of hay, heard the scuffling, mingled with raging and gasping curses. Childe Harold, lifting his head from his cropping of the grass, looked after the violently jerking figures and snorted slightly, snuffing with dilated red nostrils. As a war horse scenting blood and battle, he was excited. When Mount Dunstan got his captive into the shed, the blood which had surged in Red Godwin's veins was up and leaping. Anstruthers, his collar held by a hand with fingers of iron, writhed about and turned a livid, ghastly face upon his captor. "You have twice my strength and half my age, you beast and devil." He foamed in a half-shriek, and poured forth frightful blasphemies. "That counts between man and man, but not between vermin and executioner," gave back Mount Dunstan. The heavy whip, flung upward, whistled down through the air, cutting through cloth and linen as though it would cut through flesh to bone. "By God!" shrieked the writhing thing he held, leaping like a man who has been shot. "Don't do that again, damn you," as the unswerving lash cut down again. What followed would not be good to describe. Betty through the open door heard wild and awful things, and more than once a sound as if a dog were howling. When the thing was over, one of the two, his clothes cut to ribbons, his torn white linen exposed, lay, a writhing, huddled worm hiccuping frenzied sobs upon the earth in a corner of the cart shed. The other man stood over him, breathless and white, but singularly exalted. "You won't want your horse tonight because you can't use him," he said. "I shall put Miss Vanderpoel's saddle upon him and ride with her back to Stornham. You think you are cut to pieces, but you are not, and you'll get over it. I'll ask you to mark, however, that if you open your foul mouth to insinuate lies concerning either Lady Anstruthers or her sister, I will do this thing again in public some day, on the steps of your club, and do it more thoroughly." He walked into the cottage soon afterwards looking, to Betty Vanderpoel's eyes, pale and exceptionally big, and also more a man than it is often given even to the most virile male creature to look, and he walked to the side of her resting place, and stood there looking down. "I thought I heard a dog howl," she said. "You did hear a dog howl," he answered. He said no other word, and she asked no further question. She knew what he had done, and he was well aware that she knew it. There was a long, strangely tense silence. The light of the moon was growing. She made at first no effort to rise, but lay still and looked up at him from under splendid lifted lashes, while his own gaze fell into the depth of hers like a plummet into a deep pool. This continued for almost a full minute, when he turned quickly away and walked to the hearth, indrawing a heavy breath. He could not endure that which beset him. It was unbearable, because her eyes had maddeningly seemed to ask him some wistful question. Why did she let her loveliness so call to him? She was not a trifler who could play with meanings. Perhaps she did not know what her power was. Sometimes he could believe that beautiful women did not. In a few moments, almost before he could reach her, she was rising, and when she got up she supported herself against the open door, standing in the moonlight. If he was pale, she was pale also, and her large eyes would not move from his face, so drawing him that he could not keep away from her. "Listen," he broke out suddenly. "Penzance told me, warned me, that sometime a moment would come which would be stronger than all else in a man, than all else in the world. It has come now. Let me take you home." "Then what else?" she said slowly, and became even paler than before. He strove to release himself from the possession of the moment, and in his struggle answered with a sort of savagery. "Then scruple, then power, even than a man's determination and decent pride." "Are you proud?" she half whispered quite brokenly. "I am not, since I waited for the ringing of the church bell, since I heard it toll. After that the world was empty, and it was as empty of decent pride as of everything else. There was nothing left. I was the humblest broken thing on earth." "You," he gasped. "Do you know I think I shall go mad directly, perhaps it is happening now. You were humble and broken, your world was empty, because—" "Look at me, Lord Mount Dunstan," and the sweetest voice in the world was a tender, wild little cry to him. "Oh, look at me." He caught her outthrown hands and looked down into the beautiful, passionate soul of her. The moment had come, and the tidal wave rising to its height swept all the common earth away when, with a savage sob, he caught and held her close and hard against that which thudded racing in his breast. And they stood and swayed together, folded in each other's arms, while the wind from the marshes lifted its voice like an exulting human thing as it swept about them. Chapter 49. At Stornham and at Broadmoorlands. The exulting wind had swept the clouds away, and the moon rode in a dark blue sea of sky, making the night light purely clear, when they drew a little apart, that they might better see the wonderfulness in each other's faces. It was so mysteriously great a thing that they felt near to awe. "I fought too long. I wore out my body's endurance, and now I am quaking like a boy. Red Godwin did not begin his wooing like this. Forgive me," Mount Dunstan said at last. "Do you know," with lovely trembling lips and voice, "that for long, long you have been unkind to me." It was merely human that he should swiftly enfold her again, and answer with his lips against her cheek. "Unkind, unkind. Oh, the heavenly woman's sweetness of your telling me so, the heavenly sweetness of it. he exclaimed passionately and low. And I was one of those who are by the roadside everywhere, an unkempt, raging beggar who might not decently ask you for a crust. It was all wrong, wrong, she whispered back to him, and he poured forth the tenderest, fierce words of confession and prayer, and she listened, drinking them in, with now and then a soft sob pressed against the roughness of the enrapturing tweed. For a space they had both forgotten her hurt, because there are other things than terror which hypnotize pain. Mount Dunstan was to be praised for remembering it first. He must take her back to Stornham and her sister without further delay. I will put your saddle on Anstruther's horse, or mine, and lift you to your seat. There is a farmhouse about 2 miles away, where I will take you first for food and warmth. Perhaps it would be well for you to stay there to rest for an hour or so, and I will send a message to Lady Anstruthers. I will go to the place and eat and drink what you advise, she answered. But I beg you to take me back to Rosalie without delay. I feel that I must see her. I feel that I must see her too, he said, but for her God bless her, he added after his sudden pause. Betty knew that the exclamation meant strong feeling, and that somehow in the past hours Rosalie had awakened it. But it was only when, after their refreshment at the farm, they had taken horse again and were riding homeward together, that she heard from him what had passed between them. All that has led to this may seem the merest chance, he said, but surely a strange thing has come about. I know that without understanding it. He leaned over and touched her hand. You, who are life, without understanding I ride here beside you, believing that you brought me back. I tried, with all my strength I tried. After I had seen your sister today I guessed, I knew, but not at first. I was not ill of the fever, as excited rumor had it, but I was ill, and the doctors and the vicar were alarmed. I had fought too long, and I was giving up, as I have seen the poor fellows in the ballroom give up. If they were not dragged back they slipped out of one's hands. If the fever had developed, all would have been over quickly. I knew the doctors feared that, and I am ashamed to say I was glad of it. But yesterday in the morning, when I was letting myself go with a morbid pleasure in the luxurious relief of it, something reached me, some slow-rising call to effort and life. She turned towards him in her saddle, listening, her lips parted. I did not even ask myself what was happening, but I began to be conscious of being drawn back, and to long intensely to see you again. I was gradually filled with a restless feeling that you were near me, and that, though I could not physically hear your voice, you were surely calling to me. It was the thing which could not be, but it was, and because of it I could not let myself drift. I did call you. I was on my knees in the church asking to be forgiven if I prayed mad prayers, but praying the same thing over and over. The villagers were kneeling there, too. They crowded in, leaving everything else. You are their hero, and they were in deep earnest. His look was gravely pondering. His life had not made a mystic of him, it was Penzance who was the mystic, but he felt himself perplexed by mysteriously suggestive thought. I was brought back, he said. In the afternoon I fell asleep and slept profoundly until the morning. When I awoke, I realized that I was a remade man. The doctors were almost awed when I first spoke to them. Old Dr. Fenwick died later, and after I had heard about it, the church bell was tolled. It was heard at Weaver's farmhouse, and as everybody had been excitedly waiting for the sound, it conveyed but one idea to them, and the boy was sent racing across the fields to Stornham village. Dearest, dearest, he exclaimed. She had bowed her head and burst into passionate sobbing. Because she was not of the women who wept, her moment's passion was strong and bitter. It need not have been, she shuddered. One cannot bear it because it need not have been. Stop your horse a moment, he said, reining in his own, while with burning eyes and swelling throat he held and steadied her. But he did not know that neither her sister nor her father had ever seen her in such mood, and that she had never so seen herself. You shall not remember it, he said to her. I will not, she answered, recovering herself. But for one moment all the awful hours rushed back. Tell me the rest. We did not know that the blunder had been made, until a messenger from Dole rode over to inquire and bring messages of condolence. Then we understood what had occurred, and I own a sort of frenzy seized me. I knew I must see you, and though the doctors were horribly nervous, they dare not hold me back. The day before it would not have been believed that I could leave my room. You were crying out to me, and though I did not know, I was answering, body and soul. Penzance knew I must have my way when I spoke to him, mad as it seemed. When I rode through Stornham village, more than one woman screamed at sight of me. I shall not be able to blot out of my mind your sister's face. She will tell you what we said to each other. I rode away from the court quite half mad. His voice became very gentle, because of something she had told me in the first wild moments. Lady Anstruthers had spent the night moving restlessly from one room to another, and had not been to bed when they rode side by side up the avenue in the early morning sunlight. An underkeeper, crossing the park a few hundred yards above them, after one glance, dashed across the sward to the courtyard and the servants' hall. The news flashed electrically through the house, and Rosalie, like a small ghost, came out upon the steps as they reined in. Though her lips moved, she could not speak aloud, as she watched Mount Dunstan lift her sister from her horse. "Childe Harold stumbled and I hurt my foot," said Betty, trying to be calm. "I knew he would find you," Rosalie answered quite faintly. "I knew you would," turning to Mount Dunstan, adoring him with all the meaning of her small, paled face. She would have been afraid of her memory of what she had said in the strange scene which had taken place before them a few hours ago. But almost before either of the two spoke, she knew that a great gulf had been crossed in someone inevitable, though unforeseen, leap. How it had been taken, when or where, did not in the least matter, when she clung to Betty and Betty clung to her. After a few moments of moved and reverent waiting, the Admirable Jennings stepped forward and addressed her in lowered voice. "There's been little sleep in the village this night, my lady," he murmured earnestly. "I promised they should have a sign, with your permission. If the flag was run up, they're all looking out and they'd know." "Run it up, Jennings," Lady Anstruthers answered, "at once." When it ran up the staff on the tower and fluttered out in gay answering to the morning breeze, children in the village began to run about shouting, men and women appeared at cottage doors, and more than one cap was thrown up in the air. But old Doby and Mrs. Weldon, who had been waiting for hours, standing by Mrs. Weldon's gate, caught each other's dry, trembling old hands and began to cry. The Broadmorlands divorce scandal, having made conversation during a season quite 40 years before Miss Vanderpoel appeared at Stornham Court, had been laid upon a lower shelf and buried beneath other stories long enough to be forgotten. Only one individual had not forgotten it, and he was the Duke of Broadmorlands himself, in whose mind it remained hideously clear. He had been a young man, honestly and much in love when it first revealed itself to him, and for a few months he had even thought it might end by being his death, notwithstanding that he was strong and in first-rate physical condition. He had been a fine, hearty young man of clean and rather dignified life, though he was not understood to be brilliant of mind. Privately, he had ideals connected with his rank and name which he was not fluent enough clearly to express. After he had realized that he should not die of the public humiliation and disgrace, which seemed to point him out as having been the kind of gullible fool it is scarcely possible to avoid laughing at, or, so it seemed to him in his heart-seared frenzy, he thought it not improbable that he should go mad. He was harried so by memories of lovely little soft ways of Edith's. His wife's name was Edith, of the pretty sound of her laugh, and of her innocent, girlish habit of kneeling down by her bedside every night and morning to say her prayers. This had so touched him that he had sometimes knelt down to say his, too, saying to her, with slight awkward boyishness, that a fellow who had a sort of angel for his wife ought to do his best to believe in the things she believed in. And all the time, a devil who laughed used to snigger in his ear over and over again, until it was almost like the ticking of a clock during the worst months, when it did not seem probable that a man could feel his brain whirling like a Catherine wheel night and day, and still manage to hold on and not reach the point of howling and shrieking and dashing his skull against wales and furniture. But that passed in time, and he told himself that he passed with it. Since then he had lived chiefly at Broadmorlands Castle, and was spoken of as a man who had become religious, which was not true, but having reached the decision that religion was good for most people, he paid a good deal of attention to his church and schools, and was rigorous in the matter of curates. He had passed 70 now, and was somewhat despotic and haughty, because a man who is a duke and does not go out into the world to rub against men of his own class and others, but lives altogether on a great and splendid estate, saluted by every creature he meets, and universally obeyed and counted before all else, is not unlikely to forget that he is a quite ordinary human being, and not a sort of monarch. He had done his best to forget Edith, who had soon died of being a shady curate's wife in Australia, but he had not been able to encompass it. He used, occasionally, to dream she was kneeling by the bed in her childish nightgown saying her prayers aloud, and would waken crying, as he had cried in those awful young days. Against social immorality or village light-mindedness, he was relentlessly savage. He allowed for no palliating or exonerating facts. He began to see red when he heard of or saw lightness in a married woman, and the outside world frequently said that this characteristic bordered on monomania. Nigel Anstruthers, having met him once or twice, had at first been much amused by him, and had even, by giving him an adroitly careful lead, managed to guide him into an expression of opinion. The Duke, who had heard men of his class discussed, did not in the least like him, notwithstanding his sympathetic suavity of manner and his air of being intelligently impressed by what he heard. Not long afterwards, however, it transpired that the aged rector of Broadmorlands having died, the living had been given to F. Folliot, and hearing it, Sir Nigel was not slow to conjecture that quite decently utilizable tools would lie ready to his hand if circumstances pressed. This point of view, it will be seen, being not illogical. A man who had not been a sort of hermit would have heard enough of him to be put on his guard, and one who was a man of the world, looking normally on existence, would have reasoned coolly, and declined to concern himself about what was not his affair. But a parallel might be drawn between Broadmorlands and some old lion wounded sorely in his youth, and left to drag his unhealed torment through the years of age. On one subject, he had no point of view but his own, and could be roused to fury almost senseless by wholly inadequately supported facts. He presented exactly the material required, and that in mass. About the time the flag was run up on the tower at Stornham Court, a carter, driving whistling on the road near the deserted cottage, was hailed by a man who was walking slowly a few yards ahead of him. The carter thought that he was a tramp, as his clothes were plainly in bad case, which seeing his answer was an unceremonious grunt, and it certainly did not occur to him to touch his forehead. A minute later, however, he got a start, as he related afterwards. The tramp was a gentleman whose riding costume was torn and mudded, and who looked ghastly, though he spoke with the manner and authority which Binns, the carter, recognized as that of one of the gentry addressing a day laborer. "How far is it from here to Medham?" he inquired. "Medham be about 4 miles, sir," was the answer. "I be carryin' these taters there to market. I want to get there. I have met with an accident. My horse took fright at a pheasant starting up rocketing under his nose. He threw me into a hedge and bolted. I'm badly enough bruised to want to reach a town and see a doctor. Can you give me a lift?" "That I will, sir, ready enough," making room on the seat beside him. "You be bruised bad, sir," he said sympathetically, as his passenger climbed to his place, with a twisted face and uttering blasphemies under his breath. "Damned badly," he answered. "No bones broken, however. That cut on your cheek and neck'll need plasterin', sir." "That's a scratch," Thornbush, curtly. Sympathy was plainly not welcome. In fact, Binns was soon of the opinion that here was an ugly customer, gentleman or no gentleman. A jolting cart was, however, not the best place for a man who seemed sore from head to foot, and done for out and out. He sat and ground his teeth, as he clung to the rough seat in the attempt to steady himself. He became more and more ghastly, and a certain awful light in his eyes alarmed the carter by leaping up at every jolt. Binns was glad when he left him at Medham Arms, and felt he had earned the half-sovereign handed to him. 4 days Anstruthers lay in bed in a room at the inn. No one saw him but the man who brought him food. He did not send for a doctor, because he did not wish to see one. He sent for such remedies as were needed by a man who had been bruised by a fall from his horse. He made no remark which could be considered explanatory, after he had said irritably that a man was a fool to go loitering along on a nervous brute who needed watching. Whatsoever happened was his own damned fault. Through hours of day and night, he lay staring at the whitewashed beams or the blue roses on the wall paper. They were long hours, and filled with things not pleasant enough to dwell on in detail. Physical misery, which made a man writhe at times, was not the worst part of them. There were 1,000 things less endurable. More than once he foamed at the mouth, and recognized that he gibbered like a madman. There was but one memory which saved him from feeling that this was the very end of things. That was the memory of Broadmorlands. While a man had a weapon left, even though it could not save him, he might pay up with it, get almost even. The whole Vanderpoel lot could be plunged neck-deep in a morass which would leave mud enough sticking to them, even if their money helped them to prevent its entirely closing over their heads. He could attend to that, and after he had set it well going he could get out. There were India, South Africa, Australia, a dozen places that would do. And then he would remember Betty Vanderpoel and curse horribly under the bedclothes. It was the memory of Betty which outdid all others in its power to torment. On the morning of the 5th day, the Duke of Broadmorlands received a note, which he read with somewhat annoyed curiosity. A certain Sir Nigel Anstruthers, whom it appeared he ought to be able to recall, was in the neighborhood, and wished to see him on a parochial matter of interest. Parochial matter was vague, and so was the Duke's recollection of the man who addressed him. If his memory served him rightly, he had met him in a country house in Somersetshire, and had heard that he was the acquaintance of the disreputable eldest son. What could a person of that sort have to say of parochial matters? The Duke considered, and then, in obedience to a rigorous conscience, decided that one ought, perhaps, to give him half an hour. There was that in the intruder's aspect, when he arrived in the afternoon, which produced somewhat the effect of shock. In the first place, a man in his unconcealable physical condition had no right to be out of his bed. Though he plainly refused to admit the fact, his manner of bearing himself erect, and even with a certain touch of cool swagger, was, it was evident, achieved only by determined effort. He looked like a man who had not yet recovered from some evil fever. Since the meeting in Somersetshire he had aged more than the year warranted. Despite his obstinate fight with himself, it was obvious that he was horribly shaky. A disagreeable scratch or cut, running from cheek to neck, did not improve his personal appearance. He pleased his host no more than he had pleased him at their first encounter. He, in fact, repelled him strongly, by suggesting a degree of abnormality of mood, which was smoothed over by an attempt at entire normality of manner. The Duke did not present an approachable front, as after Anstruthers had taken a chair, he sat and examined him with bright blue old eyes set deep on either side of a dominant nose, and framed over by white eyebrows. No, Nigel Anstruthers summed him up. It would not be easy to open the matter with the old fool. He held himself magnificently aloof, with that lack of modernity in his sense of place which, even at this late day, sometimes expressed itself here and there in the manner of the feudal survival. "I am afraid you have been ill," with rigid civility. A man feels rather an outsider in confessing he has let his horse throw him into a hedge. It was my own fault entirely. I allowed myself to forget that I was riding a dangerously nervous brute. I was thinking of a painful and absorbing subject. I was badly bruised and scratched, but that was all. "What did your doctor say?" "That I was in luck not to have broken my neck." "You had better have a glass of wine," touching a bell. "You do not look equal to any exertion." In gathering himself together, Sir Nigel felt he was forced to use enormous effort. It had cost him a gruesome physical struggle to endure the drive over to Broadmoorlands, though it was only a few miles from Medam. There had been something unnatural in the exertion necessary to sit upright and keep his mind decently clear. That was the worst of it. The fever and raging hours of the past days and nights had so shaken him that he had become exhausted, and his brain was not alert. He was not thinking rapidly, and several times he had lost sight of a point it was important to remember. He grew hot and cold and knew his hands and voice shook as he answered. But perhaps, he felt desperately, signs of emotion were not bad. "I am not quite equal to exertion," he began slowly. "But a man cannot lie on his bed while some things are undone, a man cannot." As the old Duke sat upright, the blue eyes under his bent brows were startled, as well as curious. Was the man going out of his mind about something? He looked rather like it, with the dampness starting out on his haggard face, and the ugly look suddenly stamped there. The fact was that the insensate fury which had possessed and torn Anstruthers as he had writhed in his inn bedroom had sprung upon him again in full force, and his weakness could not control it, though it would have been wiser to hold it in check. He also felt frightfully ill, which filled him with despair, and through this fact, he lost sight of the effect he produced, as he stood up, shaking all over. "I come to you because you are the one man who can most easily understand the thing I have been concealing for a good many years." The Duke was irritated. Confound the objectionable idiot, what did he mean by taking that intimate tone with a man who was not prepared to concern himself in his affairs? "Excuse me," he said, holding up an authoritative hand, "are you going to make a confession? I don't like such things, I prefer to be excused. Personal confidences are not parochial matters." "This one is." And Sir Nigel was sickeningly conscious that he was putting the statement rashly, while at the same time all better words escaped him. "It is as much a parochial matter," losing all hold on his wits and stammering, as was the affair of your wife." It was the Duke who stood up now, scarlet with anger. He sprang from his chair as if he had been a young man in whom some insult had struck blazing fire. You dare," he shouted. "You insolent blackguard, you force your way in here and dare," and he clenched his fist, wildly shaking it. Nigel Anstruthers, staggering on his uncertain feet, would have shouted also, but could not though he tried, and he heard his own voice come forth brokenly. Yes, I dare, you're my own my. Swaying and tottering, he swung round to the chair he had left, and fell into it, even while the old duke who stood raging before him, started back in outraged amazement. What was the fellow doing? Was he making faces at him? The drawn, malignant mouth and muscles suggested it. Was he a lunatic, indeed? But the sense of disgusted outrage changed all at once to horror, as, with a countenance still more hideously livid and twisted, his visitor slid helplessly from his seat, and lay a huddling heap of clothes on the floor. Chapter 50. The Primeval Thing. When Mr. Vanderpoel landed in England, his wife was with him. This quiet-faced woman, who was known to be on her way to join her daughter in England, was much discussed, envied, and glanced at when she promenaded the deck with her husband, or sat in her chair softly wrapped in wonderful furs. Gradually, during the past months, she had been told certain modified truths connected with her elder daughter's marriage. They had been painful truths, but had been so softened and expurgated of their worst features that it had been possible to bear them, when one realized that they did not, at least, mean that Rosie had forgotten or ceased to love her mother and father, or wished to visit her home. The steady clearness of foresight and readiness of resource which were often spoken of as being specially characteristic of Reuben S. Vanderpoel were all required, and employed with great tenderness, in the management of this situation. As little as it was possible that his wife should know was the utmost she must hear and be hurt by. Unless ensuing events compelled further revelations, the rest of it should be kept from her. As further protection, her husband had frankly asked her to content herself with a degree of limited information. I have meant all our lives, Annie, to keep from you the unpleasant things a woman need not be troubled with, he had said. I promised myself I would when you were a girl. I knew you would face things if I needed your help, but you were a gentle little soul like Rosie, and I never intended that you should bear what was useless. Anstruthers was a blackguard, and girls of all nations have married blackguards before. When you have Rosie safe at home, and know nothing can hurt her again, you both may feel you would like to talk it over. Till then we won't go into detail. You trust me, I know, when I tell you that you shall hold Rosie in your arms very soon. We may have something of a fight, but there can only be one end to it in a country as decent as England. Anstruthers isn't exactly what I should call an Englishman. Men rather like him are to be found in 2 or 3 places. His good-looking, shrewd, elderly face lighted with a fine smile. My handsome Betty has saved us a good deal by carrying out her 15-year-old plan of going to find her sister, he ended. Before they landed, they had decided that Mrs. Vanderpoel should be comfortably established in a hotel in London, and that after this was arranged, her husband should go to Stornham Court alone. If Sir Nigel could be induced to listen to logic, Rosalie, her child, and Betty should come at once to town. And if he won't listen to logic, added Mr. Vanderpoel with a dry composure, they shall come just the same, my dear. And his wife put her arms round his neck and kissed him because she knew what he said was quite true, and she admired him, as she had always done greatly. But when the pilot came on board, and there began to stir in the ship the agreeable and exciting bustle of the delivery of letters and welcoming telegrams, among Mr. Vanderpoel's many yellow envelopes, he opened one the contents of which caused him to stand still for some moments. So still, indeed, that some of the bystanders began to touch each other's elbows and whisper. He certainly read the message 2 or 3 times before he folded it up, returned it to its receptacle, and walked gravely to his wife's sitting room. Reuben, she exclaimed after her first look at him, have you bad news? Oh, I hope not. He came and sat down quietly beside her, taking her hand. Don't be frightened, Annie, my dear, he said. I have just been reminded of a verse in the Bible about vengeance not belonging to mere human beings. Nigel Anstruthers has had a stroke of paralysis, and it is not his first. Apparently, even if he lies on his back for some months thinking of harm, he won't be able to do it. He is finished. When he was carried by the express train through the country, he saw all that Betty had seen, though the summer had passed, and there were neither green trees nor hedges. He knew all that the long letters had meant of stirred emotion and affection, and he was strongly moved, though his mind was full of many things. There were the farmhouses, the square-towered churches, the red-pointed hop-oasts, and the village children. How distinctly she had made him see them. His Betty, his splendid Betty. His heart beat at the thought of seeing her high, young black head and holding her safe in his arms again. Safe, he resented having used the word, because there was a shock in seeming to admit the possibility that anything in the universe could do wrong to her. Yet one man had been villain enough to mean her harm, and to threaten her with it. He slightly shuddered as he thought of how the man was finished, done for. The train began to puff more loudly as it slackened its pace. It was drawing near to a rustic little station, and as it passed in, he saw a carriage standing outside, waiting on the road, and a footman in a long coat, glancing into each window as the train went by. 2 or 3 country people were watching it intently. Miss Vanderpool's father was coming up from London on it. The station master rushed to open the carriage door, and the footman hastened forward, but a tall, lovely thing in grey was opposite the step as Mr. Vanderpool descended it to the platform. She did not recognize the presence of any other human being than himself. For the moment, she seemed to forget even the broad-shouldered man who had plainly come with her. As Reuben S. Vanderpool folded her in his arms, she folded him and kissed him as he was not sure she had ever kissed him before. "My splendid Betty, my own fine girl," he said. And when she cried out, "Father, father," she bent and kissed the breast of his coat. He knew who the big young man was before she turned to present him. "This is Lord Mount Dunstan, father," she said. "Since Nigel was brought home, he has been very good to us." Reuben S. Vanderpool looked well into the man's eyes, as he shook hands with him warmly, and this was what he said to himself. "Yes, she's safe. This is quite safe. It is to be trusted with the whole thing." Not many days after her husband's arrival at Stornham Court, Mrs. Vanderpool travelled down from London, and, during her journey, scarcely saw the wintry hedges and bare trees, because, as she sat in her cushioned corner of the railway carriage, she was inwardly offering up gentle, pathetically ardent prayers of gratitude. She was the woman who prays, and the many sad petitions of the past years were being answered at last. She was being allowed to go to Rosie. Whatsoever happened, she could never be really parted from her girl again. She asked pardon many times because she had not been able to be really sorry when she had heard of her son-in-law's desperate condition. She could feel pity for him in his awful case, she told herself, but she could not wish for the thing which perhaps she ought to wish for. She had confided this to her husband with innocent, penitent tears, and he had stroked her cheek, which had always been his comforting way since they had been young things together. "My dear," he said, "if a tiger with hydrophobia were loose among a lot of decent people, or indecent ones, for the matter of that, you would not feel it your duty to be very sorry if, in springing on a group of them, he impaled himself on an iron fence. Don't reproach yourself too much." And though the realism of the picture he presented was such as to make her exclaim, "No, no," there were still occasional moments when she breathed a request for pardon if she was hard of heart, this softest of creatures human. It was arranged by the two who best knew and loved her that her meeting with Rosalie should have no spectators, and that their first hour together should be wholly unbroken in upon. "You have not seen each other for so long," Betty said, when, on her arrival, she led her at once to the morning room where Rosie waited, pale with joy. But when the door was opened, though the two figures were swept into each other's arms by one wild, tremulous rush of movement, there were no sounds to be heard, only caught breaths, until the door had closed again. The talks which took place between Mr. Vanderpool and Lord Mount Dunstan were many and long, and were of absorbing interest to both. Each presented to the other a new world, and a type of which his previous knowledge had been but incomplete. "I wonder," Mr. Vanderpool said, in the course of one of them, "if my world appeals to you as yours appeals to me. Naturally, from your standpoint, it scarcely seems probable. Perhaps the upbuilding of large financial schemes presupposes a certain degree of imagination. I am becoming a romantic New York man of business, and I revel in it. Kedgers, for instance, with the smile which, somehow, suggested Betty, Kedgers and the Lilium Giganteum, Mrs. Weldon and old Dobie threatened to develop into quite necessary factors in the scheme of happiness. What Betty has felt is even more comprehensible than it seemed at first." They walked and rode together about the countryside. When Mount Dunstan itself was swept clean of danger, and only a few convalescents lingered to be taken care of in the huge ballroom, they spent many days in going over the estate. The desolate beauty of it appealed to and touched Mr. Vanderpool, as it had appealed to and touched his daughter, and also wakened in him much new and curious delight. But Mount Dunstan, with a touch of his old obstinacy, insisted that he should ignore the beauty and look closely at less admirable things. "You must see the worst of this," he said. "You must understand that I can put no good face upon things, that I offer nothing, because I have nothing to offer." If he had not been swept through and through by a powerful and rapturous passion, he would have detested and abhorred these days of deliberate proud, laying bare of the nakedness of the land. But in the hours he spent with Betty Vanderpoel, the passion gave him knowledge of the things which, being elemental, do not concern themselves with pride and obstinacy, and do not remember them. Too much had ended, and too much begun to leave space or thought for poor things. In their eyes, when they were together, and even when they were apart, dwelt a glow which was deeply moving to those who, looking on, were sufficiently profound of thought to understand. Watching the two walking slowly side by side down the leafless avenue on a crystal winter day, Mr. Vanderpoel conversed with the vicar, whom he greatly liked. "A young man of the name of Selden," he remarked, "told me more of this than he knew." "G. Selden," said the vicar with affectionate smiling. "He is not aware that he was largely concerned in the matter. In fact, without G. Selden, I do not know how, exactly, we should have got on. How is he, nice fellow?" "Extremely well, and in these days in my employ. He is of the honest, indefatigable stuff which makes its way." His own smiles, as he watched the two tall figures in the distance, settled into an expression of speculative absorption, because he was reflecting upon profoundly interesting matters. There is a great primeval thing which sometimes, not often, only sometimes, occurs to two people, he went on. When it leaps into being, it is well if it is not thwarted or done to death. It has happened to my girl and Mount Dunstan. If they had been two young tinkers by the roadside, they would have come together and defied their beggary. As it is, I recognize as I sit here that the outcome of what is to be may reach far and open up broad new ways. "Yes," said the vicar. "She will live here and fill a strong man's life with wonderful human happiness. Her splendid children will be born here, and among them will be those who lead the van and make history." For some time, Nigel Anstruthers lay in his room at Stornham Court, surrounded by all of aid and luxury that wealth and exalted medical science could gather about him. Sometimes he lay a livid unconscious mask. Sometimes his nurses and doctors knew that in his hollow eyes there was the light of a raging half-reason, and they saw that he struggled to utter coherent sounds which they might comprehend. This he never accomplished, and one day, in the midst of such an effort, he was stricken dumb again, and soon afterwards sank into stillness and died. And the shuttle in the hand of fate, through every hour of every day, and through the slow, deep breathing of all the silent nights, weaves to and fro, drawing with it the threads of human life and thought which strengthen its web, and trace the figures of its yet vague and uncompleted design.